What if everything we see in the universe is only a small piece of a larger, more profound question? A question so vast and intricate that it has shaped the creation of countless religions, ideas, and philosophies throughout human history. This question, one that has consumed the minds of countless generations, begs to be answered not just by individuals, but by entire civilizations. If the universe was indeed created by a deity, then the question arises, who created the deity? This paradox has sparked debates, fueled mysteries, and led to the birth of religious and philosophical movements that have influenced cultures and beliefs for millennia. Long before the development of modern scientific thought, ancient civilizations sought to understand the world around them through the lens of the natural world. The sun's rising and setting, the changing of the seasons, the power of storms. These natural phenomena were not merely observed, they were imbued with meaning, often attributed to the whims of divine beings. In this early framework of understanding, deities were not abstract or distant concepts. They were living forces that shaped the world, wielding power over the elements and human existence alike. The sun, for example, might have been seen as a god of light and warmth, vital not only for life, but for the growth of crops that sustained entire civilizations. In such agrarian societies, worship of the earth and fertility gods was common, as these deities were believed to ensure good harvests, an essential element for survival. On the other hand, the forces of storms, which could destroy crops, homes, and lives, might have been perceived as manifestations of divine anger or displeasure. These powerful natural forces were no longer just weather patterns. They were the actions of gods who acted in response to human behavior, both good and bad. The attributes of these gods were often a reflection of the needs and experiences of the people who worshipped them. In agricultural societies, the gods were often benevolent figures, providing protection, nourishment, and prosperity. But in harsher, more hostile environments, deities took on more complex and even terrifying forms, personifying chaos, strength, or destruction. As societies grew in complexity, so too did their understanding of divinity. No longer satisfied with a simple belief in one god or a few deities, many cultures developed intricate pantheons of gods, each with specific domains and responsibilities. Take, for instance, the ancient Greeks, whose pantheon featured gods and goddesses that personified everything from war to love, wisdom to sea. Each deity had their own unique character traits, responsibilities, and stories, which were passed down through generations. Their lives were filled with drama, conflict, love, and betrayal, elements that made these gods deeply relatable to humans. The same could be said for the Romans, Norse, and countless other ancient peoples, all of whom created stories to explain the mysteries of the world and offer moral lessons. Myths became central to these cultures, not only as explanations for the unexplained, but as a means of teaching ethics, behavior, and the rules that governed life. In these ancient belief systems, religion was not just a private affair, it was a communal practice, woven into the very fabric of society. Temples, sacred spaces, and rituals were constructed to honor the gods and to strengthen the bond between the divine and human realms. These spaces were often elaborate, signaling the immense importance of religion in everyday life. They were places where people could seek divine favor, make offerings, and perform acts of devotion that they believed would ensure their safety, prosperity, and spiritual well-being. As time passed and societies evolved, the complexity of these belief systems also deepened. The gods became more than just personifications of natural forces. They became symbols of larger cosmic principles: order, justice, creation, destruction. In some traditions, gods were seen as direct agents of morality, rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked. These moral narratives were interwoven with creation myths, offering not only explanations for the origins of the universe, but also guidance on how to live a good and ethical life. Religious myths also played a crucial role in shaping the philosophical and theological ideas about God. As human societies moved from the early days of mythological thinking to more abstract concepts, philosophers began to examine these stories for deeper meanings. What did they say about the nature of existence? About the relationship between humans and the divine? These questions led to more sophisticated theological reflections as scholars sought to explore ideas about morality, the afterlife, and the fundamental nature of the universe. This intellectual pursuit eventually gave rise to new theological models, many of which moved away from anthropomorphic representations of the divine toward more abstract, transcendent conceptions of God. No longer was God seen as a human-like figure full of emotions and desires. Instead, God became an all-encompassing, omnipotent force, beyond human comprehension, a transcendent entity that governed the universe with perfect order. This transition was not just a shift in how God was understood, but in how humans understood their place in the cosmos. Religious myths, then, became far more than mere stories. They became vehicles for exploring the deepest mysteries of existence. Each culture's mythology provided a unique lens through which the divine was viewed, revealing not only the nature of gods, but the ways in which humans saw themselves in relation to the world around them. These myths help societies interpret the seemingly random events of life, offering a sense of purpose and meaning in the face of uncertainty. They taught communities how to navigate the complexities of life, death, and morality, giving people a sense of structure and a moral compass by which to live. Different cultures approach the question of God's origins in vastly different ways. In many ancient societies, gods were viewed as personifications of natural forces. Thunder, lightning, and the sea were often attributed to powerful deities that influenced the world. The ancient Greeks, for example, had gods like Zeus, who ruled the sky and embodied both human strength and emotion. In contrast, many indigenous cultures, such as those in North America, viewed their deities not as distant gods, but as spirits that inhabited nature itself. For these cultures, the earth was a living entity, and all natural elements, mountains, rivers, trees, and animals, were seen as embodying spiritual forces that guided and protected the people. As cultures interacted with one another, ideas about the divine began to evolve. The spread of monotheism, the belief in a single, all-powerful God, marked a significant shift in human thought. In religions like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, God is portrayed as eternal, transcendent, and beyond human understanding. This singular deity is often believed to have created the universe from nothing, establishing order in a world that was once chaos. This idea of a single, omnipotent creator force was not limited to the Abrahamic faiths. Some philosophies propose that the concept of God emerged from the collective human experience, serving as a symbol of moral and ethical ideals. In these views, the divine was not a personal entity, but a reflection of humanity's highest values and aspirations. The divine being, therefore, became more abstract, less anthropomorphic, and more of a symbol for universal principles. The narratives surrounding the origins of God and the gods reveal much about the values and fears of the people who created them. These stories often serve not only to explain the origins of the universe, but also to impart important moral lessons about humanity's relationship with nature, society, and the divine. The stories of creation are not just explanations, they are blueprints for how to live, how to treat others, and how to understand one's place in the grand scheme of things. As these stories evolved over time, so did the conception of the divine. Early gods were often associated with natural phenomena, but over time, these gods became more abstract, embodying moral and philosophical principles. This evolution reflects humanity's growing understanding of the universe and the search for deeper meaning in the complexities of existence. The transition from polytheism to monotheism marks one of the most significant shifts in human thought. In polytheistic cultures, gods were numerous, each one overseeing a different aspect of life. But as societies grew more complex, the need for a more unified understanding of the divine emerged. The idea of a single, all-powerful deity became more attractive because it offered a clearer framework for understanding the universe and human existence. This shift was not sudden, but gradual, shaped by social, political, and intellectual changes. Trade, communication, and the rise of empires played crucial roles in spreading the idea of monotheism. As cultures exchanged ideas, philosophies, and religious beliefs, the concept of one encompassing God began to take root. Leaders who embraced monotheism often imposed these beliefs on their subjects, leading to the spread of religions like Christianity and Islam. Over time, these beliefs became not just religious doctrines, but political forces that shaped the very fabric of society. As monotheism spread, the image of God shifted from a distant, impersonal figure to a more personal, intimate being. people began to relate to God not just as a creator and ruler of the universe, but as a personal guide, protector, and source of moral authority. This transformation marked a profound shift in how people viewed their relationship with the divine and how they understood their place in the world. The evolution of the concept of God, from the polytheistic gods of early civilizations to the abstract, omnipotent deities of later religious traditions, reflects humanity's ongoing quest to understand the mysteries of the universe. It is a story of transformation, of moving from the concrete to the abstract, from the many to the one. It is a narrative that continues to evolve as cultures and individuals grapple with the most profound questions of existence. The origins of the universe and the nature of existence have long been subjects of intrigue and contemplation. Across countless cultures, creation myths serve as the foundation of understanding, often intertwining themes of sacrifice, renewal, and the cyclical nature of life. In these narratives, the act of creation often arises from destruction, specifically the death or dismemberment of a divine being. This symbolic connection between creation and loss carries profound implications, suggesting that existence itself is born from a process of decay or sacrifice. It is in these powerful tales that humanity grapples not only with the origins of the world, but also with profound questions about life, death, and rebirth. These myths portray God or gods as integral parts of a much larger cycle of existence. They aren't static beings, but dynamic forces in a perpetual flow of creation, destruction, and recreation. These narratives have transcended individual cultures, reflecting the human desire to understand the mysteries of the divine and its relationship to the world. Through allegory and symbolism, creation myths offer a bridge to understanding the unexplainable, providing a spiritual framework that shapes human perception across generations. In nearly every culture, sacred texts have played an influential role in sculpting ideas about the nature of God and the universe. The texts not only describe the creation of the world, but delve into the essence of divinity itself. For example, in the Christian tradition, the book of Genesis presents a God who creates the world through sheer will and intention, highlighting a belief in an eternal, uncreated God, a deity who is the source of all things. This concept of an eternal God is not confined to Christianity. In the Islamic tradition, the Quran also presents God, or Allah, as self-sufficient, eternal, and without a beginning or end. In this view, God is not dependent on anything for existence, reinforcing the notion that divinity is the bedrock of reality, distinct from the material world. Hinduism, with its vast and intricate body of texts like the Vedas and Upanishads, offers a nuanced perspective on divinity. Some texts emphasize a singular, all-encompassing divine source, while others acknowledge a pantheon of gods, each representing different aspects of the cosmos. This diversity of views reflects a fluid relationship between God and the universe, one where creation and divine presence are intertwined in a continuous cycle. The Hindu worldview suggests that the divine is not separate from the world, but deeply embedded within it, cycling through periods of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Across all these traditions, the teachings and narratives found in sacred scriptures shape not only understandings of God, but also deeply influence ideas about morality, purpose, and the nature of the universe. These texts provide a spiritual foundation, helping people make sense of their place in the world and their relationship to the divine. They raise profound questions about the essence of existence, inviting contemplation on the mysteries of life, death, and the afterlife. Ultimately, they offer a way for humans to approach the vast, often unfathomable complexity of existence. In the early stages of human society, particularly in hunter-gatherer communities, the concept of God was closely tied to the immediate environment and nature. People lived in small, mobile groups, with their survival dependent on the land. As a result, their spiritual beliefs were deeply intertwined with the natural world. Animals, plants, rocks, and even the elements were thought to possess spirits, an idea known as animism. This belief system fostered a profound respect for nature and led to an understanding of the world as sacred. In these early cultures, deities were often seen as powerful forces influencing daily life, particularly in areas like hunting success or seasonal changes. As societies evolved, transitioning from nomadic to settled agricultural lifestyles, the concept of God began to change. With agriculture came the development of larger, more complex communities that required new forms of social organization and governance. As people began to settle, their religious beliefs became more formalized. Gods were no longer just abstract forces. They became personified entities with distinct personalities and roles. These deities were often linked to fertility, abundance, and the elements vital for farming, such as the sun and rain. Agricultural societies built temples, established rituals, and created written texts to honor these gods, emphasizing their connection to the land and the agricultural cycles that sustained life. The shift to more structured societies with settled populations also led to a more hierarchical understanding of the divine. Whereas hunter-gatherer cultures saw the divine as interwoven with nature, agrarian societies framed their gods as figures who governed various aspects of life. These gods were often associated with leadership, and their roles in the cosmic order reflected the social structures of the communities that worshipped them. In many ways, the nature of the divine in these societies mirrored the complexities of settled life, structured, organized, and centered around the needs of the community. The philosophical discourse surrounding the existence of God often revolves around several key arguments that aim to explain the nature of existence and the possibility of a higher power. One of the most well-known is the cosmological argument, which asserts that everything that exists has a cause. If we trace the chain of causes back far enough, we eventually arrive at something that itself was not caused by anything else. This uncaused cause is often identified with God. The argument suggests that this initial cause is responsible for initiating existence itself, thereby serving as the foundation of the entire cosmos. Another influential argument is the theological argument, often referred to as the argument from design. This perspective points to the complexity and order of the universe as evidence of an intelligent designer. The intricate laws of nature, the fine-tuning of conditions necessary for life, and the beauty of the cosmos all suggest to proponents of this argument that the universe could not have come about by mere chance. The precise arrangement of the universe, they argue, points to a purposeful creator who designed it with intention and care. The moral argument introduces yet another layer to this debate. It posits that if objective moral values exist, universal standards of right and wrong that apply to all people, then there must be a source for these values that transcends individual opinion or societal norms. Many proponents of this argument claim that this source is God, who provides a firm foundation for morality that goes beyond human experience. Without a divine being to ground moral values, they argue, there would be no absolute basis for distinguishing right from wrong. However, not all philosophical viewpoints support the existence of God. One of the most significant challenges comes in the form of the problem of evil. If God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good, the existence of evil and suffering in the world seems to pose a contradiction. How can such a God allow injustice, pain, and suffering to persist? The problem of evil is a central topic in theological discussions, with many atheists and skeptics pointing to it as evidence against the existence of a benevolent deity. The argument suggests that an all-powerful God would not allow evil to persist, thereby challenging the compatibility of God's nature with the existence of suffering. Additionally, the argument from non-belief raises another challenge. If God were as evident as many claim, why would there be so many people who do not believe in God? The lack of universal belief in a deity is often presented as evidence against the existence of such a being. Skeptics argue that if God truly existed and was actively involved in human affairs, there would be less doubt about his existence. These philosophical arguments, both for and against the existence of God, are not just academic exercises. They represent the ongoing human quest to understand the nature of reality and the divine. Each of these arguments invites further reflection and debate, and they continue to shape the way we think about the universe, our place within it, and the possibility of a higher power. One particularly intriguing philosophical argument is the first cause argument, which asserts that everything in the universe has an origin. Everything from the smallest particle to the grandest star is the result of some prior cause. But if every effect has a cause, then what caused the first event? According to the first cause argument, there must have been an uncaused cause, a being or entity that initiated the chain of events without itself being caused by anything. This uncaused cause is often identified with God. The argument suggests that there must be a starting point to the universe, a moment when existence itself began. Since the universe cannot have caused itself, the first cause must be an independent, self-existent being. In this view, God is presented as a timeless, spaceless, and necessary being, one who exists outside the usual constraints of time and space. This concept aligns with many religious teachings that describe God as the creator of all things, the one who set the universe into motion. In essence, the first cause argument seeks to reconcile the observable universe with the belief in a divine creator, presenting a case for a necessary being who exists beyond the material world and is the source of all existence. The ontological argument offers another approach, suggesting that the very concept of God implies his existence. This argument posits that if we can conceive of a perfect being, a being that possesses all possible perfections, then that being must exist. After all, existence itself is considered a perfection, and a being that possesses all perfections must necessarily exist. Critics, however, argue that existence is not a property that adds to the greatness of a being. Just because we can imagine a perfect being does not mean that such a being exists in reality. They contend that the idea of perfection is subjective, and different people may have different conceptions of what constitutes perfection. Therefore, the ontological argument has been met with significant skepticism and criticism. Despite these criticisms, both the first cause argument and the ontological argument continue to play central roles in philosophical and theological discussions about the existence of God. They represent different approaches to understanding the nature of reality and the possibility of a divine creator, approaches that have shaped the discourse surrounding religion, philosophy, and the meaning of life for centuries. Whether one accepts or rejects these arguments, they invite deep contemplation about the mysteries of existence and the nature of the divine. Throughout history, philosophical discourse has presented a vast array of perspectives on the nature of existence, particularly in relation to the existence of God. One of the most widely discussed, yet debated, arguments for the existence of God is the ontological argument. Initially formulated by Anselm of Canterbury in the 11th century, the argument has been both championed and critiqued by numerous philosophers throughout the ages. At its core, the ontological argument posits that the very concept of God implies his existence. Anselm argued that if God is defined as the greatest possible being, then God must exist in reality, because a God that exists is greater than one that does not. The reasoning suggests that existence is a necessary attribute of the concept of God, and therefore the assertion of God's existence follows logically from the definition. However, this argument has not gone unchallenged. Among the most notable criticisms comes from the philosopher Immanuel Kant, who contended that existence is not a predicate or a characteristic that adds anything substantive to the concept of a thing. Kant argued that saying something exists does not provide any further information about its nature. For example, to claim that God exists does not tell us anything about God's attributes, essence, or role in the world. To Kant, the ontological argument failed because it treated existence as if it were a property of the concept of God, which, according to him, it is not. Therefore, the mere definition of God does not guarantee his existence, and any attempt to deduce the actual existence of God from the definition alone is inherently flawed. Further complicating matters, some critics of the ontological argument assert that it presupposes an overly simplistic view of existence. The argument assumes that logic alone is sufficient to demonstrate God's existence, yet it fails to account for empirical evidence or experiential validation. In other words, the leap from conceptualizing God to claiming his actual existence is seen by many as an unreasonable one. For many, logical reasoning is insufficient without tangible proof or at least some form of personal or collective experience that can corroborate the argument. The lack of such evidence makes the ontological argument a deeply divisive issue in the philosophy of religion. While it remains an intriguing exercise in deductive reasoning, its failure to provide concrete evidence or connect to lived experience has led many to view it as a flawed attempt to reason about the existence of the divine based solely on abstract definitions. Beyond these logical critiques, the ontological argument also faces theological criticisms. Some argue that it assumes too much certainty about the nature of God. In the traditional conception, God is often understood as a being whose nature transcends human comprehension. To argue for God's existence based solely on human definitions or logical constructs may, in fact, be an oversimplification of the divine mystery. In this sense, the ontological argument not only fails to address the question of God's existence, but it may also misunderstand the very nature of divinity itself. It suggests that human reason is sufficient to determine the existence of a being whose essence is, by definition, beyond human understanding. While the ontological argument remains a cornerstone of theological philosophy, it has also prompted an array of alternative approaches to the question of God's existence. Some of these alternative perspectives are found in existentialist philosophy, which prioritizes human existence and experience over abstract concepts of the divine. Existentialist thinkers such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Søren Kierkegaard often emphasize the importance of individual experience and personal meaning-making, rather than seeking to define or prove the existence of God through logical constructs or external authority. For existentialists, questions of God's existence are often secondary to the larger, more urgent question of how individuals can find meaning in their own lives. Sartre, for instance, rejected the notion that God's existence could provide an inherent purpose or meaning to human life. If God existed, Sartre suggested, humanity would be burdened with the existential responsibility of seeking meaning in a universe that may not provide it inherently. This view places the onus of meaning-making squarely on the individual rather than on an external deity or predetermined cosmic plan. Sartre's emphasis on human freedom and responsibility reflects a shift away from traditional religious answers and toward a more personal, subjective interpretation of existence. Similarly, Søren Kierkegaard, a key figure in existentialist thought, focused on the personal, subjective experience of faith. He acknowledged the uncertainty surrounding God's existence, but emphasized the role of faith and personal commitment in navigating the complexities of existence. Kierkegaard believed that the search for God was not about logical proofs or objective evidence, but about the internal, personal journey of faith. This faith, in his view, was not based on certainty or reason, but on a leap of commitment in the face of uncertainty. Other existential philosophers, like Karl Jaspers, took a somewhat different approach, suggesting that the search for God is intimately tied to the individual's search for meaning in an otherwise absurd world. For Jaspers, the question of God's existence was not something to be solved through logic or external proofs, but through personal experience, introspection, and engagement with the deeper mysteries of existence. Thus, existentialism as a whole challenges the conventional approach to theological questions, suggesting that the question of God's existence is far less important than the way each individual confronts the uncertainties and ambiguities of life. In stark contrast to these existential perspectives, process theology offers a radically different view of God and creation. Process theology, developed by philosophers such as Alfred North Whitehead and Charles Hartshorne, proposes that God is not a static, all-controlling being, but rather a dynamic, evolving participant in the ongoing unfolding of the universe. According to process theology, God does not stand apart from creation as an omnipotent, distant observer. Instead, God is intricately involved in the process of creation, influencing it through love, creativity, and persuasion. The central tenet of process theology is that God's power is not coercive, but persuasive. Rather than imposing a predetermined plan on the universe, God offers possibilities that creation is free to actualize. This perspective places God not as the sole creator, acting from a position of distance and power, but as a participant in the ongoing process of creation. The relationship between God and humanity, in this view, is more collaborative than hierarchical. Just as a gardener nurtures the soil, plants, and environment to encourage the growth of a garden, God provides the necessary care and influence to guide the unfolding of the universe, but the outcome depends on the choices and conditions present in creation. Moreover, process theology offers a unique response to the problem of evil. If God is seen as affected by the suffering and chaos in the world, and if God is always striving to guide creation toward greater good, then the existence of evil and suffering does not reflect a failure of God's will, but rather the inherent risks and challenges of a dynamic, evolving world. God's role is not to control or eliminate suffering, but to influence and guide the unfolding process in such a way that greater good can emerge. This understanding reframes how we think about the divine in the face of suffering, encouraging a deeper relationship with a God who is both responsive and actively involved in the world's ongoing development. During the Enlightenment period in the 17th and 18th centuries, there was a dramatic shift in how people thought about God and religion. This era saw the rise of reason and scientific inquiry as the dominant modes of understanding the world, which led many to question traditional religious beliefs and dogma. Enlightenment philosophers argued that human beings could use reason to understand the world, including divine matters, rather than relying solely on religious authority or scripture. This intellectual movement led to a questioning of the very notion of a personal God who intervenes in human affairs, with many thinkers proposing a more abstract conception of God as the distant creator who set the universe in motion but does not intervene in its operations. This view, known as deism, posits that God does not perform miracles or reveal divine knowledge through sacred texts, but instead established the laws of nature and allows the world to unfold according to these laws. Additionally, the Enlightenment fostered the development of secular ethics, which proposed that moral principles could be derived from reason and human experience rather than divine command. Philosophers such as Immanuel Kant and John Locke suggested that human beings, by virtue of their rational capacities, could determine what is morally right or wrong, without relying on religious or theological frameworks. This approach to ethics laid the groundwork for the development of modern secular morality, which emphasizes human autonomy, reason, and experience over traditional religious teachings. In this context, the Enlightenment period marked a turning point in the history of philosophy and theology. It challenged established religious authorities, redefined the role of reason in understanding the world, and paved the way for a more human-centered approach to ethics and existence. Even as the Enlightenment questioned many traditional religious beliefs, it also introduced new ways of thinking about God, morality, and the nature of human existence, leading to a more diverse and complex understanding of the divine and its role in the world. The movement's focus on human rights and the inherent dignity of the individual made profound waves in numerous sectors of society, including religion. At its heart, the call for equality and justice reshaped not only the political landscape, but also how people viewed their relationship to the divine. This paradigm shift encouraged more inclusive and tolerant interpretations of spirituality, which, in turn, led to a broader acceptance of diverse viewpoints on God, faith, and belief systems. In an era where questioning the status quo was gaining ground, the notion that spirituality could be fluid, personal, and open to dialogue became a powerful force. It created an atmosphere where belief itself could be explored, challenged, and redefined, fostering an environment of intellectual freedom and spiritual exploration. As people embraced the idea that spirituality should be shaped by individual conscience rather than rigid tradition, society began to witness an evolution in its understanding of God. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, heralded a new era in philosophical thought, advocating for a more secular approach to ethics and a less personal conception of the divine. The Enlightenment, by encouraging a move away from unquestioned authority and the dominance of religious dogma, catalyzed a major shift in how divinity was perceived. Instead of viewing God through the lens of tradition or mysticism, philosophers and thinkers began to advocate for the application of reason and logic to religious matters, a departure from the prevailing norms of the time. The ideas that emerged during this period laid the foundation for modern philosophical views on the nature of God, introducing perspectives that emphasized secular ethics, human autonomy, and rationality. These changes paved the way for a more open-minded, pluralistic approach to spirituality that still resonates in contemporary thought today. Modern perspectives on the existence and origin of God now present a rich and diverse array of viewpoints, each attempting to grapple with the complexities of existence and the possibility or impossibility of a divine being. Among the many philosophical positions that arose, the cosmological argument stands out. This argument asserts that everything in existence must have a cause, and because the universe itself exists, it too must have had a cause. This logical framework leads many proponents to the conclusion that this first cause is what we understand as God. The cosmological argument has had a profound influence on theological discourse, suggesting that the very existence of the universe points toward a higher power. The idea that something must have initiated the vast cosmos, which began as an unexplainable singularity, suggests that God could be the necessary cause for everything that exists. On the other hand, there are those who challenge this idea, particularly from an atheistic standpoint. These philosophers argue that the concept of God might simply be a human invention, born out of the need to explain the unknown and to provide meaning to human experience. In this view, religion is seen not as a reflection of a divine reality, but as a product of human cultural and historical contexts, evolving in response to natural phenomena and social needs, rather than divine intervention. Adding another layer of complexity to the discussion is existentialism, a school of thought that often places individual experience at the center of its worldview. Existentialists contend that the meaning of life and the nature of God is not an objective truth, but something each person must define for themselves. This perspective emphasizes personal freedom, responsibility, and the search for meaning, viewing God, or the lack thereof, as a deeply individual matter. According to existentialist thought, belief in God is not a question of universal truths, but of personal choices. This approach encourages individuals to grapple with their own existence and create their own meaning in a universe that is otherwise indifferent. While traditional religious views often focus on a fixed external conception of God, existentialism urges individuals to engage with the divine or reject it on their own terms. Another influential theological perspective is apophatic theology, which asserts that God is ultimately beyond human comprehension. This tradition, found in many religious mysticisms, suggests that the divine cannot be captured by human language or conceptualization. In fact, the more one tries to describe God, the further one drifts from the true nature of the divine. Apophatic theology thus emphasizes the limits of human understanding, asserting that God's essence can only be approached through silence, contemplation, and a recognition of the unknowable. This viewpoint insists that the true nature of God is a mystery that transcends all attempts at definition. Far from a denial of the divine, apophatic theology is a call to humility in the face of the infinite, urging believers to acknowledge the mysteries of existence without the arrogance of attempting to comprehend the divine in its entirety. In contrast, process theology offers a radically different view, one that positions God not as a static, unchanging being, but as an evolving entity in dynamic relationship with creation. In this view, God is not an impassive creator who set the universe in motion and stepped back, but is instead deeply involved in the ongoing process of creation. God is seen as both influencing and being influenced by the unfolding of the universe, working in co-creation with humanity and the cosmos. This perspective rejects traditional notions of divine immutability, embracing instead a vision of God as an active participant in the world's transformation. It offers a view of God that is both relational and dynamic, encouraging believers to see their own lives as part of an ever-changing, ever-evolving cosmic narrative. This view contrasts sharply with classical theologies that present God as an omnipotent, unchanging force, unperturbed by the fluctuations of the universe. These modern perspectives contribute to an expanding conversation about the nature of God, the origins of existence, and the meaning of spirituality in a rapidly changing world. They weave together philosophy, science, and spirituality in intricate ways, prompting ongoing reflection and debate. As humanity's understanding of the universe deepens, these ideas continue to evolve, pushing the boundaries of how we think about the divine. One such scientific concept that has sparked intense dialogue between theology and philosophy is the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory proposes that the universe began from a singularity, a small, hot, dense point, and has been expanding ever since. This scientific understanding of the universe's origin presents intriguing intersections with religious creation narratives, especially in traditions that view the beginning of the universe as a moment of divine creation. For many religious believers, the Big Bang is not seen as a challenge to their faith, but rather as a confirmation of it. The notion that everything in existence came from a single defining moment aligns closely with creation stories found in many religious traditions. Whether it's the Christian idea of God speaking the world into existence, the Hindu concept of a cosmic egg, or the Abrahamic belief in a divinely orchestrated beginning, the Big Bang provides a framework that can accommodate the notion of a higher power initiating the universe. Yet, while the Big Bang Theory tells us how the universe began, it leaves the question of why the universe exists unanswered. This is where theology steps in, offering interpretations that provide deeper meaning and insight into the purpose behind the cosmos. The interplay between scientific and theological perspectives creates a fertile ground for dialogue, allowing thinkers from both realms to explore their respective views on existence, creation, and the nature of divinity. Quantum physics, with its groundbreaking discoveries, has also raised profound questions about the nature of reality and existence, challenging long-held beliefs and prompting philosophical reflections on the possible role of a higher power in the fabric of reality. At the heart of quantum mechanics is the strange behavior of particles, which often defy conventional logic. Particles can exist in multiple states at once, and they can influence one another instantaneously, regardless of distance, in what is known as quantum entanglement. These phenomena suggest that reality is far more complex and fluid than previously understood, leading to the possibility that consciousness plays a role in shaping the universe. This raises intriguing questions about whether a guiding intelligence might be at work behind the scenes, orchestrating the underlying principles that govern the universe. The interconnectedness revealed by quantum entanglement further suggests that all things in the universe are related in ways that transcend our ordinary understanding, hinting at a deeper, perhaps divine unity behind all existence. Some see this profound interconnectedness as evidence of a divine purpose, a suggestion that the universe is not a series of random events, but might be part of a larger, intentional design. As our understanding of science, philosophy, and spirituality deepens, the quest to understand the origin and nature of God continues to evolve. The conversations between these realms of thought are far from over, each offering new insights and challenges that push the boundaries of human understanding. Whether through the lens of cosmology, existentialism, or quantum physics, the search for meaning and the question of a higher power remains central to the human experience. The quantum world, with all its perplexing nuances, often pushes the boundaries of our understanding of reality. One of the most enigmatic aspects of quantum mechanics is the uncertainty principle, which reveals that there is a fundamental limit to how much we can know about a particle's position and momentum simultaneously. This principle, articulated by Werner Heisenberg in the 1920s, suggests that the more precisely we measure one of these properties, the less precisely we can measure the other. It isn't just a limitation of our measuring instruments or technology, but a built-in characteristic of nature itself. This irreducible uncertainty invites profound reflections on the limits of human knowledge and consciousness, as it starkly reminds us that there are truths about the universe that will forever remain beyond our grasp. Such realizations have long fueled deep philosophical inquiries, not only into the nature of the physical world, but also into the existence of a higher power or divine essence that may transcend our understanding. While quantum physics does not directly speak to the question of God's existence, its implications are vast, sparking wonder, awe, and contemplation. As scientists continue to explore the underlying mechanics of the universe, questions inevitably emerge. Could the complexities of existence, its order, its lawfulness, its unfathomable precision, suggest the hand of a creator? Can the inherent limits to our understanding serve as a metaphor for something beyond the observable, a divine mystery that remains hidden? While quantum mechanics does not offer direct evidence for or against the existence of God, it undeniably invites us to explore these philosophical and metaphysical questions. The awe that accompanies discoveries about the subatomic world often transcends the scientific process itself, leading many to ponder questions of meaning, purpose, and creation. Could the universe, in all its intricacy and marvel, be the product of a grand design? And if so, does that design reveal itself only partially, or is there more, something far beyond the reaches of our current understanding? The origin of the universe itself, as explored through the lens of cosmology, presents yet another domain where science and philosophy overlap. Central to this discussion is the Big Bang Theory, a prevailing scientific explanation for the universe's inception. According to this model, all of the matter and energy in the universe originated from a singular, extraordinarily hot and dense point, approximately 13.8 billion years ago. This event marks the birth of space and time as we know them, setting into motion the expansion of the cosmos into the vast and complex entity we observe today. However, this scientific narrative presents a profound challenge when we turn our gaze to what might have existed before the Big Bang. Cosmologists have proposed various models to explain the origins of the universe, including ideas that stretch the boundaries of both science and philosophy. Yet, the Big Bang Theory, for all its detail and insight into the development of the universe, does not address what initiated this event in the first place. What sparked the singularity that would eventually unfold into the billions of galaxies, stars, and planets that populate the cosmos? In the absence of a concrete explanation, some cosmologists and theologians have turned to the possibility of a creator, positing that the universe's very existence could point toward a cause or force greater than random chance or natural processes. The idea that the universe began from a moment of creation, a cosmic beginning, aligns with many religious narratives of divine origin, and for some, the vastness and structure of the universe are seen as evidence of intentionality, design, or even guidance by a higher power. For many, the intersection of science and religion is not necessarily one of conflict, but of complementarity. Some argue that while science is invaluable in describing how the universe evolved after its inception, spirituality or divine guidance offers insight into why the universe exists at all. The precise laws of physics that govern everything from the behavior of subatomic particles to the motion of galaxies might be interpreted by some as reflecting a deeper divine order. Such reflections open up a space for dialogue, where scientific exploration and philosophical or religious interpretations can coexist, offering a broader understanding of the universe's mysteries. This synthesis of scientific inquiry and metaphysical contemplation finds fertile ground in discussions of dark matter. For many, the discovery of this invisible substance, believed to make up about 27% of the universe's mass, evokes a profound sense of the unknown. Dark matter does not emit or absorb light, making it undetectable by traditional observational tools. Yet scientists can infer its existence through its gravitational effects on visible matter, such as the way galaxies rotate. Despite its elusive nature, dark matter has become a key player in cosmological research, prompting both scientific and philosophical reflection. In the context of a search for meaning and purpose, dark matter represents a metaphor for the vast unknowns that remain in the universe. Its existence challenges human intellect and drives deeper questions about reality, existence, and creation. For some, the very fact that there are forces in the universe that elude our understanding hints at something more profound. Could dark matter suggest a grand design, an unseen force that, like a creator, shapes the cosmos in ways we are yet to comprehend? Or does its mystery point to the randomness and chaos that govern the universe? A reminder that not all things can be neatly understood or classified. These questions surrounding dark matter extend far beyond the realm of pure science. For those who explore the intersections of science, philosophy, and religion, dark matter becomes a symbol of both the limits of human understanding and the potential for discovery. It challenges us to reconsider our place in the universe, asking whether we are truly capable of grasping the nature of reality in its entirety, or if there are aspects of existence that will remain forever veiled in mystery. The conversation around intelligent design has also evolved significantly in recent decades. Initially introduced in the late 20th century as an alternative to Darwinian evolution, intelligent design suggests that certain features of the universe and living organisms are best explained by the actions of an intelligent cause, rather than by natural processes alone. This theory quickly sparked controversy, especially within the scientific community, as it offered no empirical evidence that could be tested or observed in a repeatable way. Unlike scientific theories, which rely on hypotheses that can be validated through experiments and observation, intelligent design often invokes the idea of a supernatural designer, something that by definition falls outside the purview of empirical science. As a result, intelligent design has become increasingly viewed as more of a philosophical or theological stance than a legitimate scientific theory. Its proponents argue that the complexity and fine-tuning of the universe and life point toward the influence of an intelligent being, but critics contend that it lacks the rigorous, testable evidence required for inclusion in scientific discourse. Over time, many scientists have dismissed intelligent design as pseudoscience, given that it does not adhere to the core principles of the scientific method. The rise of intelligent design, however, underscores a broader cultural shift in how we understand science. As scientific progress continues to illuminate the mechanisms behind life and the cosmos, the conversation between science and religion becomes more nuanced. While science excels in explaining how the universe operates, the question of why it exists and what purpose it serves often lies outside the domain of empirical science, entering the realms of philosophy and theology. The concept of a creator initiating the universe presents particular challenges when viewed through the lens of science. Modern scientific theories, such as the Big Bang theory, describe the universe's evolution from a highly condensed hot state, but they do not address what caused the initial event. The scientific community, guided by the principles of observation and experimentation, seeks natural explanations for phenomena. Invoking a supernatural creator to explain the origin of the universe runs into significant obstacles when we consider the very nature of time and space, which modern physics suggests came into being at the moment of the Big Bang. In essence, the scientific method is not designed to address metaphysical questions about the nature of a creator, as these questions often transcend the measurable and observable. The concept of a deity, typically understood as being outside of time and space, is inherently at odds with the physical concepts that define the universe. Thus, while the question of a creator may persist in philosophical and theological circles, it remains outside the realm of scientific exploration. Nevertheless, the intersection of these ideas of science, philosophy, and theology continues to spark rich debates and reflections on the origins of the universe and the nature of existence. Whether or not we ever arrive at definitive answers, the ongoing exploration of these profound questions encourages a deeper appreciation for the complexity of the universe and the mysteries that remain unsolved. The exploration of the origins of the universe has always been a profound and complex topic. And in recent times, the rapid advancements in fields such as cosmology and quantum physics have presented radical new ways of thinking that challenge traditional views of creation. Historically, many cultures and religious traditions have anchored their understanding of the universe's beginnings in the belief of a divine creator or guiding force. However, as scientific knowledge advances, particularly within these groundbreaking disciplines, it has become increasingly difficult to ignore the growing body of evidence that suggests the universe might not require a divine hand to emerge. Some theorists, for example, have proposed that the universe could have arisen from quantum fluctuations, random fluctuations in the fabric of space and time that might lead to the formation of matter and energy. This concept, which suggests that the universe could come into existence spontaneously without any need for divine intervention, stretches the boundaries of traditional creation narratives, inviting new ways of thinking about the cosmos and its origins. The prospect of creation occurring without any divine influence encourages a shift toward a more scientific perspective on the universe's formation, leaving behind older mythological and theological models that dominated human thought for millennia. At the same time, this new scientific outlook does not necessarily negate the role that religion and faith play in shaping human understanding of existence. In fact, the intersection of science and faith has sparked a rich and fascinating dialogue, one that reveals the complexities of how humans attempt to make sense of the universe and their place within it. On one hand, faith offers personal meaning and spiritual answers to life's most profound questions, such as the reason for existence, the nature of good and evil, and what comes after death. On the other hand, scientific inquiry operates in a different realm, focusing on understanding the observable universe through empirical data and the laws of nature. This tension between the empirical pursuit of knowledge and the deeply personal quest for spiritual meaning creates a landscape in which questions about a deity's involvement in the creation of the universe remain more philosophical than scientific. The questions raised by scientists, such as how the universe began, what its fundamental properties are, and how life emerged, often cannot be answered in a way that satisfies religious or spiritual beliefs. When physicists address the question of God's existence, they typically approach it through the lens of observable evidence. They attempt to discern the workings of the universe by studying the fundamental forces and particles that govern everything, from the smallest atomic interactions to the vastness of galaxies. For many, this scientific approach provides a complete explanation of the cosmos. The laws of physics, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, can explain much of the observable phenomena, from the birth of stars to the formation of planetary systems. Under this framework, there seems to be little need to invoke a divine being to account for the universe's structure and origins. However, even among scientists, particularly those working in cosmology and quantum mechanics, the question of God's existence can still arise. Some physicists, even though they may not subscribe to religious views in the conventional sense, find themselves grappling with deep existential questions that arise from their work. The fine-tuning of physical constants, for instance, or the extremely unlikely series of events that led to the emergence of life, often prompts some scientists to wonder if these complex phenomena are truly the result of random processes. They might ask whether there is perhaps a higher intelligence or a guiding principle behind the seemingly perfect calibration of the universe. This line of thought does not necessarily align with traditional theological views of God, but it does entertain the possibility of a greater force or intelligence that orchestrates the laws of nature. The discussion can take on a distinctly philosophical tone. On the one hand, some argue that the beauty and intricate order seen in the universe, whether in the delicate structure of a snowflake or the spiral arms of a galaxy, may point to a purposeful design, as though the cosmos itself were crafted with intentionality. The patterns observed in nature, from the formation of galaxies to the principles of biological evolution, might suggest a designer who set everything in motion. On the other hand, there are those who argue that the universe can be fully explained by randomness and the natural processes that govern the behavior of matter and energy. According to this view, the beauty and order of the universe are simply byproducts of these processes, not indications of some higher intelligence. This philosophical debate is far from settled, and it highlights the contrasting ways in which humans approach questions of meaning, purpose, and existence. The question of whether God is a necessary being, or whether the universe can be explained without divine intervention, is ultimately a matter of personal interpretation for many people. Each physicist, theologian, or philosopher might arrive at their own conclusions based on their experiences, beliefs, and understanding of the universe. This diversity of thought underscores the fascinating intersection of science and meaning, where scientific inquiry and spiritual reflection coexist, often in tension, but also in conversation with one another. Whether one views the universe as the product of a divine being, or as a series of impersonal physical processes, the search for answers to the ultimate questions of existence remains one of the most profound pursuits of humanity. When examining the role of religion in shaping ideas about creation, one finds that major world religions offer a variety of perspectives, each contributing a unique narrative to the broader human understanding of the universe's origins. These perspectives provide answers that go beyond the empirical explanations of science, offering insights into the nature of the divine and the purpose of creation. For example, in Christianity, the creation story found in the book of Genesis is central to the faith. According to this narrative, God created the world in 6 days, culminating in the creation of humans, who were made in God's image. The Genesis account emphasizes the notion that creation was purposeful and intentional, with everything in existence having a divine plan behind it. This understanding of creation as an act of divine will underscores the Christian belief in God's sovereignty over all things and the importance of fulfilling divine commandments. In Islam, the concept of creation is similarly intertwined with the belief in God's will and power. The Quran teaches that Allah created the heavens and the earth as well as everything within them. However, in Islam, creation is not a one-time event. Rather, it is an ongoing process. Muslims believe that God's creation is constantly unfolding, with every part of the universe reflecting divine wisdom and serving as signs of God's existence. This ongoing creation is not just a theological idea, but a reality that shapes how Muslims understand their relationship with the world. They are seen as caretakers or stewards of creation, entrusted by Allah with the responsibility to care for the earth and all its inhabitants. Hinduism offers a distinct view of creation, one that incorporates the idea of cyclical time. In Hindu cosmology, the universe goes through endless cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction, each of which is governed by different deities within the Hindu pantheon. Brahma is often recognized as the creator, Vishnu as the preserver, and Shiva as the destroyer. These cycles of creation are not seen as linear, but as part of an eternal process of cosmic renewal. This cyclical view of the universe challenges the more linear, one-time creation narratives found in other religions, emphasizing instead the idea that creation is an ongoing, dynamic process that is continuously in motion. Buddhism, while not emphasizing a creator god in the same way as other religions, offers a unique perspective on the origins of existence. The concept of dependent origination in Buddhism teaches that all things arise in relation to one another, and that nothing exists independently. Creation, in this context, is less about a divine act and more about the interdependent nature of all things. The universe and all life forms are seen as being interconnected, constantly in flux and change. This view aligns more closely with a scientific understanding of the universe as a dynamic system, where every element influences and is influenced by everything else. Judaism shares with Christianity and Islam the belief in a singular, all-powerful God who created the world. The creation story in Genesis is central to Jewish thought, and it underscores the importance of the relationship between God and humanity. For Jews, creation is not just about the physical world, it is also about the covenant between God and his people, with the fulfillment of divine commandments seen as integral to humanity's role in the created order. This idea of a special relationship between God and humanity forms the foundation of Jewish teachings on ethics and morality, and it continues to influence Jewish thought and practice today. While the specifics of each religious creation narrative differ, a common thread runs through them all: the belief that creation serves a purpose and points toward a higher power. These stories, in their rich variety, reflect the diverse ways in which humanity has sought to understand its place in the universe and its relationship to the divine. Whether one interprets creation as the work of a single uncreated God, as a cyclical process of cosmic renewal, or as a manifestation of interconnectedness, these beliefs shape cultures, influence ethical perspectives, and guide the lives of millions around the world. In Christianity, the belief in an uncreated God is a central tenet of the faith. This concept holds profound theological significance, suggesting that God exists outside the confines of time and space. He was not created and does not depend on anything else for his existence. This idea underscores God's eternal nature. He has no beginning and no end, and his existence is independent of the universe he created. This eternal nature of God is foundational to Christian theology, offering believers a sense of comfort in knowing that God's promises are unchanging, even in the midst of a constantly changing world. The idea of an uncreated God also highlights God's sovereignty. If God is uncreated, then he is the ultimate source of all things. Everything in existence derives from him, and he has authority over all of creation. This understanding fosters a sense of awe and reverence among believers who recognize that their existence is a gift from a higher power, not a right. This realization can lead to humility and gratitude as people acknowledge their dependence on the divine for their very being. In the vast landscape of religious and spiritual beliefs, one of the most striking features is the rich diversity of perspectives on the nature of the divine. Across various traditions, the concept of a supreme being or ultimate reality is approached in ways that both reflect the uniqueness of each culture and echo universal themes of creation, existence, and the search for meaning. Hinduism, for example, stands out for its incredible diversity, allowing for a multitude of beliefs and practices, each offering a different path to understanding the Supreme Creator. Some followers of Hinduism may focus on developing a personal relationship with one specific deity, while others may dedicate themselves to deep philosophical inquiry, exploring questions about the nature of the universe and existence itself. This inclusivity reflects how diverse communities and traditions find their connection to the divine through various lenses, enriching the overall tapestry of Hindu spirituality. In Hinduism, the notion of a supreme creator is not rigid, but rather fluid, accommodating different interpretations and personal experiences of the divine. This flexibility allows individuals to tailor their understanding of God based on their unique experiences, upbringing, and spiritual needs. Hinduism acknowledges that the divine can manifest in countless forms, whether as a personal god to be worshipped, a cosmic force that governs the universe, or an abstract principle that underlies existence. This diverse understanding of the Supreme Creator is one of the hallmarks of Hinduism, and it offers a spiritual home for those seeking answers to life's most profound questions, whether through devotion, philosophical inquiry, or personal experience. In contrast, Islamic theology presents a distinctly different approach to the concept of God. In Islam, the belief in God, Allah, is foundational and absolutely central to the faith. Allah is understood to be the eternal creator of the universe, existing without beginning or end. This concept of God being outside the bounds of time and space is crucial in Islamic thought. Allah's existence is not bound by the limitations that govern the created world. Unlike everything in the universe, which has a starting point and an eventual end, Allah is beyond these temporal constraints. He has always existed, is present in the moment, and will continue to exist for eternity. This eternal nature of Allah underscores his transcendence, highlighting his uniqueness and supreme authority over all of creation. In the Quran, Allah is often referred to by names that emphasize his self-sufficiency and independence. One of the most significant names is Al-Ahad, meaning the One, which reinforces the singular, incomparable nature of Allah. Another key name, As-Samad, translates to the eternal or the everlasting, emphasizing that Allah is the ultimate source of all existence and that everything else in the universe depends on him for its being and sustenance. This relationship between Allah and the universe underscores the contingency of all creation. Everything in existence relies on Allah for its continued existence. The universe itself had a beginning when Allah chose to create it, but Allah himself is beyond that temporal framework, remaining eternal and unchanging. The Islamic view of God thus emphasizes Allah's absolute supremacy and eternal existence, positioning him as the ultimate source of all reality. Judaism offers yet another unique perspective on the nature of God. While the Jewish understanding of God shares some commonalities with both Hinduism and Islam, it also introduces its own distinct ideas. In Jewish thought, God is viewed as the ultimate source of all existence, but unlike the created beings that owe their existence to God, God himself does not have an origin. God is eternal, existing outside of time and space, and thus cannot be said to have been created in the way that all other things in the universe have been. The Torah, which is central to Jewish faith, begins with the statement, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," establishing that everything in existence owes its being to God. However, this statement does not suggest that God himself was created or came into being at some point in time. Rather, it reinforces the idea that God is self-existing, needing nothing else to exist. In addition to the teachings of the Torah, Kabbalistic traditions further explore the nature of God through the concept of the Sephirot, which are emanations or attributes that express different aspects of God's nature. These teachings convey that God's essence is so profound and all-encompassing that it is difficult to define or limit God using human terms. Jewish mysticism often emphasizes that God is beyond comprehension, and human beings are only able to approach understanding through contemplation, prayer, and a deep spiritual connection. Like Islam, Judaism views God as eternal, but the Jewish concept of God places significant importance on the idea that God is self-existent and not subject to the same concepts of origin that apply to the created world. Buddhism, with its unique perspective on creation and the divine, offers a radically different view compared to many other religious traditions. Central to Buddhist thought is the concept of samsara, a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. However, unlike many religions that attribute creation to a singular divine being, Buddhism does not view the universe as the product of a singular creator. Instead, it is seen as evolving through natural laws and processes, with everything in existence constantly changing and evolving. The universe is in a state of perpetual flux, shaped by the actions and intentions of all beings within it. This understanding of the world emphasizes interconnectedness and impermanence, suggesting that even the most powerful beings in the universe are not permanent or ultimate, but part of this ongoing cycle of samsara. In Buddhism, divine entities, often referred to as deities or celestial beings, are seen as inhabiting higher realms within the samsaric cycle. While they may appear more powerful or enlightened due to their favorable conditions, they are still subject to the same cycle of birth and death as all other beings. These entities are not considered true gods in the traditional sense, as they can still suffer and eventually be reborn into lower realms if they do not achieve enlightenment. The ultimate goal in Buddhism is to break free from samsara and attain nirvana, a state beyond suffering and rebirth. This path emphasizes personal transformation, the cultivation of wisdom, and the practice of compassion. In this context, Buddhism encourages individuals to look beyond divine entities and seek liberation through their own understanding of reality, moving away from reliance on external forces and focusing instead on inner growth and spiritual development. Indigenous spiritual traditions offer a diverse and often deeply intimate view of the divine. Unlike the monotheistic religions that often emphasize a singular creator, indigenous spirituality typically presents a more multifaceted understanding of the divine. These traditions often include a wide range of stories and beliefs that vary greatly across different cultures and regions. However, many indigenous peoples view the divine as intimately connected with nature and the universe. Rather than seeing the divine as separate from the world, these traditions often perceive the divine as an inherent part of the natural world, with gods and spirits emanating from the elements: earth, water, sky, and stars. In many indigenous cultures, there is a belief in a great spirit, or a creator who shaped the world and its inhabitants. These divine beings are often seen as personifications of the natural forces that govern life, such as the sun, the wind, or the oceans. The relationship between humans, animals, and the natural world is seen as sacred, with humans regarded as stewards of the earth, responsible for maintaining balance and harmony with the environment. In this worldview, divine entities are not distant or remote, but rather present and active within the world, influencing the lives of all creatures. Some narratives suggest that these divine beings emerge from the cosmos, with the transition from the celestial realm to the earthly plane often depicted as a gradual process that emphasizes the interconnectedness of all forms of life. Mystical experiences, those moments of profound insight or connection, also play a crucial role in shaping individuals' perceptions of the divine. People who undergo such experiences often describe a sense of unity with the universe, an overwhelming presence that they interpret as divine. During these transcendent encounters, the traditional sense of separation between the self and the divine often fades, and individuals feel as though they are in direct communion with a greater reality. These experiences can evoke a profound sense of peace, understanding, and connection, and they can significantly influence how a person views the nature of God. For some, Mystical experiences challenge existing religious frameworks, leading them to question traditional doctrines and explore a more personal connection with the divine. These experiences can inspire individuals to see God not just as a distant entity defined by religious texts or institutional teachings, but as an intimate presence that transcends conventional religious boundaries. As a result, mystical experiences can foster a sense of interconnectedness among different spiritual traditions, as they often reveal similar themes of divine presence and unity across cultures and belief systems. Ultimately, mystical experiences highlight the universal quest for understanding the nature of reality and our place within it. They encourage a broader acceptance of the idea that the divine may manifest in many forms and that direct, personal experiences of the divine can transcend the limitations of doctrinal beliefs. For those who undergo such experiences, the path to spiritual understanding becomes less about following prescribed rules and more about cultivating an inner connection with the divine, guided by personal intuition and direct experience. In this way, the exploration of the nature of God, whether through religious teachings, philosophical inquiry, or mystical experience, remains an ongoing journey. Each tradition, culture, and individual offers a unique perspective on the divine, but all share a common desire to understand the ultimate reality that underlies existence. Whether through devotion, inquiry, or personal revelation, the quest for spiritual truth is a deeply personal journey that continues to shape the lives of individuals across the world. The journey toward personal enlightenment often unfolds through a profound exploration of diverse spiritual practices, philosophical teachings, and the varied understandings of God across different cultures. This exploration is more than just an intellectual pursuit. It is an emotional, psychological, and spiritual odyssey that invites individuals to reflect on their beliefs and consider alternative perspectives. Such exploration often fosters an expansive sense of empathy, leading to a deeper recognition of our shared humanity. It encourages individuals to think critically about their own views and to appreciate that others may perceive the world through entirely different lenses. This openness, this willingness to embrace the unfamiliar, can lead to the realization that the divine is not a singular, static concept. Rather, it can manifest in many ways, each offering its own depth and richness. This understanding significantly enriches one's comprehension of existence. Personal enlightenment is not just a tool for individual self-understanding. It is, in many ways, a bridge, connecting us to deeper questions about life, the mysteries of existence, and the possibility of a higher power that transcends human comprehension. As individuals grow in wisdom and clarity, their encounters with the divine often become more nuanced and meaningful. They may begin to sense the presence of a higher reality in ways that surpass traditional religious boundaries, shaping their spiritual journey into something more personal, yet also more universal. The more individuals delve into these experiences, the more they discover that these encounters with God are not isolated events, but rather a continuous unfolding of wisdom and understanding. Mystics from various cultural and religious backgrounds have shared profoundly personal experiences with the divine. What is striking about these accounts is the recurring themes that emerge, themes that transcend time, geography, and even the religious frameworks from which these experiences arise. At the heart of many of these mystical descriptions is an overwhelming sense of unity with all that exists. Mystics often speak of merging with a vast, all-encompassing cosmic consciousness, a state in which the boundaries between themselves and the divine seem to dissolve. During these experiences, they report feelings of deep peace, boundless love, and profound understanding. Time and space, those familiar dimensions that govern everyday existence, seem to fade away, leaving only the purity of the experience itself. In numerous cultures, the divine is described not just as a presence, but as a powerful, radiant light. This light may not merely be seen, but felt, a warmth that envelops the mystic, filling them with a sense of clarity and understanding. This encounter with the light often leads to a realization of the interconnectedness of all life, offering the individual an understanding of existence that transcends individual ego. It is an experience of knowing that cannot be articulated, only felt, and it touches upon truths about the universe that go beyond human intellect. Another frequent theme within mystical traditions is the experience of divine guidance or the receipt of wisdom from a source beyond the self. Mystics often report receiving insights that seem to come from an external source, insights that provide clarity on life's meaning, personal struggles, or questions that have long remained unanswered. This guidance is transformative, often prompting significant shifts in one's attitude, behavior, or sense of purpose. The changes that follow are not always easy, as the process can challenge long-held beliefs, but they often lead to personal growth and spiritual healing. In the mystical journey, there is often a duality, a tension between moments of great joy and the confrontation of inner fears or darker aspects of the self. Many mystics speak of experiencing immense joy, but this joy is often accompanied by a challenge to their inner being, forcing them to confront parts of themselves that are uncomfortable or painful. It is through this duality, this dance between light and shadow, that a deeper understanding of both God and the self can be achieved. Regardless of the specific cultural or religious context in which these experiences occur, whether through Christian prayer, Buddhist meditation, or indigenous rituals, the essence of the mystical encounter remains strikingly similar. Each mystic, in their own unique way, seeks a profound connection with the divine, and in doing so, they reveal a shared human quest for meaning, purpose, and belonging. This commonality between mystical traditions suggests that beneath the surface diversity of religious practices, there exists a universal yearning to connect with something greater than oneself. The themes shared across different mystical traditions offer a window into the nature of these profound experiences. One of the most prominent themes is the sense of unity, the feeling that the boundaries between the individual and the divine, or between the self and the world, have dissolved. This experience is so powerful that it can radically alter one's perception of reality. Mystics often describe the experience as one in which they understand that all of existence is interconnected, part of a greater, singular reality. Another common theme is the ineffability of the experience. Mystics often find themselves at a loss for words when trying to describe the depth of their encounters with God. They speak of feelings of love, peace, and light that are so profound that language simply cannot capture their essence. This inability to fully articulate the experience suggests that the true nature of divine encounters is not something that can be understood intellectually, but must be felt on a deeper, more emotional and spiritual level. Mystical experiences are also characterized by transformative insights that often lead to profound changes in an individual's outlook on life. Following these encounters, many mystics report a heightened sense of compassion, a renewed sense of purpose, and a deep desire to align their lives with what they perceive to be divine principles. The impact of such experiences is not limited to the individual. Mystics often feel compelled to share their insights with others, offering guidance and inspiration to those on their own spiritual journeys. Time itself seems to be altered during mystical experiences. Individuals frequently report that moments spent in the presence of the divine feel both eternal and instantaneous, creating a paradoxical perception of reality that transcends the usual constraints of time. This altered perception of time serves as yet another example of how mystical experiences challenge our everyday understanding of the world and open up new dimensions of spiritual insight. The theme of love, particularly unconditional love, is central to many mystical accounts of encounters with God. Those who describe their mystical experiences often speak of an overwhelming sense of love that transcends human comprehension. This love is not just a feeling, it is the very force that binds all things together, the source from which all existence flows. In this sense, love becomes not just an emotion, but the fundamental fabric of the universe itself. Together, these themes form a tapestry of shared experiences that transcend the boundaries of individual cultures and religions. They illuminate a universal quest for a deeper understanding of God and the nature of existence, highlighting the common threads that bind us all in our search for meaning and connection. Mystical traditions, particularly those that approach the concept of God as eternal, offer a unique perspective on the divine. These traditions emphasize that God is not simply an abstract idea or a distant creator, but an ever-present force that can be directly experienced and known by individuals. To reconcile the notion of an eternal God with human experience, mystics often propose that this divine presence transcends the limitations of time and space. In the mystical view, God exists outside the constraints that govern our daily lives, where time moves in a linear fashion and everything has a beginning and an end. Mystical teachings suggest that our understanding of reality is shaped by the limitations of our earthly experiences. However, through practices such as meditation, prayer, or contemplation, individuals can transcend these limitations and access a deeper, more expansive state of awareness. In this heightened state, mystics propose that individuals can encounter God in a way that feels timeless and eternal. Such experiences often lead to a profound sense of unity, where individuals feel not only connected to God, but also to all of creation. The eternal nature of God becomes evident as individuals recognize that their spirit is woven into the very fabric of the divine, existing beyond the constraints of time. By focusing on personal experience, mystical traditions provide a framework for understanding God's eternity as an unchanging reality, while acknowledging that human encounters with the divine may shift and evolve over time. This dynamic relationship fosters a deep understanding of God, one that feels both intimate and expansive, aligning the seeker's journey with the concept of an eternal presence that is always accessible. Cognitive biases also play a crucial role in shaping how individuals perceive the existence of God. At the core of human cognition are mental shortcuts, heuristics, that our brains use to make sense of the world. One of the most significant of these is confirmation bias, which leads people to seek out information that supports their pre-existing beliefs. If someone already believes in God, they are more likely to notice and remember experiences or evidence that align with this belief, while disregarding or forgetting evidence that contradicts it. Another important bias is the appeal to authority, where individuals are more likely to trust sources of information that hold authority in their communities, such as religious leaders, sacred texts, or established religious traditions. This bias can strengthen belief in God's existence, especially when these authorities present compelling arguments or share personal experiences that resonate with the individual. The availability heuristic also shapes perceptions of God. When individuals are frequently exposed to miraculous stories or personal accounts of divine encounters, they may come to believe that such events are more likely or significant than they would otherwise. These stories, often passed down through generations or shared within communities, serve as powerful affirmations of faith, reinforcing the belief in God's active presence in the world. Finally, cognitive dissonance plays a role when individuals are confronted with evidence that challenges their beliefs. Rather than reconsidering their faith in God, many individuals experience discomfort and may reinterpret or dismiss the evidence in order to preserve their existing worldview. This psychological mechanism helps explain why deeply held beliefs about God remain resilient in the face of contradictory evidence, reinforcing the complex interplay between personal experience, belief, and perception. The human tendency to see patterns, often referred to as pareidolia, plays a crucial role in shaping how individuals perceive their relationship with the divine. This inclination can lead people to interpret random occurrences or coincidences as signs from a higher power, creating an illusion of meaningful connections where none may exist. When faced with personal hardships or successes, individuals often attribute these events to divine influence, reinforcing their faith and belief system. This process is further complicated by various cognitive biases, which filter how people gather, interpret, and retain information, influencing not only their personal religious convictions, but also the broader societal attitudes towards spirituality and faith. These biases form the foundation of how people perceive their connection to a higher power, often acting as invisible forces that shape their view of the divine. The brain's response to spiritual and divine experiences is an intricate interplay of psychology and neuroscience. When an individual encounters a profoundly spiritual moment, whether through meditation, prayer, or a religious ceremony, specific regions of the brain are activated. These areas are not only involved in emotional regulation and memory, but also in the process of self-awareness that are helping individuals navigate their experiences and connect with something greater than themselves. The limbic system, which governs our emotional responses, plays a pivotal role in generating feelings of peace, joy, and transcendence. This emotional circuitry becomes especially active during moments when individuals report feeling a profound connection to the divine, igniting that intense sense of spirituality. The experience is often described as awe-inspiring or transformative, as if one is being touched by something beyond their own understanding. In addition to the limbic system, the prefrontal cortex also becomes engaged during these spiritual moments. This area of the brain is responsible for complex cognitive functions, including decision-making, reflecting on past experiences, and contemplating the future. During periods of spiritual reflection, individuals may experience shifts in their internal narrative, leading them to question their existence, contemplate their purpose in life, or seek answers to the grand mysteries of the universe. This reflective process is often where the feeling of connection arises. The brain contemplates its place within the vastness of the cosmos. As people reflect on their experiences, the brain's cognitive functions blend with deep emotional responses, giving rise to that profound sensation of unity with the divine. Neuroscientific studies have demonstrated practices such as prayer, meditation, or mindfulness can alter brain activity over time. Regular engagement in these activities has been linked to lasting changes in brain function, promoting a greater sense of well-being and an enhanced sense of inner peace. These changes often lead to long-term shifts in how the brain responds to stress, anxiety, and emotional turmoil, fostering a deeper sense of calm and clarity in the individual. This neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself through repeated practice, suggests that the brain is not a static organ, but rather an adaptable one that can be shaped by spiritual practices and beliefs. However, while the biological mechanisms behind spiritual experiences are fascinating, it is important to recognize that these processes are intricately linked to personal beliefs and societal influences. Cultural backgrounds, family traditions, and community dynamics shape how individuals interpret and process these spiritual experiences, adding layers of meaning to what is essentially a biological phenomenon. The brain processes these experiences in unique ways depending on an individual's upbringing and the specific cultural context in which they were raised. For instance, someone raised in a Christian household may interpret feelings of awe during a religious ceremony as a sign of God's presence, while someone raised in a different religious or spiritual tradition may experience the same feelings as a connection to a universal energy or force. Thus, while the biological underpinnings of spiritual experiences may be similar across individuals, the way they are understood and integrated into one's worldview is deeply personal and shaped by a lifetime of experiences. Childhood development plays a pivotal role in shaping an individual's understanding of spirituality and their beliefs about the divine. During their formative years, children are highly receptive to the information they receive from their families, communities, and cultures. The influence of family and culture is especially powerful, as religious traditions, rituals, and stories are often passed down through generations. These early experiences lay the groundwork for how children perceive and internalize the concept of a higher power. For many, belief in God or a divine creator is introduced at home, where they are taught the values, practices, and narratives that make up the foundation of their faith. As children grow and mature, they begin to form their own identities and worldviews. Their cognitive development during this stage allows them to ask questions, seek explanations, and critically engage with the information they have been given. This period of questioning is often a critical phase in their spiritual development as they start to examine the nature of God, morality, and the universe itself. For some, this phase leads to a deepening of faith, while for others, it may spark a more skeptical or questioning attitude toward religious teachings. This developmental process allows for the blending of inherited beliefs and personal exploration, which can ultimately lead to a more nuanced and personalized understanding of the divine. Social interactions and peer influence also play a significant role in shaping how children and young adults perceive spirituality. Friends, teachers, and community members all contribute to the way an individual develops their spiritual beliefs. For some, exposure to a diverse range of belief systems, whether through travel, education, or media, can broaden their understanding of spirituality and religion. This exposure can challenge early teachings and encourage a more inclusive or pluralistic approach to faith. As individuals navigate through these social influences, they often develop a more complex understanding of the divine, incorporating a range of perspectives and experiences that shape their own beliefs. By the time individuals reach adulthood, their foundational beliefs about God and spirituality are shaped by a complex interplay of family, culture, personal exploration, and social interactions. These beliefs become an integral part of their identity, influencing how they view themselves and their place in the world. Beliefs about the divine are not static. Rather, they are continuously evolving as individuals encounter new experiences and insights throughout their lives. This ongoing development suggests that beliefs are not simply inherited, but are actively shaped and modified as individuals engage with the world around them. Sociocultural factors play a significant role in shaping individuals' beliefs in a created deity. These factors include the traditions, values, and norms of a given society, as well as the historical context in which that society has developed. In cultures with strong historical ties to religious texts or figures, beliefs about deities are often intertwined with specific narratives and teachings that resonate with the people's experiences and understanding of the world. These shared cultural narratives form the bedrock of religious belief, providing individuals with a framework for understanding the divine. In many cultures, family and community are the central forces that reinforce belief systems. Children often grow up in environments where religious beliefs are demonstrated through everyday practices, rituals, and celebrations. When these beliefs are reinforced by family and peers, individuals are more likely to adopt the same perspectives on God, viewing the divine as an integral part of their identity and community. These communal bonds, forged through shared rituals and values, create a deep sense of belonging that reinforces belief in a higher power. However, socioeconomic factors also influence how individuals relate to the divine. In societies that face uncertainty or hardship, belief in a higher power often provides comfort and a sense of purpose. For many, the idea of a divine plan offers reassurance in the face of adversity, giving them a sense that their struggles are part of a larger, meaningful narrative. Conversely, in more affluent or progressive societies, some individuals may lean towards secularism or alternative philosophies that challenge traditional views of the divine. The quest for meaning and purpose in life can take many forms, and in some contexts, belief in a created deity may be viewed as less relevant or necessary. In today's globalized world, cultural exchanges and increased connectivity have further impacted beliefs about the divine. As people encounter diverse religions, practices, and philosophies through travel, media, or migration, they may reassess their own perspectives on God. This exposure to different worldviews often leads to a blending of faiths or the emergence of new belief systems that incorporate elements from various traditions. This cultural fluidity highlights the dynamic nature of religious beliefs, suggesting that belief in a divine creator is not static, but is constantly evolving in response to new experiences and influences. Ultimately, belief in a divine creator serves several important psychological functions. For many, it provides a sense of purpose and meaning, offering a framework through which individuals can understand their place in the world and the reasons behind the challenges they face. Believing that a higher power has a plan for them can be comforting, especially during times of hardship or uncertainty. Another crucial psychological need fulfilled by belief in a divine creator is the quest for belonging. Religious communities often provide strong social connections, offering a sense of acceptance and support. The emotional bonds formed through collective worship, shared values, and common beliefs create a sense of security and reduce feelings of isolation. Additionally, belief in a divine creator can alleviate anxiety related to the unknown. Humans are inherently afraid of uncertainty, particularly when it comes to questions about life after death or the nature of existence itself. A belief in a higher power often brings reassurance that there is a greater order to the universe and that life continues in some form beyond our earthly existence. This belief helps individuals confront their fear of the unknown, providing comfort and stability in the face of life's most profound mysteries. In sum, the belief in a divine creator is not just a matter of personal conviction. It is a complex, multifaceted phenomenon that is shaped by a variety of psychological, biological, cultural, and societal factors. From the brain's intricate response to spiritual experiences, to the ways in which personal beliefs are influenced by family, culture, and social interactions, belief in the divine reflects the deep and enduring human need to understand our place in the universe and connect with something greater than ourselves. It is a belief that evolves over time, shaped by the individual's experiences, insights, and the broader cultural context in which they live. And for many, this belief provides a sense of meaning, purpose, belonging, and reassurance that transcends the uncertainties and complexities of human existence. Furthermore, the influence of faith extends far beyond the immediate concerns of individual belief. Faith often serves as a guiding force for individuals, offering them a robust framework through which to navigate the complexities of life. For many believers, religion provides a clear code of conduct, enabling them to make decisions based on an overarching set of moral principles. This ethical guidance, deeply rooted in religious teachings, helps individuals confront a variety of moral dilemmas with a sense of certainty and direction. By adhering to these doctrines, believers gain the comfort of knowing that a higher power has already established what is right and wrong, effectively simplifying their decision-making process in a world often rife with uncertainty. Furthermore, the belief that these moral directives come from an eternal and all-powerful deity can reinforce social norms, ensuring that these values are not just personal preferences, but universally upheld standards that strengthen the fabric of society itself. Lastly, faith plays a critical role in nurturing resilience, particularly in times of adversity. The belief in a caring and omnipotent creator offers emotional support and instills hope, even in the darkest of times. For those facing hardship, the conviction that they are not alone can be an incredibly powerful force. In the face of challenges, the assurance that divine assistance is available can offer comfort and strength, allowing individuals to persevere when the odds seem insurmountable. This belief in divine intervention provides a sense of security, fostering a spiritual framework through which believers can find purpose and meaning in their struggles. Thus, faith addresses some of humanity's deepest needs: the need for meaning, connection, guidance, and resilience. It shapes not only how individuals experience their lives, but also how they interpret the world around them, infusing every moment with a sense of divine purpose and ultimate direction. Religious traditions across the world offer a rich and varied tapestry of beliefs regarding the nature and attributes of God, each shaped by its unique historical and cultural context. In monotheistic faiths, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, God is often depicted as all-powerful, all-knowing, and ever-present. This concept of God as an omnipotent and omniscient being implies a deity capable of doing anything, aware of all things, and present everywhere at all times. Believers in these traditions understand God as the supreme being, whose existence is not bound by time or space, and whose knowledge transcends human comprehension. Christianity, in particular, emphasizes God's loving and merciful nature, often portraying him as a father who offers forgiveness and grace to humanity. The concept of sacrifice and redemption, as narrated in sacred texts like the Bible, underscores God's deep compassion and his willingness to engage with humanity on a personal level. Similarly, Islam presents God, Allah, as compassionate and merciful, stressing that these qualities define the relationship between God and human beings. The emphasis on justice and wisdom in Islam reflects a delicate balance between love and accountability, demonstrating that divine mercy does not negate the necessity of moral responsibility. Both Christianity and Islam share the common thread of a personal, relational God who not only demands righteousness but also offers grace and redemption to those who seek it. In contrast, Hinduism offers a more intricate vision of divinity. Hinduism recognizes multiple deities, each embodying specific attributes that correspond to different aspects of existence. At the core of this understanding is Brahman, the ultimate reality, which is both transcendent and immanent, encompassing all of creation, from the vastness of the cosmos to the smallest particles of matter. Hindu deities such as Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma each represent different qualities of the divine. Vishnu embodies preservation and goodness, Shiva represents destruction and transformation, while Brahma is the creator. These deities illustrate the dynamic and cyclical nature of the universe, emphasizing that creation, preservation, and destruction are not opposites, but rather interconnected forces that sustain the universe's balance. Buddhism, on the other hand, takes a fundamentally different approach by focusing on the concept of enlightenment rather than the worship of a personal god. In Buddhist teachings, the divine is not personified in a single deity, but rather exists as a state of ultimate understanding and peace, nirvana. This path to spiritual awakening emphasizes the cultivation of virtues such as compassion, wisdom, and mindfulness, which enable individuals to transcend the suffering inherent in human existence. By following the Eightfold Path, Buddhists aim to break free from the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, samsara, ultimately achieving a state of liberation from all attachment and suffering. In indigenous and folk religions, the divine is often perceived as closely connected to nature and ancestral spirits. Rather than focusing on a singular god or even a pantheon of gods, these religions emphasize the sacredness of the natural world. Elements such as the earth, the sun, rivers, trees, and animals are revered, symbolizing a deep connection between humanity and the environment. In many cases, ancestral spirits are seen as intermediaries between the living and the divine, offering guidance and protection. This reverence for nature highlights the belief that the sacred is not a distant, separate entity, but is embedded in the world itself. Despite these differences, a common thread emerges across these diverse religious systems: the themes of love, justice, wisdom, and the deep connection between the divine and the cosmos. Whether through a single, all-encompassing God, or through a myriad of gods and spirits, each tradition reflects humanity's search for meaning, purpose, and understanding in a world that often seems chaotic and uncertain. These varying perspectives on the divine offer rich insights into how different cultures interpret the nature of reality and the ultimate questions of existence. Anthropomorphic depictions of God, where divine qualities are attributed to human traits or forms, play a crucial role in shaping believers' understanding of the divine. By conceiving God in human terms, such as with emotions, intentions, or physical forms, these depictions make the abstract and incomprehensible more accessible and relatable. When individuals imagine a deity who experiences joy, sorrow, or love in ways that mirror human experience, they are more likely to form a personal connection with the divine. These human-like attributes allow believers to view God not as an impersonal force, but as a being capable of understanding human experiences and emotions. In this way, anthropomorphic representations provide a sense of intimacy, inviting followers to approach their faith with confidence and trust. For example, viewing God as a loving father evokes feelings of safety, care, and support. This image fosters a sense of belonging, encouraging believers to reach out in prayer and seek comfort in times of distress. On the other hand, a depiction of God as a stern judge may evoke a sense of awe and accountability, compelling believers to uphold moral standards and live in accordance with divine law. These contrasting representations influence not only the emotional response of individuals, but also their practical approach to worship, devotion, and ethical conduct. Moreover, anthropomorphic depictions of God serve an important pedagogical function. They make complex theological concepts more tangible and comprehensible through storytelling. Stories in which God is portrayed as acting with human-like qualities help believers to better understand difficult moral lessons about justice, compassion, and mercy. These narratives provide a means of passing down religious teachings from one generation to the next, strengthening communal ties and reinforcing shared values. However, anthropomorphizing God also comes with certain limitations. By viewing the divine through a strictly human lens, believers may risk narrowing their understanding of God's infinite nature. Some scholars and theologians argue that such depictions may inadvertently reduce God to a human construct, obscuring the transcendence and mystery that are central to many religious traditions. In this view, God's essence is seen as beyond human comprehension, and any attempt to depict him in human terms may distort the true nature of the divine. Despite these concerns, the use of anthropomorphic imagery remains a central aspect of many religious traditions, as it allows believers to connect with the divine in a personal and emotionally resonant way. The concepts of omnipotence and omniscience are fundamental to the understanding of God in various religious traditions. Omnipotence refers to the belief that God possesses unlimited power and can do anything that is logically possible. Omniscience, on the other hand, is the belief that God has perfect and complete knowledge of everything, including the past, present, and future. These two attributes are often seen as inseparable, with omnipotence enabling God to enact his will, and omniscience guiding his decisions. Together, they paint a picture of a deity who is both all-powerful and all-knowing, with an intimate understanding of the universe and everything within it. These concepts also have significant implications for the understanding of God's origin. In many religious traditions, God is believed to be eternal and uncreated, existing outside of time and space. If God is omnipotent, his existence is not contingent on anything else. He is the source of all creation, existing prior to and independently of the universe. Similarly, if God is omniscient, then his knowledge encompasses not just the present and past, but also all possible futures, including the very act of creation itself. This perspective suggests that God's existence transcends traditional notions of time and causality, offering a complex view of a deity whose being is not bound by the constraints of human understanding. Viewed through the lens of omnipotence and omniscience, God is not just a powerful creator, but a timeless, eternal entity whose nature transcends the very concepts of beginning and end. This conception of God challenges our understanding of existence, presenting a being whose knowledge and power are infinite and whose presence stretches across all of time and space. Thus, different cultures and religious traditions grapple with the mystery of God's nature, seeking to understand a divine being who is not merely a product of creation, but the very essence from which everything else flows. The doctrine of the Trinity holds particular significance in Christianity, offering a profound insight into the nature of God. It teaches that God exists as three distinct persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, yet remains one being. This concept emphasizes the relational aspect of God's nature, illustrating that God is not a solitary, distant force, but a dynamic, interactive presence within the world. The Father is viewed as the creator and sustainer. The Son embodies God's love through his life, teachings, and sacrifice, and the Holy Spirit represents God's ongoing presence and work within the lives of believers. This understanding of the Trinity encourages believers to perceive their relationship with God as one that is deeply personal, interactive, and communal. The idea of God as both one and three invites believers to reflect on the nature of unity and diversity within their own lives. Just as the three persons of the Trinity exist in perfect harmony, so too are believers called to live in unity despite their differences. This relational aspect of God serves as a model for human relationships, encouraging believers to strive for harmony, love, and mutual respect in their interactions with one another. Therefore, the Trinity is not just an abstract theological concept. It is a foundational truth that shapes how believers understand their relationship with God, each other, and the world. The understanding of God varies widely among different cultures and religions, with distinct approaches to both the singular and multiple manifestations of the divine. In monotheistic traditions, God is often seen as the ultimate, unchanging being who encompasses everything, creating a sense of unity and centrality in the understanding of existence. This belief in a singular God provides a clear structure for interpreting the world, suggesting that all creation exists under the guidance of a single divine authority. In contrast, polytheistic religions acknowledge multiple gods, each with unique attributes, responsibilities, and powers. These gods often govern different aspects of life, offering a more varied and flexible understanding of the divine. This polytheistic view reflects the diverse cultures and traditions that have developed over millennia, each interpreting the divine through its own lens. In this way, the concept of God, whether singular or multiple, offers a rich and varied expression of humanity's spiritual journey, providing different avenues for believers to connect with the sacred in meaningful ways. In certain belief systems, particularly those found in various strands of Hinduism, we find a fascinating combination of perspectives on the nature of the divine. Here, the concept of ultimate reality is not confined to a singular form. Rather, it is expressed through a multiplicity of gods and goddesses, each representing a different dimension or aspect of that one source. This integration of singularity and multiplicity is not a contradiction, but a harmonious blending that enriches the spiritual landscape. It allows for a vast and colorful array of spiritual practices, rituals, and philosophies that enable individuals to connect with the divine in uniquely personal and culturally specific ways. Such systems are not just theoretical, they shape the everyday lives of the people who adhere to them, guiding how they approach their moral frameworks, their relationships with others, and even their understanding of the universe itself. Whether one views the divine as a singular entity or as a multi-faceted expression of an underlying unity, these ideas play a central role in shaping worldviews and moral values. They serve as invitations to reflect deeply on existence, the universe, and our place within it. These reflections are not confined to religious scholars or philosophers, but are an inherent part of the spiritual practice of ordinary individuals, offering paths toward finding meaning in a world that often feels overwhelmingly material. Interfaith dialogues provide one of the most fascinating arenas for the exchange of ideas about the divine and creation. These dialogues allow individuals from different religious traditions to share their beliefs, stories, and lived experiences, offering glimpses into the wide array of ways in which different cultures interpret the nature of God and the universe. These conversations often bring to light both common themes and stark differences in how various faiths describe the origin of the cosmos and the role of humanity within it. Some religions speak of a singular creator who brings the world into existence from nothing. Others see creation as an ongoing, evolving process, or a cooperative endeavor among many divine beings. In each of these stories, however, there is often a shared core message. Life is sacred, and there is a guiding force that leads us toward deeper meaning. Through these dialogues, individuals from different traditions can begin to understand each other's beliefs not as incompatible contradictions, but as rich, diverse attempts to answer similar questions. They discover that, despite differing doctrines, many faiths share fundamental concepts such as the sanctity of life, the importance of justice, and the value of compassion. This common ground fosters mutual respect and offers opportunities for greater cooperation. At the heart of these interfaith conversations is a shared recognition of humanity's quest for meaning, even as that meaning is framed through different religious languages, symbols, and practices. These dialogues do more than clarify the ideas about God in each tradition. They deepen the understanding that personal experience plays a central role in faith. By focusing not just on doctrines, but also on lived experience, individuals are encouraged to see the divine not as a concept to be argued about, but as a presence to be encountered and experienced in many forms. Some might encounter the divine through structured rituals and religious practices, while others may feel a more immediate personal relationship that transcends tradition. The diversity of experiences is celebrated, and the belief emerges that these different paths toward understanding the divine are not contradictory, but complementary. In this way, interfaith dialogues help to foster an atmosphere of learning and growth, both personal and collective. As individuals engage with others who hold different beliefs, they are often prompted to reassess their own understanding of God, existence, and purpose. This process of mutual exploration can lead to deeper spiritual insights and a richer, more inclusive understanding of the world. Importantly, these exchanges are not just about intellectual knowledge. They offer practical solutions for how people of different faiths can live together harmoniously, address shared social challenges, and promote a culture of peace. Syncretism, the blending of different religious traditions and beliefs, offers another avenue for understanding the ways in which various faiths intersect and influence one another. When different belief systems merge, they often create new, hybrid forms of spirituality that reflect universal human concerns. These syncretic systems often emerge in places where cultural exchange has been intense, such as during the long history of trade, migration, or conquest. Yet the process of blending is not merely a cultural accident. It reflects the universal human desire to understand the nature of God, the universe, and morality. One of the most profound features of religious syncretism is its ability to highlight shared values across different faiths. Many religions, despite their doctrinal differences, emphasize core values such as love, compassion, and justice. The idea that we should treat others with kindness and respect is a cornerstone in many religious systems, revealing that despite differences in theology, humanity's ethical compass often points in the same direction. This commonality suggests a universal human pursuit of ideals that transcend individual cultures or religious boundaries. The blending of religious traditions also provides insight into the adaptability and resilience of belief systems. As societies change, whether through political shifts, scientific discoveries, or cultural transformations, religions evolve to address new challenges and questions. The syncretic process reflects this adaptability, showing that belief systems are not static, but dynamic, always evolving in response to the needs and experiences of their followers. For individuals, exploring these syncretic traditions can lead to personal growth, as encountering other perspectives can help them reassess their own beliefs and deepen their spiritual journey. On a broader societal level, religious syncretism can encourage greater tolerance and cooperation among different communities. When people see the overlaps between their own faith and the beliefs of others, they are less likely to focus on doctrinal differences and more likely to appreciate the shared human quest for meaning. This mutual understanding fosters a sense of collective harmony, where individuals can work together to address shared societal issues such as poverty, injustice, or environmental destruction, while still honoring their unique spiritual traditions. Comparative religion studies serve as an invaluable tool for understanding the diversity of religious beliefs and practices across the world. By examining different religious traditions side by side, scholars can identify common themes and underlying assumptions about the nature of the divine, creation, and the human condition. These studies provide insights into how cultures construct their ideas about God, morality, and the purpose of life. For example, many religions depict a supreme being or higher power that embodies qualities such as love, justice, and compassion. By analyzing these attributes, scholars can better understand the universal human yearning for purpose, connection, and a sense of moral order in the world. Comparative religion studies also highlight the importance of historical and cultural contexts in shaping religious beliefs. While the narratives may differ across traditions, certain symbols, rituals, and ethical teachings recur in many different belief systems, suggesting that humanity's search for truth and meaning is a shared cross-cultural endeavor. In this sense, comparative religion serves as a bridge that connects individuals from different backgrounds, helping them see both the diversity and the unity within human religious experience. Throughout history, interreligious conflicts have profoundly influenced perceptions of the divine and its relationship to human life. These conflicts often arise from deeply entrenched beliefs about God, morality, and the purpose of existence. When one community encounters another with radically different beliefs, the resulting tensions can lead to rivalries that challenge the very foundation of faith. In many cases, conflicts are not seen merely as territorial disputes or political struggles, but as divine tests or manifestations of God's will. This belief that God is on one side often strengthens the conviction that the opposing side is aligned with evil, leading to a sense of righteousness and divine protection. Yet these conflicts can also lead some individuals to question the existence of a benevolent and all-powerful God. When religious violence and suffering are experienced, particularly when inflicted by fellow believers, it can lead to deep reflections on the nature of God. For some, the experience of suffering in the name of religion prompts questions about the compatibility of a loving deity with the existence of such pain and destruction. This crisis of faith can lead to more agnostic or atheistic perspectives, as individuals grapple with the seeming contradictions between belief in a benevolent God and the realities of human conflict. Nevertheless, the philosophical and theological reflections arising from interreligious strife can also give birth to new, more inclusive understandings of the divine. In response to the divisiveness of religious conflict, some have embraced the idea of a universal God, one that transcends the boundaries of any single tradition and reflects the shared spiritual aspirations of humanity. Such ideas encourage a broader, more abstract understanding of divinity, one that seeks to unite rather than divide. In this way, interreligious conflict can, paradoxically, contribute to the development of more inclusive and universal spiritual concepts. Ancient texts have played an enormous role in shaping contemporary understandings of God. These texts, whether religious scriptures, mythologies, or philosophical works, serve as the bridge between the beliefs of past generations and the spiritual lives of people today. For many religious communities, these ancient writings are not merely historical artifacts, but living documents that continue to guide and inform their beliefs and practices. The sacred texts of religions such as the Bible, the Quran, and the Bhagavad Gita offer a rich diversity of portrayals of God. Some present God as a deeply personal, loving, and compassionate figure. Others depict the divine as distant, commanding, and transcendent. These varying representations offer a profound range of interpretations, each shaping how believers understand their relationship with the divine and their place in the world. Whether emphasizing the intimate, caring aspect of God or highlighting the grandeur and authority of the Creator, these ancient texts continue to inspire and inform the spiritual journeys of individuals across cultures and generations. They serve as anchors for faith, guiding adherents in their quest for meaning, purpose, and connection with the divine. Moreover, the ancient texts that have survived the passage of millennia often explore some of the most fundamental questions about existence, questions that continue to captivate humanity's imagination today. These texts seek to address timeless concerns such as, why are we here? What is our purpose? How does the divine relate to the world we inhabit? The answers they provide are deeply interwoven with the fabric of human culture, spirituality, and philosophical discourse. These discussions have not only persisted, but have grown into rich theological debates that continue to inspire reflection across generations. Scholars, theologians, and believers alike continue to draw upon these ancient understandings as a way of interpreting their modern experiences of faith. The historical and philosophical insights embedded in these ancient texts offer a lens through which individuals and communities can approach contemporary issues of morality, faith, justice, and spiritual fulfillment. Even as the societal context in which these beliefs are explored evolves through changes in technology, politics, and culture, the core themes of these ancient texts remain as relevant as ever. The myths, stories, and theological constructs within these writings continue to shape and influence cultural narratives in profound ways, acting as a guiding force in the moral and ethical frameworks of modern societies. For instance, the religious and philosophical teachings of ancient civilizations have left a lasting imprint on the art, literature, and even the laws that govern our contemporary societies. By engaging with the messages of ancient scriptures, modern societies continue to construct their moral and legal systems in a way that reflects the wisdom and values passed down through generations. Whether through the ethical imperatives found in sacred texts or the allegorical lessons embedded in ancient myths, these ancient writings have helped individuals navigate the complexities of the modern world. They offer insights that have withstood the test of time, providing valuable frameworks for moral reasoning and community building in the face of contemporary challenges. As generations of readers reinterpret these ancient teachings in light of their own experiences and contexts, they continue to derive personal meaning and communal identity from them. It is this ongoing interaction between the ancient and the modern that ensures the relevance of these texts for people of all ages, backgrounds, and cultures. The interpretations and applications of these teachings may differ in response to the changing circumstances of each era, but their enduring wisdom continues to shape the collective understanding of humanity's place in the universe. This process of reinterpreting ancient texts has led to the development of a profound understanding of God that reflects both the continuity and the transformation of human spirituality over time. Even as the contexts in which these ancient texts were written may differ vastly from our own, their impact on contemporary spiritual thought and practice remains substantial. These texts continue to mold and inform the collective understanding of God in ways that are powerful and transformative, shaping not just individual lives, but also entire societies. This lasting influence underscores the importance of preserving and studying these ancient traditions, as they offer a window into the early ways that humanity sought to understand the divine and its role in the world. Archaeological discoveries provide an even more tangible connection to these early beliefs about God and spirituality. They offer a fascinating glimpse into the material culture of ancient peoples and the ways in which their spiritual beliefs were manifested in everyday life. One of the most significant finds in this regard is the discovery of ancient shrines and altars, which provide evidence that early human societies engaged in worship practices centered on the divine. These structures, often located in sacred or ritual spaces, contain remnants of offerings, such as food, pottery, and other materials. These offerings suggest that early humans understood their relationship with the divine as one in which they gave gifts to seek favor, protection, or blessings. This reciprocal relationship between humanity and the divine is a theme that echoes throughout the religious traditions of both ancient and modern times. In addition to these shrines, many ancient burial sites have been unearthed, revealing elaborate tombs filled with grave goods and symbolic artifacts. These items reflect the deep-seated beliefs about the afterlife held by ancient cultures, illustrating their understanding of the journey beyond this life. The careful preparation of these burial sites and the inclusion of items intended to accompany the deceased in the afterlife suggest a view of existence that transcends physical death. Early societies clearly envisioned a higher power that governed not just life but also death, offering a sense of meaning and continuity in the face of mortality. This vision of an afterlife in which the soul continues to exist and undergoes a journey toward spiritual fulfillment or judgment plays a significant role in the religious and spiritual frameworks of many ancient cultures. Furthermore, ancient texts themselves provide invaluable insights into the spiritual and religious beliefs of early civilizations. Inscriptions, clay tablets, and other forms of written records reveal detailed prayers, hymns, and laws attributed to divine sources. These texts not only describe the attributes and characteristics of the gods, but also illuminate how religion was intricately tied to governance and daily life. Gods were often seen not only as spiritual beings, but also as political and moral authorities, whose will shaped the laws, customs, and social structures of the societies they governed. This close relationship between religion and governance can be seen in the way that religious rituals were performed by rulers and how the law codes were framed in terms of divine command. The gods were not distant, abstract concepts, but active participants in the social and political life of these ancient cultures. Artistic representations from these cultures also offer valuable insights into early beliefs about the divine. Statues, carvings, paintings, and other forms of visual art often depict gods, spirits, and other spiritual beings, showcasing how people envisioned the divine world. In some cases, these representations reflect the culture's understanding of nature and human traits, such as love, strength, or wisdom. Gods were often depicted as having human-like qualities, serving as a mirror for human aspirations, fears, and desires. These images not only express the culture's vision of the divine, but also convey the deeply personal ways in which the divine was experienced and understood by individuals. Whether the gods were portrayed as mighty, benevolent, or vengeful, they were always intimately tied to the lived experiences of the people who worshiped them. Together, these archaeological and artistic findings highlight the diversity and complexity of early beliefs about God. While these beliefs were varied and specific to each culture, a common thread runs through them, a deep and abiding human yearning to understand the mysteries of existence, often personified through powerful deities that influence both the natural world and human society. The search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the divine has been a central feature of human history, and these ancient beliefs reflect an enduring desire to comprehend the forces that shape our lives and our world. Language and translation play a pivotal role in shaping how we understand the concept of God, especially when it comes to interpreting ancient religious texts. Each language has its own nuances and intricacies, and these subtleties can significantly influence the way spiritual ideas are communicated and understood. In some cases, the translation of a single word can have profound implications for how a religious doctrine is understood. For example, a word in one language may encompass a wide range of meanings or ideas that do not directly translate into another language, leading to variations in how God's nature and attributes are conceptualized. This linguistic complexity is particularly important when discussing the origins and attributes of God, as the choice of words can shape the theological implications of religious teachings. Different cultures and faiths have their own languages, and each language reflects a unique worldview and understanding of the divine. This diversity of linguistic expression creates challenges when attempting to translate religious texts from one language to another. The process of translation can sometimes obscure or alter the original meaning of a text, leading to differing interpretations of the same concepts. For instance, one community might interpret the divine as a singular, all-powerful entity, while another might view the divine as manifesting in multiple forms or expressions. These differences in understanding often stem from the way language structures thought and guides the way people conceptualize God's nature and origin. In addition to translation, the study of etymology, the origins and histories of words, offers valuable insights into how certain attributes of God were perceived by early societies. By analyzing the historical evolution of religious terms, scholars can uncover the layers of meaning that have developed over time, shedding light on how different cultures have understood the divine. This linguistic analysis helps bridge the gap between ancient and modern understandings of the sacred, allowing us to appreciate the historical context in which these ideas first emerged. As language continues to evolve, so too does our understanding of the nature and origin of God, and this ongoing dialogue across cultures and generations remains central to the study of religion and theology. Ancient mythologies have played a significant role in shaping today's understanding of God and the divine. These early stories provided frameworks for making sense of the natural world and human existence. Many ancient cultures created deities that governed natural elements such as the sun, the moon, and storms, allowing people to personify the forces of nature. These gods were often depicted as possessing human-like qualities, enabling individuals to relate to the mysterious and often uncontrollable aspects of the natural world. Over time, as civilizations evolved and philosophical ideas deepened, these mythologies began to reflect more complex and abstract notions of divinity. In some traditions, gods were viewed not only as rulers of nature, but also as moral guides, embodying virtues like justice, love, and wisdom. The moral dimension of these ancient myths laid the groundwork for later theological concepts, nudging societies toward a more sophisticated understanding of the relationship between the divine and human behavior. The idea that the gods are not only powerful forces in the world, but also moral exemplars, reflects the growing realization that the divine is intimately connected to the ethical framework that governs human life. These ancient myths often explored themes of creation and the origin of life, providing the foundation for later religious texts and doctrines that emphasize the role of a single, all-powerful deity. In some mythologies, gods came together to create or transform the universe, foreshadowing the later development of monotheism, where the concept of a singular, supreme God would become central to the beliefs of various faiths. These ancient narratives were more than mere stories. They were the bedrock upon which many of today's spiritual beliefs were built. They offered profound insights into humanity's quest for meaning and the search for understanding in a seemingly chaotic and uncertain world. The interplay between myth, ethics, and the quest for knowledge about the universe continues to resonate today, illustrating the enduring power of these ancient stories. As we explore contemporary concepts of God, spirituality, and morality, we can see how these ancient mythologies have helped shape the evolution of theological thought through the ages. The study of Egyptian theology offers a fascinating glimpse into one of the world's oldest and most influential religious traditions. Central to ancient Egyptian belief was the concept of a creator deity, and one of the most important figures in this regard was Atum. Adam is often depicted as both the creator god and a symbol of the setting sun, embodying the cycle of creation and destruction. Egyptians believed that Atum emerged from the chaotic waters of Nun, symbolizing the emergence of order from primordial chaos. This creation narrative emphasizes the transition from nothingness to the structured, ordered world, highlighting the deep connection between the divine and the forces of cosmic creation. This ancient belief in the creator and the imagery associated with it offers valuable insights into how early cultures understood the role of the divine in the creation of the universe and the establishment of order in the world. The ancient Egyptians had a profound understanding of the cosmos, seeing creation as a divine act interwoven within a vast and orderly system. Their conception of creation extended far beyond the mere formation of the world. In their worldview, it was an intricate divine process that involved the emanation of gods and goddesses from the very being of the creator. These deities, birthed from the creator, were not passive forces, but active participants in shaping the world and sustaining the cosmic balance. Each god or goddess had a distinct role to play, ranging from governing the natural elements to guiding the journey of the soul in the afterlife. This deeply rooted belief in the interconnectedness of the divine and the everyday lives of the Egyptian people demonstrates how their theology reinforced a broader understanding of the universe, one where the sacred permeated all aspects of life. A key aspect of Egyptian creation mythology is the idea of emanation. The creator, often symbolized by Atum or other primary deities, generates other gods who then each fulfill essential roles in maintaining the cosmic order. The notion that creation is an ongoing and dynamic process, where each deity emanates from the creator and in turn helps govern different realms of existence, is foundational to Egyptian religious thought. These gods were not arbitrary in their functions. They were carefully chosen to uphold order, justice, and balance, particularly in the natural world and the moral order of society. Their actions were seen as necessary to prevent chaos, which was symbolized by the primeval waters of Nun. This belief in the divine order reinforced the idea that every action, every part of creation, was divinely orchestrated, ensuring that humans and nature alike lived in harmony with divine will. However, the Egyptian understanding of the creator was not monolithic. Over time and across different regions, interpretations of the creator varied, reflecting the diverse spiritual and cultural influences throughout Egypt. In Heliopolis, for example, the sun god Ra was revered as the creator, often depicted as the origin of all life and the ruler of the heavens. But in other regions, such as Thebes, a different deity, Amun, became prominent as a creator figure, embodying aspects of hiddenness and mystery. These regional differences illustrate how the concept of creation was not static, but adapted to local traditions and beliefs, even as the central theme of divine emanation remained a constant. Moreover, the influence of Egyptian creation myths has far-reaching implications. They shaped the Egyptian understanding of life, death, and morality, providing a framework for ethical behavior. For the Egyptians, creation was not an isolated event, but rather a continual process that involved the gods working in tandem to maintain ma'at, balance, truth, and order. This balance, considered the heart of creation, was seen as a cosmic necessity for both the gods and humanity. People were taught that their actions, if aligned with divine will, would contribute to maintaining this balance. Whether through the offerings to gods or the pursuit of justice in society, Egyptians believed they were participating in the grand cosmic drama of creation, perpetuating the divine order in the mundane world. The implications of how we view the Creator stretch far beyond ancient Egypt. The way in which the Creator is perceived plays a significant role in how we understand morality and ethics. Many of the moral frameworks that govern societies have deep roots in theological beliefs. When people conceive of God as a timeless and uncaused being, existing outside of time and space, moral truths are often seen as absolute, grounded in the very nature of God. In this view, right and wrong are not arbitrary, but are dictated by God's unchanging will. Thus, the moral order is seen as universal and objective, offering a firm basis for how individuals should act and what they should believe. Conversely, there are those who see God not as a static, eternal being, but as a product of certain historical or cultural processes. This perspective introduces a more flexible and evolving conception of morality. If the divine is seen as something that emerges from human history or culture, then morality may be considered more subjective, with ethical norms shifting as societies evolve. This view allows for moral standards to adapt to changing contexts, fostering a more nuanced understanding of right and wrong. Under this framework, moral behavior may be judged based on its consequences for individuals and society, rather than being fixed by divine decree. It is a perspective that sees ethics as dynamic, shaped by human experience rather than divine fiat. This divergence in thought about the nature of the Creator, the absolute, unchanging deity versus the historical, contextual one, has profound effects on the way societies view morality. It influences how laws are created, how individuals make ethical decisions, and how communities evolve over time. For those who hold to a timeless, uncaused Creator, the framework of morality may feel rigid, grounded in divine laws that cannot be questioned. In contrast, those who see the divine as evolving may embrace a more adaptable ethical framework, one that allows for change, growth, and the acknowledgement of diverse experiences. Existential questions about life, meaning, and the afterlife are central to human experience. In moments of profound uncertainty or crisis, individuals often experience a deep sense of dread, a fear of the unknown, of death, and of the meaning of life. This existential dread can be a catalyst, pushing people to seek answers that transcend the physical world. The search for divine meaning becomes not only a philosophical or theological inquiry, but a deeply personal one. People look for answers beyond the material world, hoping to find purpose and reassurance in a universe that can often feel chaotic and indifferent. In this search for meaning, the concept of a higher power often emerges as a comforting response. People who experience existential dread may turn to religion, philosophy, or spiritual practices to help make sense of their lives. The fear of death and the mystery of existence often lead individuals to ask fundamental questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? Is there a divine being behind it all? For many, belief in God offers an answer, suggesting that life is not arbitrary but part of a larger, meaningful divine plan. This perspective provides comfort, offering individuals a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves. Yet, not everyone grapples with existential questions in the same way. Some individuals, faced with the vastness of the unknown, may reject traditional religious beliefs. Instead, they might turn to personal experiences, values, and relationships to create their own meaning. In this view, meaning is not handed down from a divine being, but is something individuals must create for themselves. The existential search for purpose, therefore, becomes a deeply personal journey, a quest for answers that are grounded in individual choice, experiences, and understanding. These existential inquiries about meaning, purpose, and the afterlife are intricately tied to concepts of God. The way one understands God, whether as an unchanging, absolute being or as a product of human history, shapes their understanding of morality, ethics, and existence. For those who see their purpose as dictated by divine will, questions of morality and ethics often revolve around adherence to divine commandments. For others, the search for meaning may be seen as a more fluid, evolving process that is grounded in personal experience and human agency. Throughout history, different cultures have sought to reconcile moral laws with their beliefs about God. In many ancient civilizations, moral codes were seen as divinely inspired. In Mesopotamia, for example, the Code of Hammurabi was believed to be a reflection of divine will, offering a set of moral imperatives that guided the behavior of individuals and societies. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, the concept of ma'at was a moral and ethical guideline that defined truth, balance, and order. This divine order was essential for pleasing the gods and ensuring the prosperity of the kingdom. In modern religions, moral guidelines continue to play a central role. In Christianity, the Ten Commandments are seen as divine moral laws that govern behavior. Similarly, in Islam, the teachings of the Quran and Hadith provide ethical standards based on divine principles of justice, charity, and compassion. These religious frameworks offer moral guidance that transcends human laws, providing individuals with a sense of accountability to something greater than themselves. Yet the relationship between divine beliefs and moral laws is not always straightforward. Different interpretations of sacred texts can lead to divergent moral views within the same faith tradition. Over time, societies may reinterpret their sacred texts in response to changing social norms, leading to evolving moral standards. For example, growing acceptance of human rights and individual freedoms has prompted many religious communities to reevaluate how their ethical principles apply to modern society. This ongoing dialogue between religious beliefs and ethical norms shapes the moral landscape of the modern world. In the modern era, technology plays an increasingly significant role in shaping our understanding of the world and our beliefs about God. With access to vast amounts of information through the internet, individuals can explore a wide range of perspectives on faith, spirituality, and creation. This easy access to diverse ideas challenges traditional religious beliefs and opens up new possibilities for personal exploration of the divine. Advancements in science and technology have also had a profound impact on how we view the world and the divine. Discoveries about the origins of the universe and the processes of evolution challenge traditional narratives of creation. For some, these scientific explanations lead to a reconciliation between faith and reason, while others feel that their beliefs are threatened by the implications of scientific discoveries. This interplay between science and spirituality reflects the complexity of modern faith and the ways in which technological advances shape our understanding of the divine. Moreover, the rise of social media has revolutionized how people engage with spirituality and religious beliefs. Social media platforms connect individuals from around the world, allowing for a global dialogue about faith, philosophy, and personal experiences. These platforms create spaces where people can share their spiritual journeys, ask questions, and find support from like-minded individuals. This digital community fosters a more inclusive and diverse understanding of spirituality, enabling individuals to explore different ideas and perspectives. As technology continues to advance, new questions arise about the nature of consciousness, existence, and the divine. The development of artificial intelligence, AI, and virtual reality has opened up discussions about the nature of human consciousness and its relationship to the divine. If machines can simulate human cognition and emotions, does this suggest that consciousness is not uniquely human? Could AI possess a form of divinity, or is human consciousness the only divine spark in existence? Transhumanism, a movement that seeks to enhance the human condition through advanced technologies, introduces additional complexity into these discussions. By augmenting human biology with AI and genetic engineering, transhumanism raises the question of whether humans are acting as creators in their own right. Are we becoming divine creators ourselves by shaping our biological future, or are we simply fulfilling a divine purpose by advancing toward greater capabilities? These questions force us to reconsider our relationship with God, our role in creation, and our place in the cosmos. In the midst of all this technological advancement, AI also presents an opportunity to explore the nature of spirituality in new and profound ways. AI's ability to process vast amounts of data and recognize patterns could uncover new insights into ancient religious texts, offering fresh interpretations of spiritual ideas. Through its ability to analyze scripture across cultures, AI could foster greater interfaith dialogue, revealing common threads that unite rather than divide. The potential for AI to simulate consciousness also raises profound questions about the divine nature of intelligence. If machines can learn, reason, and experience emotions, what does this tell us about the nature of human intelligence and its connection to the divine? Is consciousness something that can be replicated, or does it have a unique divine quality that sets it apart from all other forms of intelligence? As AI continues to develop, it offers new avenues for exploring the mysteries of life, existence, and the divine, challenging our understanding of God and what it means to be human. The rise of artificial intelligence holds the potential to reshape how humanity approaches the intersection of technology and spirituality. As AI becomes more integrated into daily life, it's poised to take on roles traditionally associated with the sacred. Tasks like providing emotional support, guiding meditation practices, and even offering spiritual advice may soon fall under the domain of advanced algorithms and machine learning systems. This evolution could create new avenues for people to engage, with their faith and spirituality. In the past, these were domains reserved for religious leaders, spiritual guides, or even personal reflection in quiet spaces. Now, AI could offer a form of companionship or guidance, sparking a novel relationship between individuals and their understanding of the divine. The introduction of AI into these intimate and deeply personal realms challenges the very nature of faith. Could a machine, with its logic and algorithms, truly facilitate a human being's connection to a higher power? As automated systems become more adept at addressing human emotional and spiritual needs, the idea that spirituality can coexist with technological advancement might find wider acceptance. For some, this will affirm their belief that human progress and faith can go hand in hand. For others, it may provoke deep concerns about the authenticity and moral implications of such technologies. If technology can simulate guidance, can it truly replicate the sacred? The very nature of spirituality and belief may need to be reconsidered as machines enter the sphere of the divine. This confluence of artificial intelligence and spirituality doesn't merely offer new perspectives on faith. It also confronts complex philosophical and ethical dilemmas. AI's growing ability to replicate the nurturing qualities of spiritual figures or even the mystical nature of religious experiences forces us to reconsider what it means to possess faith, free will, and moral responsibility. If machines are increasingly capable of acting as guides or even decision makers in spiritual matters, what role do human beings play in determining right and wrong? The introduction of these capabilities opens the door to a radically different interpretation of what it means to be human, to be moral, and to act in accordance with divine law. Will our understanding of God evolve to become more fluid, perhaps embracing a dynamic dialogue with artificial intelligence as both realms grow together? The intersection of AI and spirituality is just one part of the larger shift in how humanity views itself in the context of the universe. As advances in science continually reshape our understanding of existence, profound questions about the nature of creation and the divine emerge. A significant aspect of this shift lies in the challenge posed to traditional religious beliefs. For example, discoveries about the vastness of space or the processes behind evolution compel many to rethink the ancient stories of creation handed down through religious traditions. The awe inspired by the sheer scale of the universe or by the intricacy of biological systems might even lead individuals to reconsider old beliefs in favor of a more scientific worldview. Some might view this shift as a conflict between science and theology, while others may find a way to reconcile the two in a more integrated, harmonious understanding of life and the cosmos. In this evolving landscape, some might find themselves drawn to a more expansive view of spirituality. As knowledge in fields like physics, biology, and neuroscience deepens, individuals may begin to find new connections between scientific principles and their own spiritual beliefs. The spiritual awe once attributed to the divine may now be directed at the natural world itself, as humanity's understanding of the universe becomes more profound. The mysteries of life, from the vast stretches of space to the microscopic wonders of our own biology, might spark a sense of the sacred, even if it doesn't fit within the traditional religious frameworks. In this way, science could act as a bridge, leading to the development of entirely new forms of spirituality. One of the most significant areas of scientific development that challenges our understanding of spirituality is the exploration of consciousness. Advances in neuroscience have begun to unravel the complexities of the human mind, suggesting that many aspects of what were once considered spiritual experiences might have a biological basis. If science can explain the phenomena once attributed to the soul, such as emotions, thoughts, and the sense of self, what does that mean for our understanding of human nature? If the essence of what it means to be human can be mapped, understood, and even replicated, the question of what makes us truly alive takes on new urgency. Ethical questions surrounding emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and genetic engineering will likely compel theologians to rethink what it means to be human. How do we maintain our moral responsibility when science begins to blur the lines between creation and manipulation? Additionally, the prospect of discovering life beyond Earth further complicates theological frameworks. If extraterrestrial beings are discovered, the implications for traditional religious narratives would be profound. Many religions assert the uniqueness of humanity in the eyes of the divine, positioning Earth as the focal point of creation. If we find that life exists on other planets, religious teachings about the human relationship to the Creator might need to expand dramatically. Would these new beings be considered part of God's creation, or would they fundamentally alter the way we view our relationship with the divine? As we venture into space, the lines between the sacred and the scientific blur, and the very foundations of faith might shift in unexpected directions. As science continues to advance, theology finds itself at a crossroads. This convergence offers an opportunity for both growth and exploration, but it also brings challenges. The relationship between science and religion could evolve beyond opposition and into a collaborative dialogue where both realms challenge each other, inspire new ideas, and lead to deeper understanding. The fusion of these fields might prompt answers to questions long left unresolved, questions about the meaning of life, the origins of existence, and the very nature of the divine. This dialogue has been explored throughout history in a variety of forms, including literature. The concept of a creator, or God, has fascinated thinkers, writers, and philosophers for centuries, leading to profound works of fiction and nonfiction. Many of these literary explorations dive deep into the implications of the existence of a deity, pondering whether the creator, like all things, must have a creator of their own. This paradox, which has captivated minds throughout the ages, is explored in countless ways, often suggesting that if everything needs a creator, then even God must have one. Through the ages, authors have examined this idea in depth. In metaphysical poetry and philosophical essays, God is sometimes portrayed as the uncaused cause, a being whose existence is necessary for the existence of everything else. In these works, writers create narratives that reflect the mystery and complexity of the divine, asking whether we, as humans, can truly understand God's origins. Some works even explore the idea that God transcends human comprehension and does not require a creator, existing beyond the scope of human reasoning. Literature has often portrayed characters struggling with questions of faith, doubt, and the nature of God. These narratives can offer powerful reflections on the human condition. The characters in such works may wrestle with the question of whether God is a product of human imagination or an eternal force existing beyond time. The search for meaning and the doubts that accompany it are universal experiences that resonate deeply with readers. In these stories, understanding God's origins becomes less significant than exploring the influence and meaning of God's presence in the lives of the characters. These works invite readers to reflect on their own spiritual journeys, helping them navigate the complexities of belief and doubt. Throughout history, art has served as a vital medium for expressing humanity's search for the divine. From the earliest cave paintings to contemporary visual art, artists have used their craft to express spiritual truths, explore existential questions, and depict the nature of God. Through paintings, sculptures, music, and literature, artists have conveyed deep emotions and philosophical insights, transforming abstract spiritual concepts into tangible forms. Whether through the intricate details of a religious painting or the haunting melody of a sacred hymn, art allows us to connect with the idea of a creator in profound ways. Visual art, in particular, has had a powerful impact on how humanity perceives the divine. Artists often depict divine figures or sacred narratives, presenting these spiritual concepts in ways that evoke reverence, awe, and contemplation. These works of art create connections between the viewer and the concept of a higher power, providing a space for reflection on the nature of existence and the role of the divine. Art can express what words alone often cannot, tapping into emotions and intuitions that transcend language. In addition to evoking reverence, art can challenge traditional religious beliefs. Different cultures and time periods influence how the divine is portrayed, leading to varying interpretations of sacred themes. Modern art, for instance, might provoke viewers to question the nature of faith, the role of the creator, and the relationship between humanity and the divine. The beauty and complexity of the universe, as portrayed through art, suggests that the creator is deeply involved in every facet of existence. Art does not simply reflect traditional beliefs. It can also expand or challenge them, pushing us to reconsider our understanding of God. Furthermore, art often bridges the sacred and the mundane. Rituals, music, dance, and other forms of artistic expression create communal experiences that reinforce spiritual beliefs. In these shared moments, the concept of a divine creator becomes not just an abstract idea, but a living, tangible reality that manifests through creativity. These communal experiences offer a profound way to connect with the divine, suggesting that spirituality is not just an individual pursuit, but a collective journey. The evolution of film has added another layer to this ongoing exploration of God and the divine. Filmmakers have tackled the question of God's origins and nature through a variety of narrative lenses, often drawing on mythological traditions and religious texts. In some films, gods are depicted as powerful beings whose actions shape human lives, embodying themes of creation, destruction, and redemption. Through visual storytelling, these films bring to life iconic religious figures, exploring their relationships with humanity and their roles in the grand narrative of existence. Other films adopt a more philosophical approach, presenting God not as a being, but as an abstract concept or force that shapes morality and purpose. These films often explore the struggles of individuals grappling with faith, doubt, and the search for meaning in a chaotic world. Through characters who question or seek understanding of God's existence, filmmakers invite audiences to explore their own beliefs and perceptions of the divine. Ultimately, the intersection of art, science, literature, and theology offers a vast and multifaceted journey into humanity's search for meaning. Whether through the lens of advanced technology, profound scientific discoveries, or artistic expressions of the divine, humanity's quest to understand God and existence is far from over. The conversation continues to evolve, and in many ways, it is only just beginning. In the realm of science fiction, the depiction of God and the exploration of the origins of divinity often take on a captivating, thought-provoking dimension. These films frequently propose alternative explanations for the existence of God, suggesting that what some may consider divine could in fact be advanced civilizations or extraterrestrial life forms. This angle of imagining alien beings as gods allows for a rich and multifaceted exploration of creation, evolution, and the nature of divinity. It opens up a space for deeper discussions about how humanity perceives the greater forces that govern our universe, including concepts of spirituality, existence, and our place in the cosmos. By presenting extraterrestrial beings as creators or deities, these films spark a profound contemplation of how different forms of life, more advanced than our own, might be perceived by lesser developed societies. They explore how such beings could influence our understanding of creation and existence, questioning whether we as humans are the pinnacle of divine creation, or whether we are merely one among many entities within a vast, interconnected cosmic order. The lens through which science fiction examines the origins of God is not merely a reflection of speculative storytelling. Rather, it serves as a catalyst for philosophical reflection on the mysteries of life, existence, and spirituality. In this context, visual effects, narrative depth, and character development work in tandem to engage audiences with profound existential questions about the nature of divinity, encouraging them to reconsider their own beliefs regarding the origins of God and its implications for the human experience. Each artistic interpretation of the divine, as portrayed in science fiction, reflects the cultural, social, and emotional currents of its time, making the examination of God's origins in cinema a fascinating lens through which we can better understand our collective identity. These portrayals allow us to examine the shifting spiritual and philosophical perspectives that arise from changing cultural paradigms, helping us recognize how our beliefs evolve in response to new information, scientific discoveries, and existential musings. Poetry about the existence and creation of God delves into similarly profound themes, addressing questions that resonate across different cultures, belief systems, and historical contexts. One of the central themes of such poetry is the relationship between humanity and the divine, with many poets exploring the awe and reverence humans feel in the face of creation's vastness. They often portray God as both a transcendent and intimate presence, whose essence pervades all of existence, yet remains deeply personal and accessible to individuals. This theme invites readers to reflect on their own spiritual journeys, evoking thoughts about life's purpose and the quest for meaning within the grander cosmic narrative. Another common theme in poetry about God is the internal struggle between faith and doubt. Many poets, through their work, convey the complexity and turbulence of belief, capturing the tension between conviction and uncertainty. These poems often explore profound questions related to the nature of suffering, the existence of evil, and the human search for solace and meaning in a seemingly chaotic world. Writers frequently use personal narratives to illustrate their emotional and spiritual journeys as they grapple with these existential concerns and question the foundations of their faith. Creation itself is yet another prominent theme in poetry about God. Poems often depict the act of creation as a wondrous and miraculous event, one that underscores the beauty and complexity of the universe and life itself. By emphasizing the intricacies of nature and existence, these poems suggest that the divine is not only present within the vastness of the cosmos, but is intricately woven into the very fabric of reality. In doing so, they inspire feelings of gratitude and awe, encouraging readers to appreciate the world's mysteries and the interconnectedness of all living things. In addition to these themes, poetry about God frequently explores the concepts of love and compassion. Many poets convey that the divine embodies an unconditional love, one that transcends human understanding, urging readers to reflect this love in their own lives. These poems often meditate on the importance of forgiveness, kindness, and the bonds that unite humanity, highlighting the centrality of love in both spiritual and everyday life. Through these themes, poetry invites readers to reflect on the deeper aspects of existence and spirituality, prompting introspection and offering a greater appreciation for the mysteries of life. While poetry about God fosters reflection on these themes, the search for extraterrestrial life raises similarly profound questions that blend both science and spirituality. The discovery of life beyond Earth has the potential to challenge or reshape many individuals' beliefs about God, as it prompts an exploration of the divine in the context of a universe that may be teeming with life beyond our imagination. For some, the possibility of extraterrestrial life could suggest that God's creativity extends far beyond Earth, envisioning a universe that is vast, diverse, and filled with intelligent beings. From this perspective, the universe itself becomes a canvas for divine expression, where other forms of life, perhaps even more advanced than humanity, share in the wonder of existence. Conversely, certain religious interpretations may find it difficult to reconcile the idea of extraterrestrial life with their beliefs. For those who hold that humanity is unique, created in God's image, the discovery of alien life could challenge foundational aspects of faith, raising questions about human purpose, divine intention, and the role of humanity in a broader cosmic narrative. In this context, the notion of extraterrestrial life forces a reevaluation of theological constructs such as salvation, creation, and the relationship between humans and the divine. These considerations invite a re-examination of religious doctrines and how they might evolve in response to the idea of other intelligent beings within the cosmos. As scientists continue to explore the cosmos, searching for microbial life or extraterrestrial signals, the conversation between science and faith continues to unfold. Many believers see no conflict between their faith in God and the possibility of life beyond Earth, viewing the exploration of the universe as a means of deepening their understanding of the divine. Rather than seeing these two pursuits as mutually exclusive, they view the search for extraterrestrial life as an opportunity to expand their spiritual horizons, to explore the mysteries of creation in new and exciting ways. This dialogue between science and spirituality represents a broader human curiosity about our place in the universe and the nature of existence itself. The discovery of alien life would undeniably open the door to profound discussions about our understanding of God and humanity's role in the universe. For centuries, many theological systems have centered around humanity as the unique and special creation of God, often presenting humans as the focal point of divine interest. The revelation of life beyond Earth would challenge this perspective, compelling theologians and religious thinkers to reconsider their views about about the singularity of human existence in the divine plan. Some may see the recognition of extraterrestrial life as a way to highlight the boundlessness of God's creativity, suggesting that the universe is a rich tapestry filled with diverse forms of life, each created by the same divine hand. For others, the existence of extraterrestrial beings might prompt feelings of competition or even anxiety about humanity's place in the divine order. Theological interpretations could shift to account for these new realities, possibly raising new questions about divine purpose, morality, and the role of humans in relation to other intelligent beings. Religious texts and doctrines, long considered fixed, would likely be subject to reinterpretation as scholars and theologians seek to incorporate these new discoveries into existing frameworks of belief. Concepts such as salvation, the uniqueness of humanity, and the nature of sin and redemption would require new lenses through which to be understood, opening the door for enriched discussions and debates within religious communities. Ultimately, the discovery of alien life would serve as a catalyst for deeper spiritual inquiry. It could prompt believers to reconsider their understanding of divinity, love, and the interconnectedness of all life in a boundless universe. By expanding our spiritual and philosophical horizons, this discovery could inspire reflection on humanity's responsibilities in an interconnected cosmos, where all beings, whether human, alien, or otherwise, are part of a greater tapestry of existence, woven together by the hand of God. Science fiction, too, frequently grapples with the question of divine creation by presenting a diverse array of perspectives that challenge traditional notions of a higher power. In many of these stories, the focus shifts from a singular divine entity to the idea of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence as creators. In these narratives, what we may perceive as divine intervention could in fact be the result of highly evolved beings possessing technology far beyond our understanding. These beings might be depicted as gods, manipulating environments, and creating life in ways that provoke questions about existence, purpose, and the nature of divinity itself. Other science fiction works approach the concept of creation from a more atheistic standpoint, suggesting that the universe and life as we know it emerged from natural processes, random events, or cosmic phenomena. In these stories, the act of creation is often tied to scientific principles such as evolution, with no divine hand guiding the process. This perspective raises profound existential questions about the nature of life, existence, and the possibility that purpose is not inherent in the universe, but must be created by humanity itself. Additionally, many science fiction stories delve into the themes of artificial intelligence and robotics, where humans themselves become the creators. This exploration expands the idea of divine creation beyond traditional religious boundaries, questioning what it means to be a creator in our own right and raising ethical concerns about our responsibilities toward our creations. In these stories, the role of God is not confined to the origins of life alone, but extends to a broader contemplation of the moral and spiritual implications of creation, technology, and artificial intelligence. These diverse interpretations of divine creation in science fiction encourage viewers and readers to reflect on their beliefs, their understanding of purpose, and the mysteries of existence. By posing these questions through the lens of speculative fiction, science fiction allows us to explore the vast possibilities of our universe and reconsider the nature of creation itself, inviting us to think deeply about the forces that shape our lives and our understanding of the divine. The question of why evil exists in a world created by a benevolent God has long been a subject of philosophical and theological inquiry. Many philosophical traditions and religious doctrines suggest that the existence of evil presents a paradox when juxtaposed with the concept of an all-powerful, all-knowing, and perfectly good creator. One common explanation posits that in order for humanity to experience true freedom, we must be endowed with the ability to choose between good and evil. This implies that if God created beings with the capacity for good, they must also have the ability to choose evil. In this framework, evil is not a creation of God, but a consequence of the free will granted to created beings. This perspective suggests that the autonomy to make moral choices is what allows for genuine love and goodness. Without the ability to choose freely, love would be forced and goodness would be meaningless. Therefore, evil is an inevitable result of the free will bestowed upon humanity, allowing for true moral agency and the possibility of real relationships with the divine. Another explanation considers the presence of evil as part of a larger divine plan, wherein suffering and hardship serve as opportunities for personal growth and transformation. Through adversity, individuals can develop resilience, compassion, and a deeper understanding of the goodness of life. In this view, evil is not arbitrary or pointless, but rather a means to an end, a tool for spiritual and emotional growth. Some argue that the existence of evil enables the appreciation of goodness, much in the way that we recognize light because of darkness. The contrast between good and evil allows individuals to discern and value the positive aspects of life, even in the midst of suffering. This philosophical perspective suggests that the existence of evil is necessary to appreciate and understand the fullness of goodness, creating a balance that allows for deeper reflection on moral values and the nature of existence. These perspectives on evil and suffering are central to theological and philosophical discussions about the nature of God and the human experience. Many religious traditions seek to reconcile these issues through complex theological frameworks that emphasize the necessity of free will, the potential for growth through suffering, and the value of contrasts in understanding the nature of goodness. Each of these views invites us to consider the broader questions of morality, choice, and the purpose of life, offering deeper insights into the nature of existence and the divine. The idea of suffering is woven deeply into the fabric of human experience, and throughout history, religious and philosophical frameworks have sought to address the profound mystery of why suffering exists. Many theological traditions grapple with this very question, attempting to make sense of the tension between the existence of an all-powerful benevolent deity and the pain, injustice, and hardship that permeate human life. Central to this exploration is the concept of a divine presence that not only witnesses human suffering but participates in it, offering comfort and solace through empathy, compassion, and the promise of a greater cosmic justice. This exploration of divine empathy and justice spans across numerous religious and spiritual traditions, each presenting unique perspectives on the nature of suffering, the existence of evil, and the role of humanity within the grand scheme of the universe. In many religious systems, especially within the context of monotheism, there is a recurring theme that God, or the divine, does not stand as an aloof, detached force, but rather as a compassionate presence that understands and shares in the suffering of humanity. The idea of a suffering God is articulated through various theological frameworks, suggesting that God does not merely observe pain from a distance, but experiences it alongside those who are suffering. This is a central theme in many monotheistic religions, where God is portrayed not as an indifferent deity, but as one who suffers with humanity. This divine empathy is seen as a means of connecting the divine and the human, offering believers a sense of solidarity in times of pain and struggle. Through this lens, God is not only all-powerful and all-knowing, but also intimately acquainted with the deepest sorrows of the human condition. In these theological perspectives, God's suffering with humanity is not seen as a sign of weakness or helplessness. Instead, it serves to deepen the connection between the divine and the human, providing believers with a source of comfort and strength in the midst of hardship. The idea that God shares in human pain allows for a more personal, relational understanding of the divine, where the divine presence is seen not as an abstract, distant concept, but as a companion in times of distress. This understanding of God's empathy serves as a foundation for hope, offering believers the assurance that their suffering is not ignored or overlooked, but is deeply understood by the divine. Many religious traditions further expand on this concept of suffering by suggesting that there is an ultimate purpose to human pain, one that transcends the immediate experience of distress. The belief in an ultimate justice, often found in monotheistic religions, proposes that while suffering may be a part of the earthly experience, there will be a time when divine justice is fully realized and wrongs will be righted. This belief in the restoration of justice after death can provide profound comfort to those who are enduring suffering, offering them hope that their pain is not meaningless and that it will be addressed in the greater context of a cosmic plan. The idea that justice will prevail in the afterlife provides a form of solace, assuring believers that the injustices of the world will not go unpunished, and that there is a divine order that will ultimately bring about balance and fairness. At the same time, theological responses to the problem of suffering vary widely, reflecting the diversity of human religious thought. Some traditions emphasize the role of free will as a key factor in the existence of evil and suffering. According to this view, God has granted humanity the freedom to choose between good and evil, and it is the exercise of this free will that leads to suffering. In this perspective, the existence of evil is not a direct result of God's will or desire, but rather a consequence of the choices that individuals make. This interpretation holds that free will is a necessary aspect of human existence, for without it, moral growth and spiritual development would be impossible. The opportunity to choose good or evil is seen as an essential part of human freedom, and through this freedom, individuals are able to grow spiritually and morally. Other religious traditions focus on the concept of spiritual growth as the primary reason for suffering. In these frameworks, suffering is not viewed as meaningless or senseless, but as an opportunity for personal transformation. The process of suffering is seen as one that leads to greater spiritual awareness, maturity, and understanding. For example, many Christian teachings suggest that suffering can be a means of drawing closer to God, as it provides opportunities for individuals to develop virtues such as patience, endurance, and humility. Similarly, in many other religious traditions, suffering is viewed as a necessary part of the process of spiritual evolution, where individuals learn to transcend their material desires and develop a deeper connection with the divine. Buddhism presents a radically different perspective on suffering, one that does not center around the idea of a creator deity, but instead focuses on the nature of suffering itself. In Buddhist thought, suffering is seen as an inherent part of existence, arising from attachment, craving, and desire. According to the Four Noble Truths, suffering exists because humans are attached to transient things and are driven by desires that lead to dissatisfaction. The cycle of rebirth, or samsara, continues until one achieves enlightenment, which is understood as the cessation of suffering. The path to the cessation of suffering, known as the Eightfold Path, involves the cultivation of wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline, all aimed at breaking the cycle of craving and attachment that leads to suffering. Hinduism, too, offers a unique approach to the problem of suffering, particularly through its concept of karma. According to the law of karma, every action has consequences, and one's current circumstances are shaped by actions in this life and previous lives. In this view, suffering is not an arbitrary or meaningless force, but rather a direct result of one's past actions. Karma is understood as the law of cause and effect, where good actions lead to positive outcomes and harmful actions lead to suffering. In Hinduism, suffering is seen as a way of purifying the soul, providing opportunities for spiritual growth and self-realization. By learning to overcome the challenges presented by suffering, individuals can gradually work toward liberation, or moksha, which is the ultimate goal of spiritual practice. In contrast to these perspectives, some religious traditions, such as Zoroastrianism, present a dualistic view of the universe in which good and evil are in constant opposition. In this worldview, the presence of suffering and malice in the world is understood as the result of an ongoing cosmic struggle between a benevolent deity and a malevolent one. Zoroastrianism teaches that the ultimate triumph of good over evil will restore peace and order to the world, and that suffering is a temporary condition that will be rectified in the end. This dualistic cosmology offers a framework for understanding the presence of suffering, providing believers with a sense of hope that evil will ultimately be overcome. Despite the diversity of perspectives on suffering, there are common themes that emerge across many religious traditions. One of the most prominent is the idea that suffering can be a means of moral or spiritual growth. Whether through the exercise of free will, the pursuit of enlightenment, or the cultivation of virtue, suffering is often seen as a necessary component of the human experience that leads to personal transformation. Another common theme is the belief in ultimate justice, whether in this life or the next, where suffering will be vindicated and wrongs will be righted. This belief provides comfort to those who suffer, offering them hope that their pain is not in vain and that there is a higher purpose to their suffering. However, the problem of suffering also raises profound philosophical questions that challenge traditional conceptions of an all-powerful, benevolent deity. If God is all-powerful and all good, why does suffering exist in the world? Why would a loving God allow natural disasters, wars, and disease to cause such widespread suffering? These questions have led many to re-examine their understanding of God and the nature of divinity. For some, the existence of suffering calls into question the traditional view of an all-powerful creator, prompting them to explore alternative conceptions of God, such as the idea of a God who suffers with humanity, or a God whose actions are beyond human comprehension. Native American creation stories provide yet another rich and diverse perspective on the divine and the nature of suffering. In these traditions, the divine is often seen as a presence that is deeply intertwined with the natural world. Many Native American creation myths emphasize the interconnectedness of all life, with the divine being manifest in nature, animals, and ancestors. These stories often portray the earth itself as a sacred being, nurturing and providing for all life. The divine is not seen as a distant, separate entity, but as an active, engaged presence that is intimately involved in the creation and maintenance of the world. Through these narratives, Native American traditions offer a vision of a world where the divine is not separate from suffering, but is present within it, providing guidance, support, and wisdom. In conclusion, the problem of suffering is a central theme in many religious and philosophical traditions, each offering unique insights into the nature of pain, evil, and the divine. Whether through the lens of free will, spiritual growth, karma, or divine empathy, these traditions seek to offer meaning and hope in the face of suffering. While the question of why suffering exists may never be fully answered, the diverse perspectives on the issue provide believers with the tools to navigate the complexities of human experience, offering comfort, strength, and a sense of connection to the divine. Ultimately, these theological frameworks encourage individuals to grapple with the mystery of suffering, fostering a deeper understanding of the nature of existence and the role of the divine in the world. Native American creation stories offer an extraordinarily rich and complex understanding of the divine, one that stands in stark contrast to conventional Western perspectives. These narratives present the divine as multifaceted, deeply rooted in the earth, and profoundly relational, urging humanity to see itself as part of a much larger, interconnected cosmos. These stories are not merely about the origins of the world, but rather serve as foundational frameworks for understanding existence itself, presenting lessons on creation, morality, and respect for the natural world. Passed down through generations, they continue to resonate with many individuals today, providing insight into how humans should relate to each other and the world around them. The Aboriginal Dreamtime, while often regarded as a collection of stories, is far more than that. It represents a profound, intricate system of belief, a worldview that interprets the land, the people, and the very laws governing life. Dreamtime is a spiritual framework that paints a picture of a universe where every element, rivers, mountains, animals, and humans, is interconnected. This belief system suggests that ancestral beings, acting as both creators and teachers, shaped the world, imparting vital lessons on morality, respect for nature, and the importance of human relationships. These ancestral beings are often depicted as beings of immense power and wisdom, whose actions created the very physical and moral structures that govern life. In the Dreamtime, the earth itself is not simply a backdrop to human existence. It is a sacred space imbued with divine presence. The environment becomes a living entity, one that is worthy of reverence and protection. By understanding this connection, Dreamtime fosters a sense of stewardship over the land, encouraging a worldview that sees nature not as something to be exploited, but as a partner in the ongoing story of creation. The spiritual significance of the land challenges the notion of a distant, impersonal deity that operates far removed from human affairs. Instead, Dreamtime presents a more animistic vision of the divine, a pervasive presence that infuses every aspect of existence. When examining the concept of God through the lens of Dreamtime, we see a strikingly different perspective from that typically found in Western religious traditions. Rather than a singular, transcendent God, Dreamtime offers a vision of the divine that is embodied in every aspect of the universe. The divine exists not as a distant entity, but as an integral force that ties everything together through the rivers, the rocks, the animals, and even the stories that communities pass down. This animistic worldview invites individuals to engage with the world not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in a larger, interconnected whole. In this view, the divine is not an object to be worshipped in isolation, but a presence to be experienced in every moment of life. This emphasis on relationships, continuity, and balance invites a broader perspective on spirituality, one that transcends the conventional understanding of God. Dreamtime highlights the importance of connection, not only between humans, but between humanity and the natural world. It calls for a recognition of the sacredness inherent in all living things, from the smallest creatures to the vast expanses of the earth itself. This holistic view offers a refreshing and deeply enriching alternative to more hierarchical notions of the divine, suggesting that spirituality is not about following rigid doctrines or dogmas, but about nurturing a profound and respectful relationship with the cosmos. Such a worldview extends beyond the specific context of Aboriginal cultures, offering valuable insights into how different societies perceive the divine. In the context of Asian philosophies, the approach to understanding the divine takes many different forms, reflecting the diverse cultural and spiritual beliefs across the continent. In Hinduism, for example, the divine is often manifested in a multitude of deities, each representing different aspects of reality and nature. This polytheistic view allows for a more nuanced understanding of the divine, where gods and goddesses serve as embodiments of a single, unified essence, Brahman. Brahman is the ultimate reality, an infinite and ineffable force that transcends human comprehension. However, this force is not distant or detached. Instead, it manifests in the many forms of gods and goddesses, each serving as an accessible representation of this underlying truth. In contrast to the Hindu model, Buddhism offers a very different approach to the divine. Rather than focusing on a creator god, Buddhism directs attention to the pursuit of enlightenment. The Buddha, revered as a teacher rather than a deity, encourages individuals to find their own path to understanding the nature of existence and to transcend suffering. In this tradition, the divine is not a transcendent being, but an inner potential for awakening. The focus is not on worship or devotion to a deity, but on personal transformation and spiritual awakening. The ultimate goal is the cessation of suffering and the realization of one's true nature, which is beyond attachment and desire. Taoism, another influential tradition from Asia, offers yet another unique perspective. Here, the concept of the divine is not rooted in a personal god, but in the Tao, the fundamental principle that underlies the entire universe. The Tao is not a deity to be worshipped, but an all-encompassing force that flows through every element of existence. It is the source of all things, embodying a harmonious balance of opposites and encouraging followers to align themselves with the natural rhythms of the world. This worldview challenges the notion of a personal god, instead focusing on the importance of living in accordance with the flow of the Tao. By doing so, individuals can attain a state of peace and harmony, experiencing the divine in the process of becoming one with the world around them. Confucianism, while often grouped with other Eastern philosophies, takes a different approach. Rather than focusing on the divine as a central figure, Confucianism emphasizes moral principles and human relationships. The teachings of Confucius focus on the cultivation of virtue, the importance of family and social harmony, and the development of ethical conduct. In this view, the divine is not a personal being, but an ideal of moral order that governs human interactions. Heaven, in Confucianism, refers not to a celestial realm inhabited by gods, but to a moral order that governs the universe. The focus is on ethical living and the cultivation of virtues that promote harmony within society. Taken together, these diverse Eastern philosophies offer a spectrum of beliefs about the divine, ranging from polytheism to enlightenment as an inner realization, and from harmony with universal principles to moral cultivation. Each of these perspectives offers valuable insights of the nature of existence, encouraging personal and communal growth. They highlight the complexity and richness of the human spiritual experience, offering pathways for individuals to explore their own relationship with the divine and with the world around them. The concept of God, or the divine, has been a central mystery in human thought for millennia. Throughout history, various religious traditions have sought to understand the nature of divine existence and to answer fundamental questions about the universe and humanity's place within it. One of the most profound questions is, if God exists, what form does this existence take? In some traditions, God is depicted as a personal anthropomorphic being, a creator who exists apart from the world and has the power to influence human affairs. In others, the divine is seen as an abstract force or energy that permeates the universe, influencing all things but remaining largely impersonal and distant. These contrasting views raise important questions about how God interacts with the world and humanity. Do divine actions influence our lives directly, or is everything preordained? In some religious traditions, the idea of divine providence suggests that everything in the universe is part of a divine plan, while others argue for the existence of free will, where individuals have the power to shape their own destinies. This paradox between divine omnipotence and human agency is a source of deep philosophical inquiry. Another significant mystery concerns the existence of evil. If God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfectly good, why does suffering exist? This paradox has troubled many religious thinkers and believers throughout history. The existence of evil and suffering challenges traditional views of God and forces people to grapple with difficult questions about the nature of good and evil, free will, and the reasons behind human suffering. For some, this challenge leads to a search for answers that reconcile the existence of a benevolent deity with the reality of pain and injustice in the world. In addition to these theological questions, the diversity of beliefs around the world presents a puzzle. With countless religious traditions offering different representations and understandings of God, how can one claim to know the true nature of the divine? This variety of beliefs raises important questions about the validity of individual experiences, the role of cultural influences, and the potential for universal truths that transcend religious boundaries. Can we find common ground in our understanding of God, or is the divine ultimately unknowable? The relationship between science and the divine is another intriguing area of exploration. As scientific discoveries continue to expand our understanding of the universe, questions arise about how these findings intersect or conflict with religious beliefs about God. Can faith coexist with scientific reasoning, or must they be seen as opposing forces? Some argue that science and faith are compatible, suggesting that the laws of nature are a reflection of divine order. Others maintain that science challenges traditional religious views, offering a more materialistic explanation for the origins of the universe and life. Regardless of where one stands on this issue, the interplay between science and religion continues to shape humanity's quest for knowledge and understanding. The mysteries surrounding the concept of God ultimately challenge us to reflect on our beliefs, the meaning of life, and our place in the universe. They encourage an ongoing exploration of spirituality, morality, and the depths of human experience. These questions invite us to seek answers, to challenge our assumptions, and to engage with the unknown in a way that transcends conventional religious categories. They remind us that the search for meaning is a deeply personal and collective journey, one that spans cultures, traditions, and centuries. One intriguing development in the exploration of existence and reality is the idea of parallel universes. Some theorists suggest that if countless universes exist, each with varying outcomes and histories, the traditional understanding of a singular, purposeful creation might be challenged. If there are infinite universes, our own might just be one of many, raising questions about divine intervention or design. If every choice leads to a different universe with every possible outcome, this could complicate the idea of a predetermined divine plan. However, some might argue that the existence of parallel universes points to a creator who orchestrates this complexity according to a grander design. This philosophical conundrum invites people to reconsider their notions of reality and existence, offering new possibilities for understanding the nature of the divine. String theory and the concept of the multiverse offer fascinating perspectives on the origins of the universe, which intersect with ideas about a creator. String theory posits that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not point-like particles, but tiny, vibrating strings. These strings vibrate in different ways, creating the various particles and forces we observe. This theory suggests that the universe is far more complex than previously imagined, with hidden dimensions and a deeper level of reality waiting to be uncovered. The concept of the multiverse suggests that our universe is just one of many, each with its own unique properties and laws. In such a vast and varied reality, questions arise about why our particular universe, with its specific combination of forces and constants, is suitable for life. Some may interpret the highly structured and ordered nature of the universe, as suggested by string theory, as evidence of intelligent design. If the laws of physics are so finely tuned to allow life to exist, it might suggest that there is some underlying intelligence behind the cosmos. The idea of the multiverse further complicates this notion, raising questions about randomness versus design. If there are countless universes, the right conditions for life might simply arise by chance. However, some might argue that the sheer complexity and variety of the multiverse could be evidence of a creator who set the stage for this vast, intricate reality. In the end, the intersections between string theory, the multiverse, and the idea of a creator offer profound opportunities for reflection. These theories push the boundaries of human understanding, encouraging us to explore the origins of the universe and the nature of the divine in new and exciting ways. They remind us that the quest for meaning and purpose is far from over, and that there is still much to discover about the nature of reality and our place within it. At the heart of these philosophical inquiries lies the concept of a primordial creator, a force or being responsible for sparking the universe into existence. Some speculate that this creator might be a conscious entity, possessing intention and wisdom, while others suggest that it could be an energy or force beyond human comprehension. This creator might have initiated the Big Bang, setting the conditions necessary for life to emerge. Whether as a conscious being or as an impersonal force, this creator embodies humanity's deepest questions about existence and the origins of reality. The notion of creation and the divine has intrigued humanity for centuries, shaping both ancient myths and modern philosophical inquiries. Among the many ideas that have been proposed, some stand out for their audacity and vastness, pushing the boundaries of what we understand as reality itself. One such theory that has gained traction in recent years is the concept of a multiverse. In this speculative view, the universe that we know is just one of an untold number of realms, each with its own set of physical laws and constants. This theory suggests that the cosmos we inhabit is not unique, but rather a single expression in an endless sea of universes, all potentially governed by different principles and conditions. In this framework, the idea of a primordial creator takes on a different form, no longer an entity solely concerned with the birth of a single universe, but one capable of generating entire multitudes of them. This creator might exist beyond the scope of human perception, transcending our understanding of time and space. It is a being whose actions are not confined by the limits of a single universe, but extend across an infinite array of dimensions, each universe perhaps representing a kind of experiment or trial, with differing outcomes depending on the conditions set at their inception. These speculative ideas, while grounded in theoretical physics and cosmology, venture into realms that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about existence, purpose, and the very nature of reality. They force us to reconsider the traditional view that our universe is the result of a grand design, or conversely, the product of a series of random events. In asking these questions, we come face to face with mysteries that inspire awe, curiosity, and a deep desire to understand our place in the cosmos. The mere contemplation of these concepts raises profound philosophical inquiries, touching on everything from the origins of life to the nature of consciousness itself. This exploration of creation is not limited to science or philosophy. it also deeply permeates the realms of speculative fiction and fantasy. These genres are particularly fertile ground for the imagination, where vivid worlds are created and the origins of gods are often woven into the very fabric of the universe's creation. In these stories, gods and deities are not static or monolithic figures, but dynamic beings whose births, deaths, and transformations are intimately tied to the nature of the cosmos itself. The origins of gods in these narratives often reflect a deep engagement with the chaos of the universe, with gods emerging from primordial forces or from the very elements that shape existence. For instance, in some stories, the first god might be depicted as being born from the fiery heart of a newly formed planet, a being embodying both the forces of creation and destruction simultaneously. Other myths may portray gods as emerging from chaos itself, figures that personify natural phenomena such as storms, the ocean, or the Earth's movements. These representations underscore the close relationship between divinity and nature, suggesting that the gods are not distant or detached from the world, but rather deeply entwined with it, embodying the same forces that govern the very fabric of the universe. In countless other narratives, gods are not born from nothing but arise out of other beings, ancient creatures or powerful wise entities who, through acts of transformation or sacrifice, bring forth new gods. This motif reflects the themes of power, responsibility, and the fragility of existence. It speaks to the idea that creation is not a solitary act, but a collective endeavor, one that often involves sacrifice and change. In these stories, the gods may not start as perfect beings. They may evolve over time, their power growing as they interact with the world and with the mortal beings they shape. In some speculative worlds, the birth of gods is even more entwined with humanity itself. There are narratives in which gods are born from the dreams, thoughts, or emotions of mortals. This concept introduces a fascinating idea, that belief itself has the power to bring deities into existence. In these worlds, gods are not fixed and immutable, but evolve over time, changing as the beliefs and perceptions of their worshippers shift. This idea suggests that divinity is not something external or immutable, but something that is deeply connected to the human experience, an ever-evolving relationship between mortals and the divine. In yet another variation, gods may not always be omnipotent beings. Instead, they may begin their existence as mere humans, animals, or creatures who ascend to divinity through extraordinary feats, sacrifices, or transformations. These stories are often relatable to the human experience, exploring themes of ambition, fate, and transformation. They allow us to connect with the gods in ways that are less abstract, more human. The journey of becoming a god is depicted as one that is fraught with challenges, growth, and ultimately transformation. These narratives remind us that even the divine must undergo struggles and trials, and they often reflect our own journey towards self-realization and understanding. Speculative fiction and fantasy not only entertain, but provoke deeper philosophical questions about the nature of divinity, belief, and the origins of the universe. These narratives provide a lens through which we can examine the ways in which different cultures understand their own origins and place in the cosmos. By engaging with these imaginative stories, we come face to face with real-world questions about the nature of existence, purpose, and the complex relationship between humanity and the divine. Through these explorations, we are invited to reflect on the most fundamental questions of human existence, grappling with the mysteries of our own origins and the meaning of life. In the realm of contemporary theology and philosophy, debates about the existence and nature of God have become increasingly complex and nuanced. A key area of discussion revolves around the relationship between science and religion. As scientific discoveries in fields such as astrophysics, evolutionary biology, and genetics continue to advance, they challenge traditional religious views about creation and the origins of the universe. Some people argue that the complexity and order of the universe, particularly the intricate designs seen in nature, point to the existence of a creator. Others, however, contend that natural processes alone can account for the origins of life and the universe, without invoking divine intervention. Another significant debate centers on the problem of evil. How can a benevolent and omnipotent deity allow suffering, injustice, and pain in the world? This question, which has plagued theologians for centuries, raises fundamental inquiries about the nature of God. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, why would he allow such suffering to exist? Some suggest that free will plays a significant role in this problem, offering humans the ability to choose their actions, both good and bad, while others argue that suffering serves a greater, incomprehensible purpose in God's divine plan. Alongside these discussions, philosophical arguments about the existence of God continue to evolve. The classic cosmological argument posits that everything in the universe has a cause, and therefore there must be an initial cause, often identified as God, that set everything into motion. Skeptics challenge this view, proposing that the universe may be self-sustaining or that there may be alternative explanations for its origins. These debates reflect the ongoing tension between the religious and the secular, the metaphysical and the empirical, as humanity continues to grapple with questions of origin and existence. Personal experiences of the divine also play a role in contemporary debates. Many people report having personal encounters with God or a greater presence, interpreting these experiences as evidence of a divine being. However, critics argue that such experiences are subjective and cannot be universally applied or relied upon as objective evidence for God's existence. Despite this, these personal encounters continue to influence the beliefs of countless individuals around the world, shaping their understanding of creation and the divine. In addition to individual experiences, societal and cultural influences play a major role in shaping contemporary views on God and creation. In an increasingly pluralistic world, diverse religious beliefs and secular viewpoints often coexist, prompting individuals to engage in meaningful dialogue about faith, belief, and reason. These discussions challenge individuals to reflect on their own beliefs while considering the perspectives of others, enriching the ongoing debate about the existence and nature of God. Skeptics and atheists often approach the question of creation from a standpoint grounded in science and reason. They argue that the universe and all its complexities can be explained through natural phenomena and the laws of physics, without the need for a divine creator. For them, the origins of life lead to discussions about the Big Bang, evolution, and the fundamental principles of chemistry and physics. They point to scientific discoveries that explain the formation of stars, the evolution of galaxies, and the adaptation of life forms over time, asserting that all of these processes can be understood through observation, research, and reasoning. Atheists who reject belief in a deity often see the concept of divine creation as a human construct, one rooted in cultural narratives and traditions passed down through generations. From this perspective, these stories about creation and the divine are not based on objective evidence and do not hold up under the scrutiny of scientific inquiry. For atheists, the universe operates according to natural laws, and its existence is not the result of divine orchestration, but of complex natural processes. Meanwhile, contemporary religious thinkers continue to engage with questions of God's origin and nature, offering responses that blend both belief and reason. One common response is that God, as an eternal and uncaused being, exists outside the bounds of time and space. For these thinkers, God is not something that came into existence at a particular moment in history, and therefore the concept of an origin does not apply to God in the way it applies to everything else in the physical universe. This view suggests that God is a necessary being, one whose existence is independent of anything else, and that everything else in the universe derives from God without requiring a creator of its own. These religious thinkers also engage with deeper philosophical questions about existence and causality. If everything in the universe has a cause, they ask, then what about the universe itself? This leads to discussions about the concept of a first cause or an uncaused cause, which many attribute to God. Furthermore, religious thinkers often turn to personal experiences and the moral order of the world as evidence for God's existence. They argue that the complexity, beauty, and harmony of the natural world point to the existence of a creator whose presence is evident through creation itself. The conversations about the nature of God, suffering, and existence have evolved significantly in the modern era, influenced by both religious thought and secularism. As the world continues to change, so too do the ways in which we understand the divine, creation, and the mysteries of existence. In a world shaped by a multitude of religious traditions, the coexistence of various belief systems presents profound questions about the very nature of the divine. The question at the heart of many religious debates is whether the belief in a singular, exclusive deity can harmonize with the acknowledgement that countless cultures across the globe worship a diversity of gods or have varying interpretations of a higher being. For centuries, this tension has been a focal point of theological inquiry. The challenge here is rooted in the dilemma of reconciling the conviction that one God reigns supreme with the reality that humans throughout history have conceived of multiple deities, each with distinct characteristics, attributes, and powers. Some argue that all gods, despite their different names and forms, are simply different manifestations of the same underlying divine truth. In this view, the various gods worshipped across cultures are not entirely separate entities, but reflections of a singular universal force. This perspective invites dialogue on the possibility of a pluralistic approach to divinity, one that embraces the diversity of religious expressions, while asserting that all paths may ultimately lead to the same divine source. On the other hand, others maintain that these gods are entirely separate beings, each governing its own domain, and that belief in one God does not necessarily preclude the existence or worship of others. Alongside these theological debates, a larger conversation about the intersection of faith and science continues to unfold. As scientific discoveries advance and deepen our understanding of the natural world, they often challenge traditional views of God, especially those rooted in creation narratives. For centuries, religious texts have offered explanations for the origins of the universe, the creation of life, and the development of the earth. However, as scientific theories such as the Big Bang and the theory of evolution gained prominence, many traditional religious views came under scrutiny. The notion of a young Earth, for example, directly conflicted with evidence from geology and astronomy that pointed to an ancient, dynamic cosmos. This has prompted theologians, philosophers, and religious communities to engage in a complex process of reinterpretation, seeking ways to harmonize ancient religious teachings with the evolving discoveries of modern science. In particular, the question of creation has become a critical point of intersection. For those who adhere to the literal interpretation of religious texts, the scientific explanations for the origins of life and the universe may seem to challenge their faith. Yet, many religious scholars have responded by suggesting that the language of sacred texts may not be intended as literal descriptions of physical events, but as metaphors or allegories that convey deeper truths about existence, purpose, and divinity. Others argue that science and religion are two distinct domains, science explaining the how of the universe, while religion addresses the why. Beyond questions of creation and scientific discovery, another area of theological debate centers around the accessibility of God. For some, God is perceived as an intimately involved presence, actively guiding and influencing human affairs. In this view, God is not a distant or abstract entity, but a close companion and provider who engages in the lives of individuals, answering prayers, offering comfort, and shaping destinies. This belief in an active, personal God is often expressed through practices such as prayer, meditation, and religious rituals, all aimed at fostering a direct connection with the divine. In contrast, other religious traditions understand God as more remote, distant, and abstract, an ultimate transcendent being whose involvement with the world is minimal, if it exists at all. In this view, God is not necessarily absent, but rather beyond human comprehension, existing in a state of pure abstraction or perfection. Theologians and religious thinkers in these traditions often focus on the mystery of God's nature and the pursuit of wisdom and understanding, emphasizing contemplation over direct intervention in human affairs. This ongoing theological discourse is far from being settled. As diverse religious traditions continue to evolve and interact with one another, new perspectives and interpretations emerge, offering fresh insights into what it means to believe in God. And these explorations offer individuals a rich tapestry of spiritual paths, each contributing to the broader understanding of the divine. Throughout history, cultures have come into contact with one another, exchanging ideas, beliefs, and narratives that shape their perceptions of the divine. These interactions, whether through trade, migration, conquest, or cultural exchange have led to the blending of religious traditions, creating a wide range of interpretations of God's origin and nature. This process of cultural exchange is particularly evident in the ancient world, where the gods of the Greeks, Egyptians, and other civilizations began to overlap and merge as a result of increased interaction. For example, the ancient Greeks held a rich pantheon of gods, each associated with specific aspects of nature and human experience. The gods of Greek mythology, such as Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, were central figures in the lives of the people, offering explanations for natural phenomena and guiding human affairs. In contrast, the ancient Egyptians worshipped their own set of deities, such as Ra, Osiris, and Isis. When these two cultures interacted through trade or conquest, they began to integrate aspects of each other's religious beliefs. Some gods were adopted and modified, while others were fused together, resulting in new divine figures that carried attributes from both traditions. In addition to these ancient cultural exchanges, the rise of world religions such as Christianity and Islam has played a significant role in shaping beliefs about God's origin. As these faiths spread across different regions, they encountered and influenced the religious beliefs of indigenous populations. Often, local customs and traditions were incorporated into these larger religious systems, resulting in the creation of new interpretations of God. The missionary expansion of Christianity in the Americas, for instance, led to the blending of indigenous beliefs with Catholic teachings, giving rise to unique forms of worship and devotion. Similarly, Islam's spread through Asia and Africa introduced new theological ideas that were often adapted to local contexts, leading to a rich diversity of Muslim practices and interpretations. This process of adaptation and syncretism is not limited to the distant past, but continues to this day, as globalization brings people of different faiths into closer contact. In some regions, religious practices that were once considered separate or incompatible have begun to merge, creating new forms of spirituality that reflect the ongoing blending of cultural influences. The result is a dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of religious thought, where the boundaries between different faiths are not as rigid as they once seemed. Syncretism, the blending of different religious beliefs and practices, is a powerful force in shaping religious traditions. This process often occurs when distinct belief systems come into contact with one another, leading to the integration of new ideas, rituals, and symbols. Imagine the merging of two rivers, each carrying its own flow of traditions, myths, and divine figures. As these rivers converge, they influence one another, creating a larger and more complex current that reflects the diverse influences that have shaped it. The concept of syncretism is evident in the ways that various cultures have historically incorporated elements of conquered peoples' religions into their own belief systems. For example, during the expansion of the Roman Empire, Roman religion absorbed aspects of the gods and practices of other cultures, including those of the Greeks, Egyptians, and Celts. Similarly, in the Americas during the Spanish colonization, Catholic missionaries integrated indigenous spiritual practices with Christian teachings, leading to the emergence of hybrid belief systems that honored both local deities and Catholic saints. These adaptations created a unique blend of traditions, where familiar rituals and symbols took on new meanings in a shared cultural context. One particularly striking example of syncretism is the fusion of African religious practices with Christianity in the Americas. Enslaved Africans brought their ancestral beliefs with them when they were forcibly taken to the Caribbean, and these practices gradually merged with Catholicism to form new religions such as Vodou in Haiti. In these syncretic belief systems, African deities were often associated with Catholic saints, allowing enslaved people to maintain their spiritual practices while adapting to the harsh realities of their new environment. This blending of traditions not only preserved African religious heritage, but also created new pathways for spiritual expression that resonated with both African and Catholic influences. Syncretism has played a significant role in shaping the religious landscape of Japan as well. During the Meiji Restoration, Shinto, which had long been Japan's indigenous belief system, began to incorporate elements from Buddhism, which had been present in the region for centuries. Rather than seeing these two religions as incompatible, The Japanese embraced a syncretic approach that allowed both belief systems to coexist and complement each other. Over time, shared rituals and festivals emerged that celebrated aspects of both Shinto and Buddhism, reflecting a broader understanding of the divine that transcended any one tradition. As societies have continued to evolve, the interplay between religious beliefs and scientific understanding has become increasingly complex. In ancient times, people attributed natural phenomena, such as storms, eclipses, and earthquakes, to the actions of gods. The divine was intimately connected with the natural world, and religious beliefs provided explanations for the forces of nature that were beyond human comprehension. However, as science began to offer more systematic and empirical explanations for these phenomena, religious interpretations were challenged. The work of early scientists, such as astronomers and physicists, gradually revealed a more complex and expansive understanding of the cosmos. For example, the discovery that the Earth revolves around the Sun, rather than the other way around, posed a direct challenge to traditional religious views about the structure of the universe. Yet, rather than rejecting religious belief altogether, many theologians and scholars sought to reconcile their faith with the new scientific knowledge. Some embraced the idea that science and religion could coexist, each addressing different aspects of human experience. Science explaining the how of the universe, and religion providing answers to the why. This relationship between science and religion continues to evolve. In modern times, scientific breakthroughs in fields such as astronomy, biology, and physics have prompted both challenges and inspiration for religious thought. While some see these discoveries as conflicts with their beliefs, others find that they deepen their awe and wonder, leading to new forms of spiritual reflection. Concepts like the Big Bang Theory, the vastness of the universe, and the complexity of life on Earth have sparked questions about the origins of existence and the role of a creator, encouraging new theological perspectives that seek to integrate scientific understanding with spiritual beliefs. Ultimately, the dynamic interplay between religion, culture, and science reflects the ongoing quest for meaning, truth, and connection with the divine. Through syncretism, cross-cultural exchange, and dialogue between faith and reason, humanity can use to explore the mysteries of existence and our place in the cosmos. Whether viewed through the lens of tradition or scientific inquiry, the search for understanding the divine remains a central part of the human experience. Ultimately, the evolution of religious thought is not simply a matter of conflict or compromise. It is instead a profound, multifaceted dialogue that spans centuries and continues to evolve, deeply reflecting humanity's ongoing quest for meaning. The search for answers about existence, purpose, and the mysteries of life transcends traditional boundaries. It is an ever-expanding tapestry woven from both religious and scientific perspectives, creating a rich and complex fabric of belief. The dialogue between faith and reason, science and spirituality, serves as an ongoing exploration of human understanding. This relationship continues to evolve, especially as new scientific discoveries prompt fresh interpretations, leading to vibrant discussions and reinterpretations within various faith communities. Such interactions reveal a central truth. Humanity's quest for understanding is as relentless as it is complex. This evolution is not something that has happened in a vacuum. It reflects a broader journey, is a global process of collective thought and reflection. Each stage in this journey has brought new insights, conflicts, and resolutions, each building on the last, pushing the boundaries of both knowledge and belief systems. The Renaissance, for example, was a pivotal period in human history, acting as a turning point in the way people viewed the world and particularly their relationship with God. Spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, the Renaissance heralded a profound shift in societal and intellectual paradigms. During this time, the world began to see an essential transformation. The emphasis gradually moved away from an exclusive focus on religious doctrine and authority to a broader appreciation for humanism, the potential of individuals, and the extraordinary nature of the world around them. This shift was monumental, as it was during this time that human beings began to explore not just their faith in a divine entity, but also their own creative, intellectual, and moral capacities. Humanism promoted the idea that individuals could shape their own destiny, that they could contribute to a higher understanding of the universe independent of divine mediation. The wonders of nature and the human spirit became the center of attention. Consequently, God was no longer viewed exclusively as a distant, authoritative figure, but also as one who could be understood through personal reflection and engagement with the world. In the medieval period, religious belief often saw God as the ultimate and singular authority, whose influence was channeled through the church. The church itself was considered the mediating institution between humanity and the divine. In contrast, during the Renaissance, thinkers and scholars started to challenge this traditional structure, placing greater emphasis on human reasoning, creativity, and the personal relationship one could cultivate with the divine. This period saw the emergence of a more human-centered view of God, one that was accessible not only through scripture, but also through personal experience and reflection. Artists, scientists, and philosophers began to present God in more human-like forms, and reflecting an increased desire to depict God as a more relatable entity. In the realm of the arts, this shift was profoundly visible. Renaissance painters and sculptors depicted biblical scenes not simply as divine interventions, but as experiences imbued with human emotion and relational depth. The divine was made relatable and humanized, bringing it closer to the viewer's experience. The figures of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints were presented with an emotional intensity that transcended the idealized and distant figures often seen in earlier religious art. The focus shifted from depicting divinity as an abstract or distant force to representing it as something that resonates with the human heart and spirit. This was, in part, a response to a growing desire to see oneself reflected in the divine narrative. No longer a passive recipient of religious authority, but an active participant in the divine drama. Simultaneously, the Renaissance saw a rediscovery of classical texts, particularly those of ancient philosophers and scholars. These texts, rooted in the thinking of Greek and Roman thinkers, provided fertile ground for the re-examination of theological ideas. This intellectual renewal led to new interpretations of faith and scripture. Thinkers such as Erasmus and Martin Luther questioned long-standing church doctrines, challenging the rigid authority of the institution and promoting the idea of personal faith. Luther's insistence on scripture alone as the source of religious truth reflected a growing belief that people could directly engage with God without the need for a mediated hierarchical structure. This was a critical moment in the history of religious thought, as it promoted a personal, intimate relationship with the divine, one that was grounded in individual scripture reading, self-reflection, and personal interpretation. At the same time, scientific advances, particularly those by figures such as Copernicus and Galileo, had profound implications for religious thought. The heliocentric model, which positioned the sun at the center of the universe, directly challenged the geocentric view that placed the Earth, and by extension humanity, at the center of creation. This discovery revolutionized the way people perceived the cosmos, and by extension, their place within it. The divine order, once thought to be structured around the centrality of human existence, was now understood as a vast, intricate system governed by natural laws. The Earth was no longer seen as the stage for divine intervention. Instead, it became one of many bodies in an enormous, dynamic universe. This shift marked a profound change in how people thought about creation and the role of humanity within it. Rather than seeing the natural world as something to be dominated or as a mere backdrop for divine action, people began to see nature as something to be understood, explored, and appreciated in its own right. Scientific inquiry became a tool for understanding the divine, fostering a sense of awe and reverence for the complexities of the world. This period saw the development of modern science and the establishment of natural laws, opening the door to the idea that the universe, as intricate and beautiful as it was, could be understood through observation and reason. The Renaissance, thus, marked the beginning of a long process in which faith and reason, art and science, came to be seen as complementary rather than contradictory. As time moved forward, new revolutions in industry and technology further reshaped religious belief. The Industrial Revolution, which marked a shift from agrarian economies to urban, industrial ones, brought with it a sense of alienation, people found themselves in increasingly mechanized and complex societies, where the rhythms of life were dictated by machines rather than by natural processes. This new reality challenged traditional religious views, as the focus of society shifted from pastoral life and spiritual reflection to the demands of an increasingly industrialized world. In the face of this complexity, many individuals began to turn to science for explanations of natural phenomena, and empirical evidence became the primary means of understanding the world. This shift caused traditional religious teachings to seem, at times, increasingly irrelevant to the realities of industrial life. However, the rapid pace of technological development also brought ethical dilemmas that faith communities had to confront. Issues such as genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and environmental destruction introduced new questions about humanity's role in the world, its responsibility toward nature, and its moral obligations. These new challenges forced religious communities to revisit their core beliefs, often leading to reinterpretations of sacred texts and doctrines. While some individuals turned away from religion altogether, others found ways to reconcile their faith with these new, complex questions. Faith did not simply disappear with the rise of technology. Rather, it underwent a process of renewal and reinterpretation. People found ways to adapt their beliefs to a changing world, often revisiting traditional ideas in light of modern challenges. The advent of the internet and digital communication brought an even more profound transformation. With unprecedented access to information, individuals were now able to explore a vast array of belief systems, philosophies, and religious practices. No longer limited to the teachings of a single tradition or local religious community, people could engage with a multitude of spiritual perspectives from around the globe. This exposure has led to a more pluralistic world, where individuals can explore and choose beliefs that resonate most closely with their own personal experiences and values. The idea of religious truth has become more fluid, as people have been exposed to new interpretations of faith and spirituality, often leading to a more inclusive, less dogmatic view of religious practice. The growing diversity of thought brought about by technological advancements has sparked interfaith dialogue, which both challenges and enriches traditional beliefs. This interaction often leads to a questioning of the exclusivity of any one religion's claims to truth. As people adopt beliefs based on personal resonance rather than inherited tradition, a new form of spiritual expression has emerged, one that embraces individualism, openness, and pluralism. The ongoing dialogue between science and faith, tradition and modernity, has shaped and reshaped religious belief in profound ways. People today find themselves living in an era where the rapid pace of change in technology, ethics, and scientific discovery constantly challenges old assumptions. Yet it is also an era where many people find meaning, purpose, and hope within the very frameworks that those old assumptions once sought to challenge. The evolution of religious thought is not a linear progression, but rather a dynamic, ongoing conversation. A conversation that reflects humanity's unyielding search for truth, for connection, and for understanding in a complex and ever-changing world. Advancements in science, particularly within fields like astronomy and biology, have reshaped our understanding of the world and the universe, offering natural explanations for phenomena that were once attributed solely to divine intervention. The theory of evolution, for instance, has completely transformed ideas about creation, encouraging many to rethink their beliefs about an all-powerful creator. This does not mean, however, that belief in God has waned for everyone. Rather, it has diversified, taking on new forms and interpretations. For some, God is no longer envisioned as a personal deity, but as a metaphor for the complexities and wonders of the universe. In today's world, conversations about God encompass a much broader spectrum of ideas, embracing agnosticism, atheism, and New Age spirituality. These perspectives combine elements from various religious traditions and schools of thought, often reflecting a more individualized and personal journey toward understanding the divine. This shift in perspective represents an evolving understanding of faith and spirituality, one that highlights the personal nature of belief. Individuals no longer simply adhere to established doctrines, but explore and interpret religious and spiritual concepts through their own experiences, thoughts, and cultural contexts. The modern view of God, therefore, is no longer confined to rigid theological constructs, but is a fluid and nuanced exploration that adapts to each person's unique worldview. At the same time, this evolving perspective also acknowledges that belief in God is deeply connected to the experiences and cultural backgrounds of each individual, emphasizing the complexity and variety inherent in human spirituality. Religious philosophies offer an array of interpretations of time in relation to God, shaped by the core beliefs and doctrines of each tradition. In many religious frameworks, time is understood as a creation of God, implying that God exists outside of time, perceiving past, present, and future simultaneously. To illustrate this idea, imagine an artist standing before a canvas. With a single glance, they comprehend every brushstroke, every color, and every detail of the entire piece. In a similar manner, God is seen as experiencing time not as a linear sequence, but as an eternal present. This perspective suggests a divine understanding of time that transcends human limitations, offering a view of existence where all moments are simultaneously known and experienced by the Creator. On the other hand, certain Christian philosophies, as well as other Western religious traditions, view time as linear. In this perspective, history unfolds in a purposeful direction, moving toward an ultimate fulfillment at the end of time. This concept of a divine plan offers believers comfort and a sense of security as they come to understand their lives as integral parts of God's unfolding story. In this view, human actions and experiences are significant because they contribute to the broader, overarching narrative of existence. The belief that one's life is intertwined with a divine purpose lends meaning and direction to the individual's journey through time. In contrast, certain Eastern philosophies, particularly Buddhist thought, emphasize the cyclical nature of time. Here, time is understood as an endless loop, characterized by cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. This perspective underscores a more fluid relationship to existence, highlighting the ongoing process of renewal and transformation. Time, in this sense, is not something to be conquered or controlled, but something to be experienced as an eternal flow of change. This cyclical understanding of time influences how adherents of such traditions view their place in the world and their relationship to the divine, emphasizing an ongoing process of spiritual renewal and enlightenment. In indigenous and animistic traditions, time is also understood in a fundamentally different way. Here, time is seen as deeply interconnected with nature and the universe. Events are often viewed not as isolated moments, but as part of a holistic cycle in which the divine permeates all aspects of life. In this framework, time is not merely a measurement of passing moments, but a reflection of the rhythms and cycles that govern the natural world. The divine is not distant or abstract, but is actively present in the cycles of nature, guiding and influencing all living things. Across these various philosophical and religious interpretations, God's relationship with time is multifaceted and complex, reflecting deeper understandings of existence, purpose, and the human experience. Each tradition offers unique insights that enrich our understanding of life's temporal dimensions and the divine. These diverse perspectives demonstrate that time, as it relates to God, is not a one-size-fits-all concept, but a deeply personal and culturally shaped understanding that speaks to humanity's search for meaning and connection with the sacred. Religious texts across the globe often present rich metaphors of time, reflecting both the relationship between the divine and the nature of existence itself. These texts frequently portray time in non-linear ways, suggesting that divine presence transcends human understanding of past, present, and future. For many faiths, God or the divine is seen as existing beyond time, meaning that God is not bound by the linear progression of events. This idea implies that the origins of the divine are fundamentally different from human experience. In these traditions, time is often described as a creation of the divine, rather than a structure that limits or confines the creator. For example, some religious narratives describe time as cyclical, embodying the idea of eternal recurrence or ongoing creation and renewal. This understanding aligns with beliefs that the divine is ever present, perpetually engaged in the world's unfolding story. Other religious metaphors emphasize divine intervention in human history, illustrating how time is governed by a divine timetable that is beyond human comprehension. In these narratives, prophecy, divine judgment, and the unfolding of spiritual epochs reflect a vision where the divine acts at significant moments rather than over the course of a linear timeline. These metaphors communicate the idea that while humans experience time in a linear fashion, there is a deeper, divinely orchestrated timetable that governs the unfolding of events. This encourages believers to view their lives as part of a larger divine plan, in which all moments, past and future, are connected to their divine origin. Such reflections on time and divine presence invite followers of various faiths to appreciate a more profound and broader understanding of existence. They challenge conventional views of time and encourage an exploration of the sacred that transcends simple chronological measurement. By doing so, religious texts inspire believers to find a deeper sense of purpose and meaning in their lives, encouraging contemplation of their role within the eternal, timeless reality of the divine. The intersection of interdisciplinary studies, spanning philosophy, theology, science, psychology, and history, offers a unique lens through which to explore the nature of God and the divine. By combining insights from these various disciplines, we can approach the concept of God from multiple angles, each offering its own rich perspective. Philosophy, for instance, addresses questions of morality, existence, and human nature, while theology provides a framework for understanding spiritual beliefs and practices. The inclusion of science allows us to examine how the natural world may reflect the divine through intricate systems, natural laws, and cosmic patterns. Psychology sheds light on the human desire for connection with a higher power and offers insights into how individuals experience spirituality and divine encounters. Meanwhile, history provides the necessary context to understand how different cultures and societies have conceptualized the divine throughout time, allowing us to see how these ideas have evolved and intersected across various periods and places. The study of God, therefore, is not confined to one discipline, nor is it static. It is a complex and evolving tapestry that weaves together multiple threads of thought, allowing us to construct a fuller and more nuanced picture of the divine. By exploring the diversity of cultural interpretations of God, we uncover common themes that resonate across human history, such as the search for meaning, the nature of love, and the quest for compassion. This interdisciplinary approach enables us to not only explore the existence of God, but also understand the profound impact that belief in the divine has on individuals, societies, and cultures. Anthropology and theology are two fascinating disciplines that provide valuable insights into the nature of God's creation. Anthropology, the study of humans and their cultures, allows us to explore how different societies have developed unique narratives about creation. These stories often reflect the values, beliefs, and environments of each culture, offering diverse perspectives on humanity's place in the cosmos and our relationship with the divine. By examining these cultural narratives, anthropologists reveal how people from around the world attribute meaning to life and the universe through the lens of their experiences and histories. Theology, on the other hand, delves into the nature of the divine, exploring the attributes of God and the significance of creation. Many theological perspectives emphasize that creation is intentional and purposeful, suggesting that everything has a role and significance within the divine plan. This inquiry often leads to discussions about morality, stewardship, and humanity's responsibility to care for the environment and each other. Theological frameworks also encourage believers to seek a personal relationship with God and to recognize the sacredness of all life. When examined together, anthropology and theology provide a more holistic understanding of creation, blending human experience with divine purpose. This integrated view deepens our appreciation for the complexity of existence and invites reflection on our place within the larger cosmic order. Sociology, which seeks to understand how human societies function, also provides valuable insights into the role of belief in God or gods within different cultures. At its core, sociology examines how religion shapes social structures, relationships, and cultural practices. By studying diverse societies, sociologists have observed that belief in God often serves multiple purposes, providing individuals with a framework for understanding their existence, morality, and community. Religions across cultures have created rituals and traditions that help reinforce social cohesion, allowing communities to experience a sense of belonging and shared identity. Through these shared rituals, individuals and communities are able to bond together, fostering a sense of unity and purpose. Sociological studies reveal that belief in God not only shapes personal spirituality, but also influences the structure and function of societies, helping to guide human relationships and societal norms. Sociology provides us with a fascinating lens to explore the dynamic and multifaceted relationship between humans and the divine. One of the key areas of sociological inquiry involves the study of how the perception of God can differ across cultures, offering profound insights into how people relate to the concept of a higher power in varying societal contexts. The idea of God is not a singular monolithic concept. Instead, it is shaped by the cultural, social, and historical frameworks in which it exists. In one society, for example, God may be envisioned as a deeply personal protector, a figure who actively intervenes in the lives of individuals, providing comfort, guidance, and security. In contrast, in another society, God may be perceived as a distant, abstract creator, a cosmic force that set the universe in motion, but does not necessarily interact directly with human affairs. These varying perceptions of God have profound implications for a range of societal norms, from concepts of justice to ideas about the afterlife, and even the ways in which human relationships are constructed. Sociologists, recognizing the deep interconnections between religious belief and societal structures, have long sought to understand how these differences in the perception of God shape and are shaped by the larger social order. Belief in God, for example, can have a powerful influence on social and political structures, helping to shape laws, governance, and societal conflicts. Groups with differing religious beliefs may clash over foundational disagreements about the nature of the divine, and leading to tensions that have historically fueled everything from political strife to wars. It is through these dynamics that sociologists aim to unravel the intricate ways in which religion impacts broader societal issues, including power imbalances, inequality, and social change. At the heart of this analysis is the recognition that belief in God is not merely a personal or private matter. It is a social force that profoundly shapes cultures, influences collective behaviors, and ultimately impacts the very fabric of human society. In the historical development of religious thought, few figures have had as significant an influence as Augustine of Hippo and Thomas Aquinas. Augustine, who lived during the decline of the Roman Empire, was a pivotal thinker in shaping Christian understandings of God and faith. His theological contributions emphasized the importance of personal experience and inner conviction in coming to know God. For Augustine, the human condition was marked by inherent flaw and sin, yet through divine grace, humans could reconcile with God and find redemption. His views on God as omniscient and omnibenevolent laid the groundwork for understanding the relationship between God and humanity, framing concepts such as sin, redemption, and the human condition in ways that have had lasting theological implications. Augustine's influence on Christian thought cannot be overstated. His teachings continue to reverberate across religious and philosophical discussions even in the present day. Aquinas, who came centuries after Augustine, further developed and refined these theological ideas, merging them with the philosophy of Aristotle and other ancient thinkers. He is perhaps best known for his assertion that faith and reason are not mutually exclusive, but can coexist harmoniously. Through his synthesis of faith and reason, Aquinas posited that human beings could come to know God through both religious revelation and the rational observation of the natural world. His famous 5 ways presented logical arguments for the existence of God, arguing that the universe operates according to principles that necessarily imply the existence of a higher power. Aquinas' work in systematic theology helped to establish a philosophical framework for understanding the divine, blending faith with rational inquiry in a way that invited individuals to explore their religious beliefs more deeply. These two thinkers, Augustine and Aquinas, were instrumental in shaping how generations of believers and scholars have understood the nature of God and the relationship between faith and reason. Their legacies continue to inform theological debates, guiding modern discussions on topics such as the nature of the divine, the problem of evil, and the compatibility of science and religion. While their intellectual contributions were deeply rooted in the context of their time, the dialogue between faith and reason that they fostered remains relevant today as individuals and societies continue to grapple with the complexities of religious belief in a rapidly changing world. In stark contrast to the religious perspectives of Augustine and Aquinas, Friedrich Nietzsche offered a provocative and radical reimagining of the concept of God and its role in society. Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead struck a powerful chord in intellectual circles as it seemed to encapsulate the growing disillusionment with traditional religious belief in the wake of the rise of science, reason, and secularism. For Nietzsche, the death of God signaled the decline of a religious framework that had once provided meaning and moral structure to Western societies. As belief in God diminished, Nietzsche argued, humanity was left facing a moral and existential vacuum, one that could not be easily filled by the traditional structures of religion. Nietzsche's insights into the death of God were not merely a lamentation of the decline of religious belief, but a call for radical rethinking about the foundations of human values. Without the guiding presence of a divine moral authority, Nietzsche believed that individuals and societies would face a profound crisis of meaning. This, he argued, could lead to nihilism, the belief that life is meaningless and that traditional moral values have no foundation. However, Nietzsche did not view this nihilistic moment as an endpoint. Instead, he saw it as a potential turning point, an opportunity for individuals to create their own values and meaning in the absence of a divine command. Central to this idea was his concept of the Übermensch, or overman, an individual who rises above the conventional moralities and embraces self-creation, living according to personal instincts and passions rather than external moral codes. Nietzsche's exploration of God, or the lack thereof, was ultimately an exploration of human freedom, responsibility, and the potential for self-transformation. In a world that increasingly questions the existence and relevance of traditional religious beliefs, Nietzsche's ideas challenge societies to reconsider the very foundations upon which values and meaning are built. His work prompts ongoing discussions about the role of religion in moral and existential matters, encouraging a reevaluation of the relationship between individuals, society, and the divine. In particular, Nietzsche's emphasis on individual strength and creative potential continues to resonate in a world where traditional authority figures, whether divine or human, are no longer as influential as they once were. Baruch Spinoza, another philosopher with a radically different view of God, offered a conception of the divine that was deeply integrated into the fabric of the natural world. Unlike many traditional religious thinkers, Spinoza did not see God as a separate, personal being who intervenes in the world. Instead, he argued that God is synonymous with nature itself, a pantheistic view in which the divine is immanent in all things. For Spinoza, God is not an external, distant entity, but is the very essence of existence, present in every aspect of the universe. This view offers a more unified and holistic perspective, where the divine is not separate from the world, but is expressed through the natural world itself. Spinoza's approach also placed a strong emphasis on rationality and human understanding. He believed that through reason and knowledge, individuals could come to understand both the natural world and the divine. For Spinoza, knowledge was a path to spiritual liberation, offering the potential for individuals to align themselves with the natural order and achieve a sense of peace and acceptance. By recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, Spinoza believed that people could transcend the limitations of self-interest and develop a deeper understanding of their place within the larger cosmos. Spinoza's pantheistic view of God challenges the anthropocentric perspectives often found in traditional religions, urging people to move beyond a narrow focus on personal desires and instead recognize the broader, interconnected reality of existence. In this sense, Spinoza's philosophy not only redefines the nature of the divine, but also reimagines the role of humanity within the universe. His work continues to inspire those who seek a more rational and ethical approach to spirituality, one that is grounded in a deep respect for the natural world and the interdependent nature of all life. Albert Einstein, renowned for his groundbreaking work in physics, also contributed to the philosophical discussion about God, though in a manner that diverged from both traditional religious views and the more radical positions of figures like Nietzsche and Spinoza. Einstein's relationship with the concept of God was not defined by adherence to religious dogma or the search for a personal deity, but rather by a profound sense of wonder and awe at the complexity and order of the universe. In his view, the intricacies and predictability of the cosmos suggested the presence of an underlying intelligence, though not in the form of a personal God who intervenes in the world. Einstein famously stated that God does not play dice, referring to the belief that the universe operates according to laws that are both understandable and deterministic, rather than chaotic or random. For Einstein, the God he referred to was a symbolic representation of the laws of nature, the principles that govern the universe. His perspective on God can be understood as a form of pantheism, where the divine is not an external being, but is instead intertwined with the fabric of the universe itself. Through his work in physics, Einstein sought to uncover the underlying principles of the universe, revealing a cosmos that was both awe-inspiring and rational. This approach encouraged a form of spirituality rooted in the appreciation of the natural world, where the beauty and complexity of the universe invite contemplation and reverence. In this sense, Einstein's view of God was less about religious doctrine and more about exploring the mysteries of existence through the lens of science, suggesting that while the universe may not have a personal deity, it still holds profound truths that are worth seeking. Finally, in the realm of contemporary worship, significant transformations have occurred in recent years, reflecting broader shifts in beliefs about God and spirituality. Traditionally, religious services were often formal affairs, marked by ritual and ceremony that emphasized a transcendent, distant God. Worshippers would engage in structured forms of praise and prayer, often led by clergy who adhered to well-established traditions. However, as societies have evolved, so too have the practices of worship. In many modern contexts, worship has become more personal and interactive, with a focus on building a direct and intimate relationship with the divine. This shift can be seen in the rise of services that emphasize community involvement, individual expression, and the incorporation of music, art, and technology to create dynamic worship experiences. These changes reflect broader cultural shifts, including a move away from rigid traditional structures toward more flexible, personalized forms of spirituality. Today, worship is increasingly seen not just as an obligation or ritual, but as an opportunity for individuals to engage with the divine in ways that are meaningful to them personally, resonating with the rhythms of daily life. This evolution in worship practices underscores a profound shift in how people understand and relate to God. While the concept of God may vary greatly across cultures and historical periods, it remains a powerful force shaping both individual lives and broader societal structures. Across the globe, diverse beliefs are being increasingly recognized within many faith communities, signaling a departure from rigid and exclusive interpretations of the divine. As traditional understandings of God evolve, there is a growing shift away from strict dogmas in favor of more inclusive and open-minded interpretations. For a rising number of people, God is no longer merely an authoritative figure sitting on high, but a nurturing force that embodies love, guidance, and support. This transformation in belief has led to religious services that foster a more personal, open, and welcoming environment, where dialogue, personal stories, and meaningful connections among members are encouraged. Within these spaces, individuals are invited not only to practice their faith, but also to engage in a shared sense of belonging and purpose, building a community rooted in mutual respect and understanding. At the same time, the rise of online platforms has reshaped how individuals approach worship and spirituality. Virtual services, once unimaginable for many, now offer unprecedented accessibility. Anyone with an internet connection can participate in services from anywhere in the world, making religious gatherings more inclusive than ever before. But the influence of the internet goes beyond simply providing access. It also opens the door for people to explore different religious beliefs and practices from various traditions, creating a global perspective that emphasizes faith as a universal experience. This virtual accessibility has broadened the scope of worship, that allowing it to adapt and respond to contemporary societal issues while still remaining deeply spiritual. Modern worship is now characterized by a deeply personal, dynamic, and inclusive expression of faith, reflecting the evolving needs and desires of society. As individuals seek a deeper connection with the divine, many are turning away from traditional, fixed interpretations of God's nature, embracing the idea that God is not a static being, but one that is flexible and responsive to the world around us. New religious movements, in particular, often challenge conventional religious narratives by exploring the question of God's origin from unconventional and novel perspectives. Many of these movements focus on personal experiences and revelations, treating divine origins as part of a larger, ever-evolving story, rather than adhering to traditional dogma. In these new frameworks, God is not seen as needing a fixed origin story, but rather as a dynamic force that emerges from the collective consciousness of humanity. Some argue that God evolves alongside human civilization, reflecting our growth, aspirations, and moral development. From this viewpoint, God's nature is not rigid, but adapts in response to our changing needs, a divine force that grows with humanity, influencing and being influenced by our struggles and triumphs. This perspective positions the divine as an integral part of human life, engaged in a constant interaction with both individuals and the world as a whole. In a world that is ever changing, the divine, too, is ever evolving. For some, this shift in understanding finds resonance in ancient spiritual traditions. These traditions, interpreted through a contemporary lens, offer insights into the divine that transcend simplistic origin stories. Instead of focusing solely on when or how God came to be, many modern interpretations place emphasis on how divine presence manifests in our everyday lives and experiences. In this view, God's existence is less about historical origins and more about a continuous, present interaction with the world, an eternal force that connects us all. This dynamic, fluid interpretation of the divine speaks to a desire for personal engagement with a higher power, one that is experienced and understood uniquely by each individual. Ultimately, new religious movements foster a diverse and personal understanding of God, encouraging individuals to actively explore their faith rather than simply accept a predefined narrative. They celebrate the journey of discovery, inviting people to form their own beliefs and interpretations about the divine, rather than adhering to a single, traditional explanation of God's origin. This approach creates a rich and varied tapestry of beliefs, which reflects the complexities of contemporary life and resonates with individuals' desires for deeper meaning and connection. In the digital age, the internet has further revolutionized the way people engage with and understand religious beliefs. In the past, access to religious texts, teachings, and discussions was often limited to books, in-person gatherings, or isolated communities. Today, anyone with an internet connection can delve into a vast array of interpretations, philosophies, and debates about faith. This ease of access has opened up an enormous marketplace of ideas, where individuals can explore differing viewpoints, challenge their own assumptions, and engage in meaningful discussions about the existence of a creator and the mysteries of the divine. With just a few clicks, individuals can access religious philosophies, read debates on the nature of God, or explore scientific discoveries related to spiritual beliefs. This vast pool of information allows people to compare different religious systems, confront doubts, and even strengthen their beliefs by connecting with like-minded individuals from all over the world. However, the internet is not without its challenges. While some may find reassurance in the abundance of online resources that align with their personal beliefs, others may experience confusion or uncertainty as they encounter contrasting viewpoints that challenge their existing convictions. In this digital age, faith is no longer something that is handed down through generations or dictated by a single authority figure, but something that is shaped and reshaped in real time, influenced by an ongoing process of discovery, exploration, and critical thought. Furthermore, social media platforms have provided a space for online communities to form, where individuals can share their thoughts, experiences, and struggles related to faith and spirituality. These digital spaces can be a source of comfort and support, offering individuals a sense of belonging and solidarity in their spiritual journeys. However, these communities can also encourage doubt and reflection, pushing individuals to reevaluate their beliefs and explore new perspectives. The internet thus serves as both a facilitator of connection and a catalyst for introspection, providing people with the tools they need to navigate their spiritual paths in a world that is constantly changing. The global nature of the internet has also led to greater exposure to different religious practices and spiritual traditions. As individuals connect across cultural and geographical boundaries, they are exposed to ideas and practices that may be outside of their own traditions. This exposure not only enriches their understanding of spirituality, but it also deepens their connection to the universal aspects of faith that unite humanity across time and space. Today, the internet has become a digital marketplace for thoughts and ideas where beliefs are continuously debated, transformed, and developed, offering an unprecedented opportunity for individuals to explore the mysteries of existence in a way that was not possible before. In addition to fostering intellectual engagement, the internet has also impacted how people engage in religious rituals. Rituals, which have long served as powerful expressions of belief and devotion, act as a bridge connecting the sacred with the mundane. Through rituals, societies communicate their understanding of the divine and their relationship to it. These practices often center on the stories of divine origin, how gods and divine entities came into being, how they interact with the world, and how they influence human lives. Rituals serve as a powerful means of communicating these narratives, using symbolic acts and offerings to convey respect, reverence, and gratitude to the divine. For instance, a community might perform a ritual to honor the sun, believing it to be a living entity that sustains life on Earth. In doing so, they reflect a belief in the divine origins of life, acknowledging their dependence on this powerful force. Similarly, rituals dedicated to gods of harvest may involve offerings made to appease deities believed to control the crops, demonstrating a belief in reciprocity between the human and divine realms. These rituals are not only acts of devotion, but also serve to reinforce a sense of community, as they are shared expressions of belief that unite individuals in common purpose. Through communal participation, individuals are reminded of their cultural narratives and the divine origins that shape their lives, creating a collective sense of identity and connection. Moreover, the symbols used in rituals are crucial in expressing the beliefs and interpretations of the divine that exist across cultures. These symbols, which often derive from everyday life, serve as tangible representations of abstract concepts, making the divine more accessible and relatable. For example, the sun is often used as a symbol of divine presence and power, while a dove might represent peace or the Holy Spirit in Christian traditions. In this way, symbols connect people to the divine by providing them with a visual language to express what might otherwise be ineffable or difficult to articulate. These symbols allow individuals to experience and connect with the divine in a way that transcends the limitations of language and thought, offering a direct, visceral encounter with the sacred. In conclusion, the evolution of religious belief and practice in the digital age has led to a more personal, inclusive, and dynamic understanding of the divine. The internet has opened new avenues for exploration and understanding, allowing individuals to engage with different faith traditions, challenge their own beliefs, and participate in global communities of faith. In this evolving landscape, rituals, symbols, and personal experiences play a critical role in shaping how people connect with the divine, reinforcing their sense of belonging, and helping them navigate the complexities of modern life. Through these practices, individuals continue to seek meaning and understanding, using the tools of the digital age to deepen their connection to the sacred and the mysteries of existence. Symbols are much more than mere representations. They transcend the barriers of language, acting as powerful bridges between cultures, beliefs, and individual experiences. Symbols have the unique ability to communicate profound spiritual ideas that resonate with people from diverse backgrounds. Take, for example, the cross, a universal symbol for Christianity, recognized not only by Christians but by many around the world. Similarly, the crescent moon and star have become widely accepted as symbols of Islam, bearing deep meaning for millions. These visual representations help to foster a sense of identity among believers, but their influence extends further, offering a deeper understanding of the spiritual themes that unite humanity. Across various cultures, the way symbols are interpreted and utilized reflects the unique histories and values of those cultures, enriching the overall tapestry of human spirituality. In Eastern religions, for instance, the lotus flower carries a deep spiritual meaning, symbolizing purity and enlightenment. Despite growing in the muddiest of waters, the lotus's beauty emerges, conveying a powerful message that beauty and growth can arise from adversity. This theme resonates in various spiritual teachings across cultures, reinforcing the idea that challenging circumstances often lead to transformative experiences. Whether it's the lotus in the East or other sacred symbols elsewhere, these representations hold powerful teachings that transcend geographical and cultural boundaries. At their core, symbols serve as vital instruments in bridging the gap between the tangible world and the intangible ideas about God and spirituality. They provide a common language that allows for both personal expression and communal sharing of faith. These symbols invite contemplation, provoke profound inquiry, and often foster a deeper connection to the divine. Through shared symbols, people find a sense of commonality in their faith, regardless of their cultural origin or background. Religious ceremonies often serve as powerful vehicles for these symbols, telling the creation stories of God through symbolic actions, rituals, and communal participation. These events are not just practices, they are profound narratives that bring sacred stories to life, offering participants a chance to engage with the origins of their faith in a deeply personal and collective way. At the heart of many religious ceremonies is the act of sharing sacred texts or oral traditions. These stories often recount the creation of the universe, the origin of life, and the relationship between God and creation. But these stories are not mere recitations. They are part of a broader sensory experience that includes music, prayer, movement, and sometimes even silence. Each element adds a layer of meaning, helping participants connect with their faith on a deeper emotional and spiritual level. For example, a baptism in Christianity is not just a ritual involving water. It symbolizes new life, spiritual rebirth, and the theme of creation that speaks to life emerging from water. Similarly, harvest festivals are rich with symbolism, celebrating creation and the divine connection between God, nature, and humanity. These festivals often include feasting, dancing, and communal sharing of gratitude, all of which serve to remind participants of their relationship with the divine and the earth. The use of sacred objects like candles and bread, each one representing key elements of creation, such as light and sustenance, further enhances the meaning of these rituals. These physical items act as tangible reminders of the mysteries and profound truths embedded in religious traditions, bringing these sacred ideas into everyday life. By participating in these ceremonies, individuals are not only connecting with the creation stories themselves, but also with each other and their faith community. This communal aspect plays a crucial role in reinforcing the teachings and values found in the creation narratives, fostering a sense of belonging and shared identity. It deepens one's understanding of their spiritual heritage while offering an opportunity to live out those beliefs in the world. Religious ceremonies, therefore, are living expressions of sacred narratives. They provide a structured space in which people can discover, reflect upon, and embody their beliefs, all while honoring the divine narrative that shapes their worldview. In our increasingly globalized world, the interconnectedness between people from different cultures and backgrounds significantly influences our beliefs about God. With the rise of technology and social media, individuals are now more exposed than ever to the beliefs, practices, and religious perspectives of others. This exposure often challenges deeply held beliefs, forcing individuals to question their understanding of the divine. Imagine living in a homogeneous community where everyone shares the same worldview. Now imagine what happens when new ideas and practices from around the globe enter that space. People may find themselves reassessing long-held notions about the nature of God, faith, and spirituality. This exchange of ideas encourages a more inclusive and pluralistic view of spirituality. People might begin to incorporate elements from other religions into their own practices, leading to a more eclectic, personalized faith experience. This can enrich one's spiritual journey, offering a broader, more diverse understanding of the divine. On the other hand, the sheer influx of new ideas can also lead some individuals to cling more firmly to their original beliefs, seeking to preserve their identity amidst the onslaught of change. Global interconnectedness, therefore, can serve as both a catalyst for spiritual expansion and a mechanism for spiritual defense. The internet has played a central role in accelerating this process of global interconnectedness. People can now easily access religious teachings, sacred texts, and dialogues with believers from all over the world. This has facilitated greater tolerance and understanding among people of different faiths, but it has also led to confusion and radicalization in some cases. The same exposure to differing viewpoints that promotes dialogue and acceptance can, in some instances, spur individuals to reject opposing ideas with even greater fervor, leading to polarization. This dynamic creates a complex, ever-evolving global conversation about faith, one in which unity and diversity exist side by side. Philosophical movements across the globe have long engaged with questions of the divine in varied and nuanced ways, offering a rich array of insights into the nature of existence. In Eastern traditions, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the concept of the divine often transcends the idea of personal gods. Instead, these philosophies emphasize unity, oneness, and the nature of existence itself. In Hinduism, the divine is understood as an all-encompassing reality that manifests in many forms, allowing for a deeply diverse and multifaceted relationship with the divine. Buddhism, meanwhile, places its focus on enlightenment, the understanding of suffering, and the transcendence of ego. In both these traditions, the question of the divine is less about a creator deity and more about understanding one's place in the grand scheme of existence. Western philosophical movements, in contrast, have historically approached the divine with a more personal focus. In Christianity, for example, the relationship with God is often seen as a deeply personal one, marked by faith, morality, and the search for the soul's purpose. This personal connection to the divine has led to various theological debates about free will, salvation, and the nature of divine intervention in the world. Existential philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche challenged traditional conceptions of divinity, arguing that in a world devoid of absolute truths, individuals must create their own meaning and values. This perspective has led to profound shifts in Western thought, particularly within secular humanism, which advocates for a moral framework based on human welfare and ethical reasoning rather than divine command. In Islamic philosophy, the relationship between God and humanity is articulated through the concept of submission. Islam emphasizes the importance of aligning one's life with divine will, focusing on obedience and some submission to God's guidance. This notion of submission is not about passivity, but about actively seeking to live a life in harmony with divine principles. Indigenous philosophies also offer unique perspectives, viewing the divine as intricately connected to the natural world and ancestral spirits. In these traditions, spirituality is seen as intrinsic to the environment, and the relationship between humans and nature is one of deep respect, emphasizing balance and harmony. All of these philosophical movements present unique frameworks for understanding the mysteries of life and the divine. Whether through personal relationships with God, the pursuit of enlightenment, or a focus on submission to divine will, each offers valuable insights into the nature of existence and our place within the universe. The relationship between scientific exploration and the understanding of God provides another intriguing lens through which to examine the divine. As scientific research continues to uncover the mysteries of the universe, it often raises questions about the origins of life, the vastness of the cosmos, and the intricate laws that govern everything around us. For many, these discoveries inspire feelings of awe and wonder, emotions traditionally associated with spirituality and the belief in a higher power. When scientists study the universe, from the smallest subatomic particles to the largest galaxies, they often uncover evidence of a complex and highly ordered system. For some, this order and complexity suggests the existence of an intelligent creator, one who imbued the universe with purpose and design. On the other hand, scientific discoveries can also challenge traditional religious narratives. The theory of evolution, for example, provides a naturalistic explanation for the diversity of life on Earth, emphasizing gradual processes rather than divine intervention. These advances have led some to question the literal interpretations of sacred texts, prompting a reimagining of spirituality that is less reliant on traditional religious doctrines. For others, however, scientific discoveries have not diminished their belief in God, but rather deepened their faith, offering new insights into the divine design of the universe. The relationship between science and spirituality is dynamic and multifaceted. For some, scientific discoveries serve to reinforce their belief in God by offering a deeper understanding of the intricacies of creation. For others, these same discoveries lead to a reevaluation of their religious beliefs, challenging them to find new ways of understanding the divine. Regardless of the outcome, this ongoing dialogue between science and spirituality enriches the broader quest for meaning in human existence. Finally, belief in God can have a profound impact on mental health and well-being. For many people, faith provides a sense of purpose and direction in life. Believing in a higher power often gives individuals the confidence that their lives have significance and that they are part of a larger cosmic plan. This sense of meaning can lead to increased resilience, helping individuals navigate life's challenges with hope and perseverance. In times of hardship, the belief in God can offer a source of comfort, providing individuals with the strength to endure and the faith that they are not alone in their struggles. Whether through prayer, meditation, or participation in religious communities, faith can provide a deep sense of peace and security, reinforcing the idea that there is meaning and purpose even in the most difficult moments. Faith communities have long served as pillars of support for individuals, offering not just a shared set of beliefs, but also a network of emotional, psychological, and social resources. When people are part of a religious group, they often gain access to a network of individuals who are ready to provide practical support in times of need, along with emotional encouragement when facing life's challenges. This sense of belonging, rooted in the shared belief in a higher power, can act as a powerful antidote to feelings of loneliness and isolation. The detrimental effects of social alienation on mental health are well documented, and being part of a faith community offers an effective countermeasure. The shared experience of worship, prayer, or religious rituals offers believers a sense of connection and a unique kind of camaraderie that might otherwise be elusive in their everyday lives. In a world where the number of isolated individuals is rising, these faith-based connections can serve as lifelines for many. Moreover, engagement in religious practices such as prayer, meditation, or other rituals can significantly impact one's mental and emotional well-being. These spiritual practices offer individuals moments of respite and reflection, providing them an opportunity to process their emotions, reduce stress, and focus on their inner peace. Scientific research has indicated that these practices are not just emotionally fulfilling, but can also have tangible physiological effects. For instance, engaging in mindfulness practices such as meditation has been shown to lower anxiety levels, improve mood, and elevate overall well-being. While these effects are often subtle and gradual, they nonetheless provide believers with a toolkit for maintaining emotional balance in a turbulent world. Faith also plays a pivotal role in helping individuals cope with crisis situations, offering solace during times of adversity. The belief in a higher power can provide a sense of control over one's circumstances, especially in moments when life seems unpredictable or uncontrollable. For many people, turning to prayer or relying on their spiritual beliefs during hardship brings both comfort and clarity. The psychological support offered by faith communities in such moments is profound, as it gives individuals a framework through which they can process their suffering. The resilience faith can foster in times of trouble is not to be underestimated. It provides individuals with a sense of meaning and purpose that enables them to persevere through circumstances that might otherwise result in deep despair or anxiety. Yet, the connection between belief in God and mental health is far from straightforward. For some individuals, religious beliefs can induce feelings of guilt, shame, or anxiety, particularly if they struggle to meet the moral or ethical expectations that their faith dictates. This tension between personal behavior and religious precepts can create psychological burdens that detract from mental well-being. The complex relationship between belief and mental health varies from person to person, with some individuals finding strength in their faith while others experience internal conflict or discomfort as a result. In this way, belief can be both a source of solace and a source of psychological strain, depending on how it is understood and practiced. Thus, understanding the dual nature of faith is essential for appreciating its complex role in shaping individual and collective mental health. At its core, belief in a higher power offers a deep psychological benefit, a sense of purpose. When people believe that their lives are guided by a divine force, they often feel a compelling reason to strive for personal growth, contribute to the well-being of others, and engage meaningfully with the world around them. This sense of purpose serves as a driving force, helping individuals navigate challenges and maintain a positive outlook even in the face of adversity. The idea that there is a higher power watching over them can inspire individuals to make choices that align with both their spiritual beliefs and their ethical values, which can have long-lasting positive effects on their mental health. Faith also plays a central role in fostering a sense of community. Many religious traditions encourage social connections among believers, emphasizing the importance of building relationships that extend beyond superficial interactions. Within such communities, individuals often find a supportive network of people who share common values and beliefs, making it easier to connect on a deeper level. These spiritual connections are not merely based on shared religious practices, but are also grounded in mutual respect, empathy, and support. This strong sense of belonging offered by faith communities can help reduce the feelings of loneliness and anxiety that so often plague modern life. Moreover, belief in a higher power offers comfort in times of hardship. The comforting thought that there is a divine presence watching over us can bring reassurance, especially during moments of loss, disappointment, or illness. In these difficult times, faith helps individuals frame their experiences within a broader context, offering them a sense of purpose or meaning behind their suffering. Many religious traditions teach that trials and suffering are not meaningless, but rather part of a divine plan. This belief can provide comfort during times of personal crisis, enabling individuals to find solace even in the darkest of circumstances. The idea that suffering is temporary and can lead to personal growth or divine lessons also fosters resilience, helping individuals endure hardship with greater patience and optimism. Spirituality often promotes values such as compassion, forgiveness, and gratitude. These values, deeply embedded in many religious practices, can profoundly enhance emotional health. By embracing compassion, individuals may be more inclined to cultivate empathy for others, which in turn can improve their relationships and contribute to a more positive outlook on life. Forgiveness, a key tenet of many religious teachings, can also provide mental relief, helping individuals let go of resentment or anger and embrace a sense of peace. Furthermore, the practice of gratitude, often emphasized in faith traditions, has been shown to increase life satisfaction and improve mental well-being. As individuals express gratitude for the blessings they have, they are more likely to experience feelings of contentment and fulfillment. The interplay between faith and mental health becomes particularly poignant during moments of crisis. In times of personal loss, societal upheaval, or widespread illness, individuals often turn to their religious beliefs as a source of strength. The idea that there is a higher power guiding them through these challenges can provide a sense of reassurance amidst chaos. However, crisis situations can also lead to doubt. When faced with suffering or injustice, some individuals begin to question the existence of a benevolent deity. This struggle between faith and doubt can be intense as people grapple with questions about the nature of God and why bad things happen to good people. Cultural and societal factors play an influential role in shaping the ways in which individuals engage with faith during times of crisis. In societies where religious institutions provide a strong sense of community and support, belief in God may strengthen in response to difficult circumstances. Conversely, in more secular societies, individuals may rely on scientific explanations or seek support from secular institutions rather than turning to religious faith during times of hardship. The role of religion in times of crisis, therefore, is not universal, but is shaped by a variety of social, cultural, and personal factors. In the modern world, faith is also evolving in response to new societal challenges. Global issues like climate change, social justice, and technological advancements have prompted many to reevaluate their understanding of God and divine purpose. In regions where environmental crises are particularly pronounced, God is often seen as a protector of nature, inspiring individuals and communities to take action to address sustainability and ecological degradation. Meanwhile, the rise of individualism in many societies has encouraged more personalized interpretations of the divine. Rather than adhering strictly to traditional religious frameworks, individuals increasingly define their relationship with God in ways that resonate with their unique life experiences and values. This shift has led to a more diverse and fluid landscape of religious belief, one that reflects a broader spectrum of perspectives. Efforts towards social equity, too, have played a role in reshaping religious perceptions of God. Activists working for social justice often view the divine as a force for justice, one that encourages movements aimed at alleviating poverty, promoting equality, and combating discrimination. This perception of God blends spiritual beliefs with practical action, reinforcing the idea that religious faith can be actively involved in addressing the most pressing issues of our time. Similarly, the rapid advancement of technology has raised new questions about the nature of creation and the role of God in an era of artificial intelligence and biotechnology. As humanity grapples with these complex developments, questions about the intersection of divine will and human innovation are increasingly prominent. Modern challenges have, therefore, created new opportunities for dialogue about faith, purpose, and the human experience. People are engaging in more profound and diverse conversations about spirituality, which often move beyond traditional theological narratives. In doing so, the concept of God is becoming more dynamic, adapting to the evolving needs and understandings of humanity. As societies continue to change, so too does the way people relate to their spiritual beliefs and how they perceive the role of God in their lives. Theology, like a tree with its roots firmly planted in tradition, has adapted to the changing environment, growing branches that reach for a broader understanding of divine purpose in the modern world. The interconnectedness of the global community has provided an invaluable opportunity for individuals and groups to interact with diverse cultures, ideologies, and religious traditions. These exchanges not only foster a deeper understanding of the world's multifaceted nature, but also open up new dimensions of theological perspectives. As people come into contact with different belief systems, they are often prompted to rethink their own views, leading to a richer, more varied landscape of faith that can incorporate elements from diverse traditions. This fusion of ideas, beliefs, and practices offers the potential for the development of new theological expressions, ones that can honor the foundational truths of various religions, while also engaging with contemporary concerns such as social justice, environmental stewardship, and human rights. However, this transformation does not come without challenges. As societies evolve and beliefs shift, tensions often emerge within religious communities. Progressive movements which advocate for a reinterpretation or adaptation of traditional teachings may find themselves in conflict with more conservative factions that cling to long-standing interpretations of doctrine. The underlying cause of such discord is often the perception that changing norms pose a threat to the authenticity of faith and the integrity of religious institutions. In these cases, debates about authority and authenticity can dominate conversations, leading to the kind of theological gridlock that is common in many religious contexts. The challenge becomes one of balancing the preservation of core beliefs with the need to engage meaningfully with the rapidly changing world. Ultimately, the impact of evolving societal norms on theological perspectives creates a dynamic and ever-shifting landscape of religious thought. This evolution pushes believers to reflect more deeply on their faith, to consider how their beliefs relate to contemporary realities, and to engage in discussions that are vital for the ongoing development of religious thought. These conversations often take the form of debates about the role of religion in a secular society, the compatibility of science and faith, and the ethical implications of modern technological advancements. In this way, changing norms and perspectives not only shape how individuals understand their faith, but also influence how religious institutions view their mission in the world. The ongoing tension between tradition and change can lead to the refinement of theological ideas, ensuring that they remain relevant and responsive to the concerns of modern society. Religious institutions, then, find themselves caught in a delicate dance of preserving tradition while adapting to new realities. As the world shifts, so too must the ways in God and spiritual beliefs are interpreted. One common strategy for navigating this tension is for religious leaders to engage in open dialogues with their congregations. By listening to the perspectives and concerns of their communities, they can integrate new ideas into the existing framework of belief, while still upholding the central tenets of their faith. These dialogues often take the form of workshops, study groups, and public discussions, where members of the faith community come together to explore contemporary theological issues. These spaces allow believers to examine how modern social issues, such as climate change, gender equality, and economic justice, relate to their faith, while fostering a deeper understanding of spirituality that resonates with today's world. In addition to fostering dialogue, many religious institutions take an active role in encouraging the exploration of contemporary theological questions. This may involve the creation of educational programs or resources that help individuals better understand the intersection of faith and contemporary life. These resources may delve into the challenges of reconciling faith with modern scientific discoveries, or they may explore the moral and ethical implications of technological advancements such as artificial intelligence and biotechnology. By encouraging the examination of these issues, religious leaders can help believers develop a faith that is both intellectually rigorous and spiritually enriching, creating a space where faith and reason coexist. Another key aspect of the adaptation process is the reevaluation of past theological teachings in light of current ethical and moral standards. As society changes, so too does the way in which religious communities interpret sacred texts and doctrinal positions. This process of reinterpretation allows for the integration of progressive values within traditional frameworks, leading to a theology that is more inclusive and relevant to contemporary believers. For example, the historical treatment of women, minorities, and LGBTQ+ individuals by many religious institutions has been reevaluated in recent years, leading to greater acceptance and recognition of these groups within the faith community. This kind of reinterpretation ensures that religious beliefs remain relevant and meaningful, while also responding to the social and cultural changes that shape the world. Moreover, the rise of digital technology and the proliferation of online communities have provided new avenues for religious expression and engagement. Virtual forums, social media platforms, and online worship services have enabled believers from around the world to share their insights, experiences, and spiritual journeys with one another. These digital spaces allow for the creation of new forms of collective understanding and spiritual connection, helping to reshape how people conceive of God and their relationship with the divine. Social media, in particular, has become a powerful tool for spreading religious ideas and fostering discussions about faith, allowing religious institutions to reach wider audiences than ever before. Through online platforms, religious leaders and thinkers can share new interpretations of Scripture, engage with contemporary social issues, and encourage spiritual growth across borders. This process of adaptation is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective effort that involves the participation of believers, religious leaders, and theologians working together to synthesize the wisdom of tradition with the insights of modern life. By blending the enduring truths of faith with the discoveries of science, technology, and social progress, religious communities can remain relevant while nurturing the spiritual growth of their members. This adaptability is essential to ensuring that faith communities continue to thrive in a rapidly changing world, where both old and new ideas coexist and influence one another. In the realm of science, the advancements made in fields such as cosmology, biology, and neuroscience have played a significant role in reshaping how people think about God and the nature of existence. As scientists explore the mysteries of the universe, from the origins of galaxies to the complexities of life at the molecular level, they uncover the intricate order and design of the natural world. For many, these discoveries inspire awe and wonder, mirroring the feelings often associated with spiritual experiences. The study of cosmic evolution, for example, raises profound questions about the purpose and meaning of life. How did the universe come to be? What is the ultimate purpose of existence? These are questions that science does not seek to answer directly, but which many believers view as having profound spiritual significance. Some individuals interpret these scientific discoveries not as challenges to their faith, but as evidence of a greater intelligence or design behind the universe. The intricate laws of physics, the delicate balance of ecosystems, and the fine-tuning of conditions necessary for life are often seen as pointing to a divine order, a reflection of God's handiwork. In this way, the discoveries of modern science become a source of spiritual inspiration, deepening the sense of connection to a higher power and reinforcing the belief in a divine creator who is intimately involved in the workings of the universe. Furthermore, advancements in fields like biology and neuroscience have expanded our understanding of human consciousness and the nature of life itself. As scientists continue to explore the brain and unravel the mysteries of the mind, questions about the soul and the nature of consciousness have taken on renewed importance. What does it mean to be alive? What is the nature of the human soul? These questions are not easily answered by science alone, and they often provoke deeper theological reflection. For some, the intersection of science and spirituality offers a richer, more nuanced understanding of humanity and its place in the cosmos, leading to a deeper search for connection with something greater than ourselves. Despite these opportunities for synergy, the relationship between science and spirituality is not without its challenges. In some cases, scientific findings may conflict with traditional religious beliefs, prompting believers to reconsider or redefine their understanding of God. The question of the origins of life, for example, has been a source of tension between scientific theories such as evolution and religious teachings about creation. For some religious communities, the theory of evolution presents a direct challenge to the literal interpretation of sacred texts. In these cases, believers may choose to reinterpret their scriptures in light of new scientific discoveries, or they may view these discoveries as part of a larger divine plan. As science continues to expand the boundaries of human knowledge, it often encourages people to reconsider their spiritual beliefs. For some, this process leads to a broader, more inclusive understanding of God, a God who works through the natural processes discovered by science, rather than a God who operates independently of these processes. Others may find that their traditional views of God are incompatible with new scientific knowledge, leading them to explore new theological frameworks that better accommodate modern insights. This dynamic interaction between science and spirituality fosters a dialogue that challenges believers to rethink their understanding of the divine and to consider new ways of interpreting both religious texts and scientific discoveries. In the end, the relationship between science and theology is not one of opposition, but rather of complementarity. Both domains seek to answer the fundamental questions of existence, though they do so from different perspectives. Science focuses on uncovering the mechanisms of the natural world, while theology grapples with the deeper questions of meaning, purpose, and morality. In many ways, the two domains can enrich one another, offering new ways of thinking about the mysteries of life, the universe, and the divine. For some, the integration of scientific and theological insights leads to a more profound appreciation of both the natural world and the spiritual realm. For others, it presents a challenge that calls for a rethinking of traditional beliefs and a willingness to engage with new ideas and perspectives. Ultimately, the evolving dialogue between science and theology is a reflection of humanity's ongoing quest for understanding. As we continue to explore the depths of the universe and the mysteries of the human experience, We are invited to reconsider what we believe about God, creation, and the meaning of life itself. This dialogue, both complex and profound, is a testament to the enduring relevance of faith and reason in our search for truth. Advancements in cosmology, the study of the universe's structure and origin, have propelled humanity into a new era of understanding. These breakthroughs have unveiled profound and often astonishing theories about the cosmos, such as the Big Bang Theory, a model that suggests the universe began as an incredibly dense and hot singularity approximately 13.8 billion years ago. In this instant, everything in existence, space, time, matter, and energy, began to expand outward, setting the stage for everything that followed. However, the more we understand about the birth and expansion of the universe, the more questions arise, particularly when it comes to reconciling these findings with spiritual and religious worldviews. Many individuals who hold religious beliefs find themselves at a crossroads when considering the implications of such a powerful and transformative moment as the Big Bang. To some, this cataclysmic event aligns seamlessly with the idea of a moment of creation, where the divine hand of God set everything in motion. As a result, the intersection of scientific explanations and spiritual beliefs has led to a rich and evolving dialogue that transcends the boundaries of traditional thinking. For many, this conversation has deepened their faith, suggesting that God might be intricately woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, manifesting through the natural laws that govern the universe. This blending of scientific and spiritual thought does not merely sit at the crossroads of two different perspectives. It actively fuels an ongoing discourse, one that invites new ways of thinking. It suggests that the pursuit of understanding through science can coexist with and perhaps even enhance spiritual beliefs. Just as scientists uncover the mysteries of the universe, religious individuals might begin to see God in the structure of the universe itself, finding divinity in the elegance of physical laws, the intricacies of the cosmos, and the unfathomable vastness of space. These dialogues continue to evolve, each new discovery raising further questions that draw from both fields and push the limits of what we know. One of the most intriguing and enduring questions in this ongoing exploration is that of consciousness, an inquiry that sits at the confluence of science and spirituality. Consciousness is an enigma that both scientific inquiry and religious doctrine seek to understand, though from very different angles. Science attempts to explain consciousness through the lens of biology and neuroscience, searching for the physical and chemical processes that give rise to self-awareness, perception, and thought. Meanwhile, religious and spiritual traditions often explore consciousness as a bridge to the divine, a realm where the soul's purpose, essence, and connection to a higher power can be understood. The intersection of science and religion around consciousness does more than just raise questions about the nature of being. It challenges both fields to confront the limits of their understanding. Can the soul and consciousness be reduced to mere biological processes, or is there something inherently transcendent that exists beyond the material world? As we dive deeper into both the scientific and spiritual aspects of existence, we find that these perspectives do not have to remain at odds. In fact, they often complement one another, allowing us to see the complexity of consciousness in a new light. This ongoing exploration encourages us to rethink our assumptions, deepen our curiosity, and broaden the scope of our inquiries. Equally important in this discussion is the role of intuition in shaping our beliefs about the divine. For many individuals, intuition is the guiding force that helps them connect to something greater than themselves, something beyond the limits of reason and empirical evidence. It is in moments of awe, wonder, and deep personal connection with the universe that many people feel a sense of the divine. This intuitive sense can be powerful and profound, offering a deep emotional resonance that connects individuals to the mysteries of existence in a way that reason often cannot. Consider, for instance, the experience of standing before a vast and starry night sky or walking through a breathtaking natural landscape. These moments, which stir feelings of awe and wonder, often prompt a sense of connection to something far beyond the immediate physical world. For many, these experiences evoke a deep emotional understanding, a feeling that there is a greater purpose at play, a divine presence behind the forces of nature. This intuitive knowledge can shape one's beliefs, leading them to perceive a higher power in the world around them. It is in these moments that intuition becomes a powerful force, filling in the gaps where logic and reason may not offer clear answers. Intuition does not just operate in moments of awe or wonder. It plays a significant role during times of crisis, joy, and reflection. In moments of personal struggle or profound happiness, people often turn to faith, drawn by the sense that there is a deeper meaning or purpose behind their experiences. Intuition, in these cases, acts as a compass, guiding individuals toward a belief in God or a higher power that can provide hope, solace, or guidance. These instinctive feelings are not always grounded in empirical evidence, yet they hold profound meaning for those who experience them, shaping their worldview and spiritual beliefs. In this way, intuition becomes a bridge between the tangible and the intangible, between the material world we can see and touch and the abstract realm of faith and divinity. It enables individuals to explore the mysteries of existence on a deeply personal level, fostering a connection to the sacred that is both profound and uniquely meaningful. Through this lens, the mysteries of the universe and the sacredness of belief coexist, offering a complex and beautiful tapestry of thought that enriches the human experience. The question of divine origins is one that consistently brings reason and faith into tension. When we contemplate the origin of the universe, reason leads us to seek logical explanations, answers that are based on observable evidence and testable theories. Scientific models like the Big Bang Theory provide one such explanation. According to this model, the universe began from an incredibly dense and hot singularity and has been expanding ever since, a process observable through cosmic radiation and the movement of galaxies. This explanation, grounded in physical laws and observations, presents a purely naturalistic view of the universe's creation, relying entirely on observable phenomena and scientific methodology. On the other hand, faith offers a different approach to understanding the universe's origins, one that often transcends the realm of scientific inquiry. Many religious traditions propose that a divine being or higher power initiated the creation of the universe. This idea suggests that the universe's existence is part of a larger, mysterious plan that cannot be fully understood through human reason alone. For those who believe in this perspective, faith provides a framework for understanding the world, offering comfort and purpose in a way that scientific explanations alone may not. When reason and faith meet at the crossroads of divine origins, the result is an engaging and thought-provoking dialogue. Philosophers, theologians, and scientists alike have pondered whether the fine-tuning of the universe, the precise conditions that allow for life, can be seen as evidence of a creator. Could the order and complexity of the universe point to the presence of an intelligent designer, someone or something that shaped the cosmos with intention? Some argue that the incredible precision of the universe's physical constants could not have arisen by chance, suggesting that a creator is behind the natural laws that govern existence. However, reason also offers explanations that do not invoke the supernatural. Many scientists assert that the universe's existence is the result of natural processes that follow predictable physical laws. In this view, the universe may be self-sustaining, governed by principles of physics, without the need for a divine hand to intervene. This perspective challenges religious conceptions of creation, proposing instead that the universe's origins are fully contained within the realm of observable natural phenomena. Ultimately, the intersection between reason and faith in the debate over divine origins invites us to reflect on our own understanding of existence. It encourages us to explore the boundaries between what we can logically deduce through scientific inquiry and what we believe to be true based on faith. This dialogue allows us to consider not just how the universe began, but what that means for our own place within it as conscious, reflective beings. As we ask these profound questions, we find ourselves at the intersection of science and spirituality, where the pursuit of knowledge meets the search for meaning. The ongoing debate between faith and reason regarding the nature of God is deeply intertwined with questions about life's purpose and morality. Faith involves a belief in something greater, often rooted in religious texts or personal spiritual experiences. It is a belief that transcends the need for empirical evidence, offering comfort and a sense of belonging to those who adhere to it. Reason, on the other hand, seeks to explain the world through logic, observation, and evidence. When it comes to understanding God, a rational approach examines historical, philosophical, and sometimes metaphysical arguments to seek proof or understanding through clear reasoning. Believers often argue that faith provides insights into existence that reason cannot reach. They contend that some truths about life and the universe are beyond human comprehension, accessible only through spiritual revelation or divine experience. These insights might manifest as personal encounters with the divine, a moral framework that guides behavior, or a sense of peace and understanding that transcends logic. On the other hand, skeptics challenge faith-based perspectives by demanding evidence to support belief in God. They argue that without tangible proof or observable phenomena, accepting the existence of a higher power is illogical and unfounded. This debate, one that lies at the heart of human experience, encourages individuals to examine their own beliefs and grapple with questions about the nature of existence, morality, and the universe's creation. As we navigate these complex discussions, we find ourselves reevaluating our perspectives on life and existence. We begin to question the very foundations of our understanding, seeking not only to comprehend the universe, but to make sense of our place within it. Films and television shows have long explored the themes of God, creation, and divine origins, offering a reflection of humanity's diverse beliefs and cultural backgrounds. In these visual narratives, God is often portrayed as a character, a guiding force, or a challenging presence in the lives of individuals or humanity as a whole. These portrayals range from traditional religious figures, as seen in epic tales of biblical events, to more modern interpretations that question the existence of a higher power. Creation, too, is depicted in various ways. Some films adhere to the conventional narrative of a deity creating the universe, underscoring themes of divine will and purpose. Others adopt a more scientific perspective, incorporating theories like the Big Bang to explore the origins of the universe without invoking the supernatural. In these portrayals, the mysteries of existence are highlighted, prompting viewers to question their own beliefs and consider alternative explanations for life's origins. The depiction of the relationship between humanity and God is often central to these stories. Characters in these narratives may experience crises of faith, grapple with ethical dilemmas, or seek answers to their place in the cosmos. Such dramatic explorations invite viewers to reflect on their own beliefs, providing a space for dialogue and contemplation about the nature of existence, the divine, and the mysteries that surround us. In the ever-evolving landscape of popular culture, one recurring theme that frequently emerges in science fiction and fantasy narratives is the exploration of creation, particularly through the lens of technology and artificial intelligence. These stories often raise profound questions about the nature of life, its origins, and the responsibilities that come with creation. At the heart of these narratives lies a pivotal question. What does it mean to create life? Is humanity, like God, bound by an inherent responsibility toward the creations they bring into existence? This thought-provoking idea isn't confined to mere fiction. It spills over into broader discussions about spirituality, morality, and our very understanding of existence. By portraying God and creation in diverse and compelling ways, these stories not only entertain, but also invite deep contemplation on themes of divine authority, human responsibility, and the ethics of creation. In examining these portrayals, one cannot help but notice how they act as mirrors to society's own belief systems. These fictional works reflect, challenge, and even shape our understanding of religion, God, and the cosmic order. They present the complexities of belief systems, offering a nuanced portrayal of the human experience as it intersects with the divine. For many, pop culture serves as an accessible entry point into the difficult and often esoteric topics surrounding faith and existence. Television shows, films, literature, and even music provide powerful platforms through which individuals can explore spiritual questions, grapple with existential themes, and ultimately reflect on their own beliefs about the divine. Through these forms of entertainment, audiences are invited into narratives that challenge their understanding of faith and existence. Characters may struggle with their beliefs, embark on quests for meaning, or even question the very existence of God. These storylines provide a unique opportunity for viewers to engage with complex theological ideas, often in a way that feels intimate and personal. The portrayal of characters grappling with faith can lead audiences to reflect on their own relationship with belief systems and the nature of reality. When a protagonist embarks on a journey to discover purpose, viewers might find themselves contemplating their own spiritual quests, reconsidering their understanding of God, or reevaluating their place in the world. Music, too, has a unique ability to explore and express spirituality. Songs often delve deep into personal beliefs, evoking emotions that allow listeners to connect with the divine on a more intimate level. Artists, drawing from their life experiences, create works that address themes of struggle, hope, and the quest for a deeper connection to something greater than themselves. Lyrics can express both doubt and faith, encouraging listeners to reflect on their own spirituality and, in some cases, prompting them to reevaluate their beliefs or question the nature of God. The power of music to stir the soul and provoke existential contemplation cannot be understated, as it offers both solace and challenge to those seeking answers. Social media platforms also play an increasingly significant role in the dissemination of spiritual ideas and beliefs. The rapid exchange of information on platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok has made it easier for individuals to share their personal experiences, philosophical insights, and interpretations of religious doctrine. For many, especially younger generations, these platforms provide an alternative space to explore spirituality, often outside of traditional institutions of worship. Influencers and content creators use their platforms to engage audiences with thought-provoking ideas, offering personal perspectives that may not align with mainstream religious teachings, but nonetheless prompt meaningful dialogue about the divine and our place in the universe. This democratization of spiritual discourse allows for a more diverse array of perspectives, encouraging individuals to form their own beliefs based on a blend of personal experiences and popular cultural narratives. Pop culture, then, acts as both a reflection of contemporary beliefs about God and a catalyst for shaping these beliefs. Through its mass appeal, it invites people from all walks of life to engage critically with spirituality, offering a space to explore existential questions and the mysteries of the divine. Whether comforting or challenging, these narratives invite us to question our assumptions, to explore new perspectives, and in many cases, to reconsider our relationship with the divine. Comic books and graphic novels stand as another unique medium through which the concept of a creator God is explored. These stories, often interwoven with fantastical adventures, delve into the nature of creation, divine power, and responsibility. In many of these narratives, the creator figure is depicted as an all-powerful being, shaping the universe according to a divine blueprint. Much like traditional religious views of God, these creators establish the rules and frameworks that govern the universe, shaping the destinies of the characters within it as if they were puppets on strings. However, there are also stories where the creator figure is more distant and detached, resembling the cosmic architect who sets the universe in motion but refrains from interfering with it. This perspective opens the door to themes of free will and self-determination, suggesting that while the creator may provide the framework, it is up to the creations to navigate their own paths within it. Such narratives allow writers to explore the tensions between fate and free will, prompting readers to reflect on the human desire for autonomy and the struggles that come with it. On the other hand, some stories portray a more engaged creator, one who actively interacts with their creations, guiding them or setting challenges in their path. These narratives often explore moral dilemmas, emphasizing the impact of individual choices and the weight of responsibility that comes with creation. The creator's involvement becomes a catalyst for character development and moral reflection, as characters navigate the consequences of their actions within the context of a divine plan. These stories can lead to rich philosophical discussions about the nature of good and evil, the role of divine intervention, and the ethical implications of power and responsibility. In some cases, comic books and graphic novels critique or even reinterpret traditional notions of divinity. Some characters, be they gods or creators, embody human flaws, showing that even a creator figure can be fallible, consumed by ambition, or overwhelmed by the weight of their power. These portrayals humanize the divine, turning the idea of a creator god into a mirror reflecting human vulnerabilities. They challenge readers to reconsider what divinity truly means, blurring the lines between creator and creation, God and mortal. This dynamic opens the door for deeper reflection on the nature of power, isolation, and the moral responsibilities that come with authority. Comic books, with their rich storytelling tradition, allow for the exploration of these themes in a way that is both engaging and thought-provoking. At times, crises, whether they be natural disasters, wars, or personal tragedies, can provoke profound questions about faith and the nature of God. In moments of suffering and uncertainty, individuals often find themselves grappling with difficult questions about justice, suffering, and divine intervention. Why does suffering exist, particularly when it seems to be so indiscriminate and unjust? Is there a purpose behind hardship, or is it simply a part of the chaotic nature of the universe? These moments of crisis can act as a catalyst for reevaluating one's faith, either reaffirming existing beliefs or challenging them entirely. For some, these moments of pain and loss lead to a deepened reliance on their religious faith. In times of crisis, individuals may turn to prayer, scripture, or community support as a means of finding comfort and strength. The belief that a higher power is guiding them through their suffering can provide solace and foster a sense of connection, something greater than themselves. In these moments, faith is often reaffirmed, leading individuals to feel a stronger bond with God and a renewed sense of purpose. Conversely, crises can also lead to doubt. When faced with immense pain or loss, some may begin to question the existence of a benevolent and omnipotent God. If a higher power exists, why does it allow such suffering? These doubts often bring about a crisis of faith, prompting deep reflection on the nature of the divine and the reasons for human suffering. Throughout history, theological perspectives have evolved in response to crisis, often reshaping beliefs about God and the divine role in the world. Different faith traditions have offered new interpretations in response to moments of adversity, providing comfort or alternative frameworks for understanding suffering. Some may emphasize the idea of free will, suggesting that human choices, rather than divine will, are responsible for the pain and suffering we experience. Others may focus on the notion that adversity can lead to personal growth or a closer relationship with the divine, suggesting that hardship serves a larger, redemptive purpose. As history progresses, theological beliefs continue to evolve, shaped by significant events that challenge our understanding of God. In ancient civilizations, gods were often tied to natural forces such as thunder, lightning, or the harvest cycles. These early deities were perceived as powerful beings who directly influenced the natural world and the fate of humanity. As societies advanced and philosophical thought evolved, the concept of the divine began to shift. Ancient Greek philosophy, for example, introduced abstract ideas about a singular source of creation, challenging earlier polytheistic traditions and prompting a reevaluation of the divine's nature. The rise of major world religions further transformed perceptions of God. Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism each brought unique narratives about the divine, offering new perspectives on creation and the role of God in the universe. These religious traditions provided frameworks for understanding God, not as an impersonal force, but as a conscious being who initiated the creation of the universe, setting the stage for centuries of theological reflection. The Age of Enlightenment marked another critical turning point in the history of thought. As science began to flourish, many people began questioning traditional religious explanations of the universe. The rise of empirical, evidence-based reasoning led some to challenge the existence of God as traditionally understood, while others sought alternative explanations, such as deism, which suggested that God created the universe but no longer intervenes in its workings. In the modern era, events such as wars, social movements, and technological advancements have continued to shape our understanding of God, with some people turning away from traditional religious beliefs in search of new spiritual frameworks that better align with contemporary values. Through all of these shifts, one thing remains constant. Our understanding of God is as dynamic and ever-changing as the world around us. The questions raised by periods of crisis, the advances in philosophy and science, and the unfolding of historical events all serve to reshape and redefine the divine. As humanity continues to evolve, so too will our understanding of the divine, shaped by the intersection of personal experience, historical context, and the timeless questions that have always been part of the human quest for meaning. In moments of global uncertainty, spirituality often acts as a guiding light offering comfort and hope to those navigating through chaos. When the world feels fragile and unpredictable, the practice of spirituality provides a sense of connection to something greater than oneself, offering a deeper understanding of our place in the universe. Spiritual practices, whether through meditation, prayer, or communal worship, provide a means of grounding individuals in the present moment, helping them manage stress and anxiety during times of crisis. These practices foster resilience, helping individuals to adapt to life's challenges with a renewed sense of purpose and a stronger connection to the divine. In a world of constant change and uncertainty, the quest to understand the divine continues to shape our spiritual and moral landscapes. Through the lens of popular culture, the teachings of religion, and the reflections prompted by personal and collective crises, we are invited to explore the mysteries of existence, the nature of creation, and the role of the divine in the human experience. This journey is one that transcends time and culture, continually evolving as we search for meaning and understanding in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Moreover, spirituality often places great emphasis on community and shared experiences, especially during times of uncertainty. In moments when individuals feel lost or adrift, people tend to gather in spiritual circles or groups. These communities offer an invaluable sense of support, creating networks that help alleviate feelings of isolation and confusion. Such gatherings are not merely social events, they form an intricate web of emotional and psychological reinforcement. Through collective effort, individuals are reminded that their struggles, while deeply personal, are not experienced in isolation. They are not alone in their moments of doubt and fear. This shared experience fosters a sense of belonging, a comforting reassurance that there are others who understand, and in turn, this bond empowers individuals to continue in the face of adversity. In addition to offering solace, many spiritual teachings encourage a hopeful and optimistic view of life. These philosophies often introduce principles such as trust, acceptance, and the possibility of new beginnings. These ideals offer a framework through which individuals can process their difficulties and look beyond the immediate pain they may be experiencing. They inspire a vision of a brighter future, one that transcends the current moment, helping people to rise above the chaos and envision a time of peace and fulfillment. This cultivation of optimism is a powerful antidote to despair. In the face of hardship, these teachings remind people that life is cyclical, and the end of one chapter is often the beginning of another. Spirituality, thus, serves several vital functions during global uncertainties. It offers comfort to the weary, encourages mindfulness, promotes the creation of supportive communities, and fosters a hopeful outlook. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, spirituality acts as an anchor, helping people find meaning even amid the storms of life. It offers emotional and psychological support, becoming an essential resource for those seeking to navigate the often turbulent waters of human existence. When everything seems uncertain, spirituality provides a compass, guiding individuals toward a sense of purpose, tranquility, and peace. Equally fascinating are the lesser-known myths and narratives that offer unique perspectives on the creation of gods and the origins of the divine. These myths are often steeped in the traditions, values, fears, and historical contexts of the cultures that produce them. For example, in several indigenous traditions, creation is attributed to the actions of a trickster figure, an entity that thrives on chaos. This character often initiates disorder or disruption, but in doing so, the world comes into being. Earth, plants, animals, and even divine beings are brought into existence through this chaotic act. The creation story thus begins not with divine order, but with a cosmic mess, which eventually leads to the formation of structure and balance. In some African mythologies, creation is linked to a supreme being, often a cosmic force or an original entity that embodies the essence of life. This being, through acts of will or intention, brings forth lesser deities tasked with governing different aspects of the world, such as the sky, water, fertility, and the forces of nature. This perspective reflects a hierarchical view of divinity, where the supreme deity serves as the initiator of creation, delegating authority and responsibility to subordinate gods. It illustrates a broader cosmological vision where divine power is both centralized and decentralized, with multiple deities working together to maintain the balance of the universe. The myths of the Pacific Islands offer yet another captivating angle. In these stories, gods emerge from natural elements, oceans, mountains, and trees. These natural forces possess inherent life forces, which, when combined, give rise to powerful deities. The mythologies reflect a profound connection between humanity and the environment, suggesting that the earth itself is alive and holds the power to shape the divine. In these traditions, the natural world is not merely a backdrop for human activity. It is an active participant in the creation of the divine realm. It is through the natural world's vitality that gods emerge, giving rise to a worldview that is deeply attuned to the interconnectedness of all things. Despite their differences, these myths often share a common theme: the idea that creation begins in chaos, whether through the disruptive actions of a trickster, the will of a supreme being, or the life forces inherent in nature. The creation of gods often stems from disorder. This suggests that even divine creation, at its origins, was not a perfectly orchestrated event, but rather the result of a dynamic process that evolved over time. Through these narratives, cultures reveal not only their understanding of the universe, but also humanity's place within it. The creation of gods, then, is not just about the divine beings themselves, but about the relationship between the human world and the divine. When one shifts focus to the origins of God through sacred scripture, some texts provide fascinating and sometimes perplexing insights into the nature of divinity. While most religious traditions assert that God exists outside the boundaries of time and creation, a few scriptural passages offer a more nuanced and layered perspective on divinity. In many ancient texts, the emphasis is not placed on a singular moment of divine creation, but rather on a pre-existing condition of divine presence. Some scriptures describe a figure who claims to have been present at the foundation of the world, suggesting a timeless existence that transcends traditional notions of beginning and end. This understanding of God implies that the divine does not enter creation at a specific point in time. Rather, it has always been. Other texts explore the relationship between God and creation in a way that suggests a deeper connection between the divine and the cosmos. These passages often depict God as the source of all life and order, implying that creation itself is a reflection of divine intention. This perspective challenges the conventional view of a God who simply creates the world and then steps back. Instead, these texts propose a vision of God as actively sustaining the universe, engaged in an ongoing relationship with creation. This relationship further complicates the question of origin, suggesting that while God may be seen as the creator, divine existence is independent of the created world. God, in this view, is not merely the architect of the universe, but its sustaining force. Mystical writings, particularly those within various spiritual traditions, offer yet another layer of complexity. In some of these texts, God is described as both immanent, present within creation, and transcendent, existing beyond it. This duality presents a profound mystery about the divine nature. If God is both deeply embedded within creation and yet beyond it, how do we understand the nature of divine origin? These mystical perspectives encourage a more dynamic, evolving view of God's relationship with the world. The divine presence, in this sense, is not static or confined to a single moment, but is ongoing, ever-present, and in continuous interaction with the unfolding of the universe. This understanding of the divine as both immanent and transcendent invites us to think about divine origins in a new way. Rather than seeing the origin as a singular event, we begin to recognize it as a process, an unfolding relationship between God, creation, and time itself. This complex, multifaceted view challenges us to move beyond simplistic definitions of the divine and to embrace the mystery and depth of God's interaction with the world. These perspectives force us to reconsider the boundaries between the divine and the earthly, suggesting that the nature of God's existence is far more profound and expansive than human comprehension typically allows. In addition to these more mainstream scriptural and mystical perspectives, apocryphal texts play a crucial role in deepening our understanding of divine creation. These writings, often excluded from the official canon of religious scriptures, present alternative narratives that provide fresh insights into how the universe and humanity came to be. While many of these texts were once considered too controversial or divergent from established doctrine, they offer a unique window into the spiritual beliefs of ancient communities. They often present creation stories that reflect the cultural, philosophical, and social context in which they were written, adding layers of richness and diversity to our understanding of the divine. For instance, some apocryphal texts emphasize the intimate relationship between the creator and creation. In these accounts, God is not a distant or detached figure, but one who is actively involved in the world. Other texts present the creation process as a struggle, a cosmic battle between order and chaos, good and evil. These stories often depict the divine as facing challenges in shaping the world, adding a layer of conflict and resolution to the creation narrative. By examining these alternative texts, scholars and theologians gain valuable insights into the diverse ways ancient communities understood their origins, the nature of the divine, and humanity's place in the grand cosmic scheme. The existence of these apocryphal writings reminds us that the quest for understanding divine creation is not confined to a single perspective. Instead, it is enriched by the variety of voices and traditions that have sought to explain the mysteries of existence. These texts open up a broader conversation about spirituality, morality, and the relationship between humanity and the divine. They encourage us to think critically about established religious narratives and invite us to explore the complexity and diversity of beliefs about creation. Rather than offering a single, unified story, apocryphal texts challenge us to consider the multiplicity of interpretations that have shaped our understanding of the divine. Finally, religious eschatology, beliefs about the ultimate fate of humanity and the end of time, provides another dimension to our understanding of divine creation. These beliefs vary significantly across different religious traditions, but share certain commonalities. They often reflect the nature of a created God, one who is not merely a distant architect, but an active force involved in guiding creation toward a specific end. In many traditions, eschatological beliefs affirm that God has a plan for humanity, a plan that culminates in a final judgment. This judgment determines the eternal destiny of individuals based on their actions, beliefs, and faith during their lives. It emphasizes the moral framework in which believers live, shaping their behaviors and decisions with the knowledge that their ultimate fate is tied to a divine reckoning. Eschatological beliefs also often center on the idea of renewal or transformation. The divine, in this view, does not abandon creation, but works to restore balance and harmony to the world. Ideas of resurrection or the advent of a new heaven and earth suggest a benevolent creator actively working to fulfill a divine purpose. In contrast, some belief systems suggest a cyclical view of existence, where the universe undergoes endless cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth. These perspectives still affirm a purpose to existence, but emphasize a more detached, cyclical view of divine involvement. Ultimately, eschatological beliefs highlight the connection between the nature of God as a creator and the unfolding of human history. These beliefs challenge individuals to reflect not only on the end of time, but also on how their actions and lives align with the divine plan. In this context, the created God is seen as both the initiator and the guide of human destiny, providing purpose and direction for the universe as a whole. The divine culmination, whether seen as a final judgment or a renewal of creation, offers hope, justice, and resolution, encouraging followers to live in accordance with divine principles as they await the fulfillment of their beliefs. Believing in the concept of an end time carries with it profound implications for one's faith and spirituality. It often injects a sense of urgency into how individuals live their lives, prompting deeper reflections on the choices they make, the actions they take, and the consequences of those actions in the context of an eventual conclusion to the world as they know it. For those who adhere to this belief, the idea of an impending culmination of history can serve as a motivating force, encouraging them to live in a way that aligns with a greater purpose, one that is not merely about present-day concerns, but about preparing for an ultimate and final event. This belief may also foster an evolving understanding of God, one that is not viewed as a distant, detached entity, but as an active and dynamic force intimately intertwined with humanity's journey through time and existence. The concept of an end time calls for a more interactive relationship with the divine, one in which individuals perceive God's presence not as an abstract idea, but as a central relational force shaping their lives in tangible ways. As a result, the idea of an end time does not just enhance the urgency of faith, it also challenges traditional views of God, reshaping how individuals perceive God's origin and ultimate purpose within the vastness of the universe. This belief can lead to a reassessment of long-held convictions about God's nature, urging people to see the divine not as a singular, static force, but as something much more fluid and integrated with the world. The way communities interpret the concept of God is diverse, shaped by their unique histories, cultures, and beliefs, each of which colors their understanding of both the divine and the universe. In many religious traditions, truth is primarily derived from sacred texts, which are believed to be divinely revealed and are considered the primary means of accessing knowledge about God and the cosmos. These texts, whether they are the Torah, Bible, Quran, or other religious scriptures, provide a framework for understanding the universe and humanity's place within it. Scholars and religious leaders interpret these texts, offering insights into how followers can live in accordance with the divine will. The study of these sacred writings helps individuals build a connection with the divine and offers a roadmap for how to navigate life, fostering a sense of purpose and moral clarity. However, beyond religious communities, there is another pursuit of truth found within the realm of philosophy. Philosophers, in their quest for knowledge about God and existence, often prioritize reason, logic, and critical thinking. Instead of relying on divine revelation or faith alone, they seek to understand the nature of the universe through intellectual inquiry and debate. In philosophical circles, individuals explore deep questions such as, what is the nature of morality? What is the meaning of existence? Does free will exist? Is the universe deterministic? These questions do not only challenge assumptions, but also invite individuals to examine their own experiences, beliefs, and thoughts in the search for truth. Philosophy thus encourages individuals to engage in dialogue, not just with texts or traditions, but with other people, to refine their understanding of the divine and existence. Scientific communities, while not always directly concerned with the question of God, provide another avenue through which people explore the universe. Through empirical observation and experimentation, science has uncovered profound insights about the origins of the cosmos and the laws that govern life on Earth. Many scientists grapple with questions about the beginnings of the universe and the nature of life, some finding their search for meaning aligns with spiritual or religious worldviews. For them, the intricacies of nature and the cosmos might point toward the existence of a creator. However, others maintain a more skeptical stance, arguing that natural processes can fully account for the phenomena we observe without the need for a supernatural explanation. Despite this, both scientific and spiritual inquiries intersect, as both seek to understand the fundamental truths about existence, even if their methods differ. Cultural perspectives, especially those rooted in indigenous traditions, offer yet another layer of understanding about the concept of the divine. In many indigenous cultures, the divine is not seen as a separate human-like entity, but as a force or energy that permeates everything, including the earth, the plants, the animals, and the elements. The earth itself is often viewed as sacred, and the divine is understood to reside in the natural world. Ritual practices, storytelling, and community customs are deeply intertwined with reverence for the land and its spiritual significance. For these communities, the pursuit of truth about God is not just a theological endeavor, but an immersive, lived experience, deeply connected to the rhythms of nature and the cycles of life. In Eastern religions, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the divine concept often extends beyond the personal and into the realm of universal principles. In Hinduism, for instance, the concept of Brahman represents the ultimate reality, an all-pervading force that transcends time and space. In Buddhism, the focus is less on a personal deity and more on the path of enlightenment, a profound understanding of reality that transcends ego and reveals the true nature of existence. These traditions often teach that divinity is not something external to the individual, but something that is discovered within, through practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and self-awareness. The Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, tend to emphasize a personal, relational connection with an all-powerful God. For adherents of these faiths, sacred texts serve as a guide, offering moral teachings and spiritual insights into how individuals should live in accordance with God's will. Prayer, worship, and ethical living are seen as essential components of one's relationship with God, and these practices are meant to cultivate a deeper connection to the divine. Across all these different traditions, a common thread emerges: the quest for meaning and purpose in life. Wisdom traditions, regardless of their particular beliefs about the nature of God, stress the importance of both intellectual exploration and personal experience in understanding the divine. It is not enough to simply read sacred texts or study philosophy. Individuals must also reflect deeply on their own lives, actions, and experiences. Ethical considerations such as compassion, kindness, and justice play a significant role in this journey, as individuals seek to live in a way that harmonizes with their understanding of the divine. This deep pursuit of truth about God and existence often leads to personal transformation. As individuals grow and evolve, their beliefs may shift, especially when they experience profound moments of crisis or change. Life events such as personal suffering, moments of loss, or encounters with new ideas can prompt individuals to reevaluate their long-held beliefs. For example, a person who once viewed God as a distant and impersonal force might find that in the midst of suffering or hardship, they experience a deep sense of comfort or connection that leads them to reconsider their conception of the divine. This transformation may cause them to view God not as a remote deity, but as an intimate, present source of strength, guidance, and compassion. Similarly, exposure to new cultures, ideas, and religious perspectives can challenge existing beliefs and broaden one's understanding of God. An individual raised in one religious tradition might find that their encounters with people from different faiths lead them to question the exclusivity of their own beliefs. The realization that others experience God or the divine in ways that are different yet equally meaningful can open the door to a more inclusive understanding of spirituality, one that embraces diversity rather than rejecting it. This broader perspective can shift the focus from a narrow, rigid view of God to a more fluid, expansive, and inclusive understanding. Moreover, transformative experiences such as meditation, travel, or building relationships with people from diverse backgrounds can inspire new ways of thinking about the divine. Deep engagement with others, stories, and perspectives can cultivate empathy and a sense of interconnectedness, leading to the realization that our understanding of God is shaped not just by our personal experiences, but also by the collective human experience. These personal transformations can shift beliefs about the origin of God, prompting individuals to seek a connection to the divine that resonates with their own unique journey. Ultimately, spiritual enlightenment plays a significant role in how individuals perceive the concept of a creator. Enlightenment often involves a profound understanding of life's interconnectedness, the interdependence of all things, and the nature of existence itself. This awareness can lead to a radical rethinking of traditional views of God, especially those shaped by cultural or religious dogma. For many, enlightenment does not lead to the idea of a creator as a distant and separate entity, but instead fosters a sense of unity with the universe. The creator is no longer an external figure, but is recognized as an integral part of every individual, permeating all of existence. In this enlightened state, individuals may come to see the creator not as a singular event or a static force, but as an ongoing process, something that evolves and continues to unfold in the universe. This view emphasizes that creation is not a one-time event, but a dynamic and continuous flow of energy, with each person playing a role in the process. Furthermore, spiritual enlightenment often encourages individuals to move beyond dogmatic teachings and to question what they have been taught, allowing them to discover their own truth about the Creator. This journey leads to a personal, evolving relationship with the divine, one that is shaped by experience, reflection, and a deeper understanding of existence. As individuals pursue spiritual enlightenment, they may come to recognize that the divine is not just an external force, but is also present within them. This realization transforms the concept of the Creator from something distant and external to something deeply personal and intimate. It fosters a sense of shared responsibility and interconnectedness with all of humanity and the world, suggesting that the act of creation is not solely the work of an external deity, but is also something each individual participates in through their thoughts, actions, and relationships. Through this journey of spiritual growth, individuals may come to see the Creator as a universal energy, one that resides in all beings and connects everything in the cosmos. Thus, spiritual enlightenment can fundamentally alter how people view the Creator, transforming the concept from something abstract and distant into something deeply personal and universally shared. This shift not only influences how individuals understand their relationship with the divine, but also shapes how they live in the world, encouraging compassion, connection, and a sense of purpose that transcends individual existence and embraces the collective journey of humanity.